bum. How is it going, world? Welcome to the live stream where we live stream things and stream live things. I'm your host, Tommy, and I'll be streaming your live and live your streaming. I thought about that for about 10 minutes before I made that one up. That's why the streams didn't start at 2, because it took me that long to remember. I'm just joshing you. How are you beautiful people doing? You guys might be saying, hey, you might be saying, wow, first 10. I don't know. I don't got chat up. Would it be crazy if I just guessed somebody said, wow, first 10? Imagine somebody like Ren24 said, yo, wouldn't that be crazy if I just guessed that without any pre-notion of what was said? That'd be crazy. I'm pulling chat up now. I got 2%. Okay, I got Twitch chat working. Twitch chat. Okay, let's close out of all chats. Bada boom, bada bang. Early stream keeps chugging along through the rest of my workday. You know what? We're trying a 2 o'clock stream. We're playing around with all of them, you know? Like every day. You know what they say? Every day we be hustling. Bada boom. Oh, congratulations, Olivia. That's like so exciting. Woo, woo. Boom. Okay, I think we got everything here. Bada boom. Bada bang, guys. We are getting everybody live. I'm going to get an energy drink going. I'm going to get the live discussion chat up and rolling on the Discord. Stream is up, ready to go. How are you, beautiful people? Somebody said, did the live just start? Nah, it started like 7 seconds ago. So you're kind of late. Watching from the Bahamas. Chinese EVs are taking over here. They're taking over a lot of stuff. What happened to yesterday's live VOD? We pull them off when we launch a YouTube video because we want you to watch a YouTube video. We don't want you to watch the VOD. The VOD is something in the morning. Oh, somebody said it. Good morning, Pops. How's it going? The market's crashing. Sorry. Guys, we are not actually, I don't even know what's going to happen today, guys. I don't really know what's going to happen today. Today, the game plan is really simple. I want to give today, the day to day, I want to give salespeople a voice. I believe there's a lot of salespeople. There's people out there that are calling me out, saying I'm horrible, saying that I lie, saying I'm gaslighting. I want to give them an opportunity to come live in front of all the people I talk to and prove themselves right. I want to have a conversation with the other side. But I've got to get people on the live. So we need people who want to be on that are in the car industry that do not like me. I know Kenny Sells was somebody that said he might wanted to be on. We had a few people that were curious, but we didn't we just do this 3 weeks ago? Yeah, it did really well. People liked it, so we're doing it again. We did it like about a month ago, actually. It was about 4 weeks ago. But it did really well. So we're doing it again. What's your advice to new car salesmen? I mean, I don't sell cars. I'm not gonna give you advice. I don't like you, says Eric Shiz. Is this live, says Don Lloyd? Yeah. I'm indifferent about you. Live chat? I mean, I want you to not like me. What's the timeline? Like right now, about 3 weeks. 3 weeks our timeline. I debated Tommy for 11 minutes and all I got was his lousy t-shirt. Boom. That's funny. Pizza Hut or Domino's? Ooh. You know what? Once upon a time it was Pizza Hut. I think you're in Domino's now. I think you're in Domino's. Oh wait, let me get my talking points here. Let me get my talking points. We've got to entice some people. We've got to entice some people to actually want to jump on. So I've got to say some things. Go to my email. Yeah. It's supposed to be debate day. He drives Lambos, has an aberration. Okay, so some of the opinions that I have, right? So we're allowing anybody to come on here to debate and have conversations. You can debate any topic you want. I've given people days to prepare. I've talked about this a few different times. First off, I would say the first thing that I think that that I believe is I believe commission should be removed out of the car sales experience today. I think it's one of the biggest causes of consumer trust. I believe. So boom, let's go there. I believe that the easiest way for the dealership problem to be fixed is direct to consumer to be direct to consumer be legal, right? I believe that we shouldn't get rid of franchise dealerships, but we should allow direct to consumer to compete alongside with it. I think manufacturers would do a better job selling cars. What else? What else? What else are we going through? I believe 80% of car experiences are a negative experience, and I believe I'm underestimating that number. It's probably closer to 90% of dealerships are bad for the experience. I believe that 70% of people do not enjoy buying a car, and 7% of people do not trust car dealers, and dealerships still blame the consumer. I believe dealerships are not entitled to a profit. That's a big one. I believe dealerships are not entitled to a profit. I believe dealer add-ons. Actually, let's just go through. I believe that marking up rate should be illegal. I believe that dealerships need to understand that they either have a fiduciary duty or they don't, and they need to pick a lane. I believe the car dealership world is one of the most antiquated systems that only exist because the government is holding them up. I believe delivered is a net positive for the America and a net positive for consumers buying a car. Boom. Any points that anybody wants to debate, if you're in car sales, we will bring you up and you can have a conversation. No, Chaz, you were on here last time. You don't sell cars, so we're not gonna have you come on twice. But I appreciate it. Or you were on the other live. Bring me up. Vin, are you actually going to debate something? You actually going to debate something? If you're going to bring them up, then what you have to do is DM me on Instagram. So if you guys are like, hey, if you guys want to come on, you just DM me on Instagram, show me your dealership, and we have somebody fact checking you, and they'll give you and then give me your number, and I'll call you. That is how we do this, guys. That is how we do this. I got to pull up the phone. Ad block. I got my energy drink too. That is how we'll do this debate. So Alyssa and Amy, we wrote there. Your sign is missing an E. I believe the delivered looks better without an E. What other? Why are you entitled to a profit but no dealers? I mean, they can make that argument if they want to have it. Let's. What else? I'm trying to give you guys all of the controversial things that I believe, and these are things I really do believe, and I can defend all of them. What other things that I believe in that would make interesting debate topics? So right now we're just waiting for people to apply, right? By basically what happens, pick a topic, call it a day. You have to DM me on Instagram, and then I'll get an alert from my mods that we're good to go. Boom. I believe the dealership process in its current state is not worth it, and it is an unnecessary burden on the consumers that is costing them thousands of dollars per car deal. I want something. I read YouTube. I read all of them. Okay, we got 2 people applying right now. I think we have people in the mod. We got 2, 3, 4. We got people in there. We got people running. I think we got Amy going through. Quality's nice. Thank you. The company's all booked up. If I prepay you, how long? About 3 weeks for us to get a deal done. If you believe that they should make no profit, why would anyone own one? Nominal profit. I never said that they shouldn't make a profit. Again, if that's the point somebody wants to debate, I said dealerships are not entitled to a profit. What else? New koozie, no free ads. I sent a DM. Oh, on Instagram, guys. On Instagram. Send it on Instagram. Why are they not entitled to a profit? If you're a car salesman and you want to debate that conversation, we certainly can. If you believe they are entitled to a profit, I'd love to hear your argument. I don't think they are. I'm giving you guys all the things that you guys can argue on. So the whole point of today's stream, guys, as we're waiting for people, it looks like we're verifying a few people here, is you just need to verify you work at a dealership, right? Because I want people from the car sales, and I want people that are opposite of me. People that don't like me, people that don't agree with me, people that say that I'm wrong. I want you to come in and have that conversation, right? I want you to be able to say that in front of my entire audience. You get to talk to all of them. I believe delivered makes car buying more enjoyable. I believe we are a net positive to the consumer. We're not giving out the number yet. No. I'm giving you all the things that you could go through. Definitely wrong. Well, if you think I'm wrong, then you certainly can. I believe manufacturers, if they sold cars would be thousands of dollars cheaper than it would be with a dealership. I believe dealerships should sell or not should. I said I believe that dealerships actually in the current state should sell cars at loss because they're considered loss leaders anyway. And there's more advantage. Dealerships make more profit when they sell a car at loss than they do at a high grossed area. What else we got? What else here? I'm giving you guys all the controversial takes. I'm not debating with Chad. I'm going to debate with somebody that wants to come up here and actually have a conversation. We're verifying one person right now. Okay, I need to get his number, Amy. If you get him, wait, did he give me his number? Oh, Bailey. I need his number. Make sure he gives a phone number and I will just call him. I'm not leaking anybody's numbers, guys. If Chevy Dude wants to come on, he's certainly willing to. So if you guys want to tag Chevy Dude, if Chevy Dude wants to try to defend his video, he certainly can. My recommendation would be to try to defend his video. Because tomorrow is going to be an interesting day for him, if not. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. You don't know what you're saying? I mean, if you don't agree with me, by all means, you can debate me. Okay, I got my first caller. I'm going to call him. This is Bailey, car salesman. I'm not going to tell you guys where this person lives, where they're at, who they are. We're going to call them, though, so.
Hi. If you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
Tommy, debate.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Man, I'm doing well. Is this Bailey?
Yes, this is Bailey.
Man, thank you so much for having the courage to be the first person on here. So I don't know if you've seen this series that I do, but basically I give people an opportunity that disagree with anything I say or everything that I say, an opportunity to speak their mind, for me to just have an honest conversation. This isn't meant to be yelling mean. There's no, you can take your gloves off if you want. You can
no
be as mean as you
aggression.
want.
We're not fighting. I got you. Okay.
I mean, yeah, we can fight. I mean, if you're like, hey, Tommy, you're an idiot, and this is why, I'm all for hearing it. You're allowed to say it. You just can't say anything profanity.
No, absolutely. No, I've been watching your channel for a while now, and I've been selling cars for almost 10 years. So I agree with some of what you say, and some of it I don't agree with.
Okay. So which part do you want to talk about and have the conversation on?
I would just say that dealerships don't deserve a profit.
Okay.
To an extent, I agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, if you're a new consumer, you're going to pick up a car, you want somebody to go over that car with you. You want the car to be in perfect condition, spotless. You don't want any stains or scratches or anything like that. And we all know transporting vehicles, that stuff does happen. So I mean, when it comes to all that stuff, we obviously have mechanics that we have to pay to go through the car, take all the stuff off them, do their PDI inspection, and all that stuff. Detail the car. Sometimes we have to go, like for instance, today I had to drive to Wesley Chapel to pick up a vehicle and drive all the way back. So, I mean, there's many reasons why we should get some profit. I mean, I'm not saying we need to make $5,000 on every car, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so all the things you mentioned are all reimbursed back to the dealership and the destination fee. So we talk about paying the tech, that money is reimbursed to the dealership. They claim that money every month. When it comes down to prepping the car, gassing the car, everything on a new car is all prepped and taken care of by the destination. So consumers are paying that already.
right, with the MSRP of the car.
Mm-hmm. But it's coming into the cost of the vehicle. So why is it, again, we're talking about a profit. We're talking about that's built in there. But my statement is dealerships are not entitled to a profit. But if you're saying that the reason why they're entitled to a profit is that they clean the car, organize the car, how much do you think that's worth? $20 an hour?
I mean, that part is a little bit kind of controversial, I would say. Could be anywhere from $20 an hour to $50 an hour. But, I mean, my clientele is older clientele. I mean, there's times where we're literally going over these cars, and I don't know, maybe most people don't have 70 to 90-year-old customers, but that's kind of my demographic. Being at a Lincoln dealership, it's kind of more, we try to take as much time as we can to go over the car to make sure they really do understand the vehicle. Because realistically, you have somebody who's that age and they kind of get on the road and they try to understand how to use a car, it doesn't really help them too much. So, I mean, that time that per se me would be spending going over a vehicle with that customer, showing them how to operate everything, I feel like my time would be obviously coming from the dealership's profit.
Do you think the majority of people buying a car should now pay for the minority of elderly people buying a car that need help? They can't just figure that out on their own. And on top of it, do we not think that like why can Tesla figure it out? Tesla can go through the entire car, teach me how to use everything, and they don't have a sales model. The idea behind entitled, just so we don't go too off a tangent here. When I say a dealership is not entitled to a profit, it doesn't mean that just because they exist, they deserve a profit. So I am saying that a business has to earn a profit, otherwise they shouldn't exist. And the only reason why the dealership model is still here is franchise laws. If they do not add value to the consumers, the things that you're mentioning are really nice, but I think like if you put that line item and said, hey, for $100, I'll teach you how to use the car, I think a lot of people would just pass on that $100 and go to TikTok or YouTube to learn. Compared to people, maybe some people would, but I think the vast majority would say no to it. So like, what kind of value are we putting on it? Because we're talking about dealerships that, group one averaged over $4,000 per car deal in profit. And all you're mentioning is money that's already built into the car deal that dealerships get reimbursed on because the manufacturer is actually paying for it and teaching somebody how to use the buttons on their vehicle.
Exactly what you just said. That profit of destination and delivery is going to us so that we can go over those vehicles and show people how to use the cars correctly.
Yeah. So, but like the manufacturer pays you like reimburse, like literally what happens is the tech and everybody submits the bills. The dealership submits that to the manufacturer and the manufacturer reimburses that money to the dealership. So basically what is happening with all of those things that are getting the vehicle prepped is everything is being covered by the manufacturer anyway right now. And what level of quality does a consumer actually get from a car salesman would be the next thing. How many people are actually an expert if you look at your own showroom or any other showroom on their vehicles, or how many times can we talk about where people say that they know vehicles more than salespeople, and salespeople aren't afraid to know that we are the most educated public that's ever existed. But the idea that like, again, what is that profit worth? I would say maybe $100. If that's what you're saying, the only value to dealerships is teaching us how to use cars, then like, why not just sell everything for invoice?
But you have a point of contact that you can reach out to. Like I have 10-year relationships with customers that I've built throughout my years in the industry based off of how I treat them and the repetitive business of them coming back. So, I mean, the profit has to do a lot with relationships that you build with.
So if franchise laws did not exist, do you not think somebody that could make a model that they just knew cars really well and could teach you how to use a car for a flat fee and it was cheaper than paying $4,000 of profit to a dealership?
I'm not saying, I mean, yes and no. Yes and no. Like I said, I mean, we definitely deserve a profit. We put a lot of work into everything that goes behind the scenes of the selling a car, delivering a car, the whole 9 yards.
But what is that behind the scenes? Walk people through the behind the scenes of what is that extra work? Because I've sold cars. I've been in the industry. It's not like this is hidden. I mean, if you're talking about the tech, making sure a car's prepped, that's not hours of labor. You're talking about less than an hour of labor for a tech to prep a car. That's the tech side of things.
If you've sold cars, then you 100% know that most consumers don't know what they want. It takes time to figure out what they want. It takes time to find them the right car to purchase. It's not just, hey, here's a car, buy this car. It takes time. It takes effort.
I think plenty of consumers do know what they want. I think the problem that goes in is the sales process has an innate ability that we have to follow a 10-step sales process. And if you don't have a job. So like you have to do so if somebody comes in and says they want a RAV4, you have to still go through that needs assessment, because who knows if they can afford it? Who knows if they can do this? And now you're questioning the consumer on themselves on a buying decision they can make on their own. So like, I think that maybe that number is inflated on what you believe, who knows what they want or what they don't know. On top of it, the dealership model is so confusing because nobody really knows the real price of a car anyway. So there's not a level of transparency that dealerships are making it mandatory to go to the dealership to get pricing on a car, because I don't even know what a car really costs anymore, because I have to go to you because presence is power, and then I have to go figure out the numbers, and I don't do that till the end. So I have to test drive cars first, make sure I enjoy them. Then I have to go to pricing, and I have to trust that I give you all the information first to verify that you're going to tell me the car is correct before I go. Like, it's just this whole rigmarole. The dealerships are building themselves as a necessity rather than making it easier to buy a car.
And I think that making it easier of buying cars is based on dealerships. Because if you came to our dealerships, your experience, depending on what you're looking for, yes. If you know exactly what you're looking for, no problem. I'll sit right down with you. I will go over the numbers. I'll show you invoice, and hopefully you let us make $500 to $1,000 on a deal. That seems completely understandable. I'm not saying we need to make $4,000 on every single deal.
Why are you worth $1,000 to just show me how to use the vehicle and show me the numbers?
But it's not just that. You're not paying me the $1,000. Just like for your company, they're paying you $1,000 to just call dealerships and get the best price possible.
Yeah, but
you're doing the work.
Correct, but clients know up front that it's going to cost $1,000 to use me, and they're fine and okay paying that because I build value and add that. If you go to a dealer, if you go to your consumers from now on and say, hey, here's the option, right? You can skip the dealership entirely. You don't have to deal with me, and you can go over there and it's going to be $1,000 cheaper, or you can work with my expertise and everything that I have to offer, and it's $1,000 more. Are the vast majority of consumers going to pay $1,000 to work with you?
So
or would they go to direct to consumer?
So what if for your customers, the people that you sell, what if a week or two goes by and they have an issue with their car? Are they calling you?
Yeah, 1,000%.
They're calling you, and you're taking care of the issue.
Yeah, we're walking them through how to take care of the issue. We'll help with the dealership.
You're getting them set up with an appointment. You're getting them set up with everything.
Again, you're talking about service that's going to help, because all you're doing now is going to service and saying, hey, service, I have a new car sale that I need help. Can we get them in for an appointment?
Yeah, that's where I disagree. That's what I'm saying. You're building a reputation with somebody at a specific spot where you know you can call them and take your car to them, and you get your issue taken care of.
And how many cars, statistically on average, are even breaking down within the first few weeks of them owning it?
It happens. Just like any manufacturer, it happens.
Sure, but we're talking about a small minority. But again, this is the question I have, is where do consumers see the value, right? You're saying that they deserve to make $500 to $1,000. My argument would be is if you gave consumers the option and said you can skip the dealership process entirely. You don't get a salesperson. You don't get this. You buy the car in 10 clicks, and it's $1,000 cheaper than the dealership. Truthfully, who is paying the $1,000 more?
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think you can always get $1,000 better deal. Like if somebody said, "Hey, Tommy from Delivered offered me this deal." I'm not talking about
take Tommy from Delivered out. I'm saying there's two worlds. Tommy from Delivered doesn't exist.
You're the only person that does this, though.
No. Listen, no, you're not listening, and you're just wanting to argue, which is okay. But just hear me out.
Believe me, I'm not trying to argue with you.
No, yeah. So
we're having a conversation.
Yeah. So let me lay this out, right? Bailey. Okay, so there's two options. Option A, to buy a car. I can go direct to consumer. I can buy my car from Toyota. It's $1,000 cheaper than what the dealership is offering me today. I can buy the car in 10 clicks and I don't have to do anything. Or option B, I can go work with Bailey at the dealership. It's going to cost me $1,000 more because the dealership should cost $1,000. You say they deserve a profit, and that's the experience. And I have to go through the full dealership experience. I've got to go through the back and forth. I've got to go, even if there's no back and forth, I still have to go through that process. How many consumers are going to say, I see $1,000 worth of value in the dealership, and I would pay $1,000 more to work with a dealership versus working directly with Toyota?
I think either 6 or 7 out of 10 people would say they would want to actually go to a dealership and have the experience and have somebody that can go over the car with them, show them the car, and go over the entire car with them.
I mean, we're going to have to agree to 70% of people do not enjoy the car buying experience, and 7% of people say they trust a car salesman. So
I believe you with that people don't enjoy going to most dealerships because, I mean, you do have your typical car dealerships, but again, there are dealerships out there that aren't your typical car dealership where they're just trying to take advantage of you.
Yeah, but again, we don't. The consumer's never going to know which one's which, right? Every car salesman, if they're good, bad, or ugly, are all going to say we're nice, we're good, we're going to take care of you, even if they're not, right? Like the consumers can't go in, and and again, this is where you go, and maybe that's where maybe your dealership should try, right? Maybe your dealership should try to just be $1,000 more expensive, be upfront, and say, hey, we charge $1,000 to work with us because we're worth it. I think you'd be shocked on the amount of consumers that would pick direct to consumer. I mean, Tesla's a premium model there. Rivian's a premium model. More consumers want to go to that. I don't think if you're honest with yourself, the majority of people would pay $1,000 more to work with you.
Not saying me specifically,
well,
but yes, I do think that.
Just dealerships.
Yeah.
If it's if I have two options, I can go to a dealership or I can go to direct to consumer, and I pay $1,000 more to go to that.
But for a lot of people, it's not about the money. That's not the problem. They want to understand how to operate their car. They want to know how their car works, the features of their car. Most of these people, they'll buy a car and they have no idea what their car has. That's a problem.
So is that worth $1,000 for somebody to know, or is it worth $200? Is it worth $100? Is it worth $50?
Is it worth $1,000? Absolutely. They get into an accident because they don't know how to use something correctly. There's your $1,000 that you saved them. Woo!
If you get in an accident because you don't know how to use the car correctly,
right?
In what world is somebody getting in an accident because they didn't know how to use their turn signal?
A turn signal. You literally, if you don't think that people just don't know how to operate cars and that's why they hit things and that's why they back into things, then okay, that's fine.
I mean, you're not giving driving lessons, Bailey. Like, let's be real. You're not giving driving lessons. But like, what would stop me as a business owner to say, okay, cool, to go through the dealership model is $1,000. As a business, I bet I can teach everything Bailey can, and I could probably do it for like $300, right? I could do it for $300. So you could go direct to consumer, and then another consumer, you could just bring your car over to education.com and I will teach you how to use your car for $300. The idea that the education level, what you're teaching somebody how to use a car, which you're talking about something that is potentially 15 minutes to maybe an hour of teaching somebody how to use a car. And I'm going to use an hour loosely. I don't think most people are doing deliveries for over an hour teaching people the tech on the car.
I wish they weren't. I wish they weren't.
It's just not the majority. I mean, the average delivery in America is about 25 to 30 minutes for going through the tech side of things. Manufacturers track this, dealerships track this.
Right, at a dealership where they're just like, yep, I just want to make a quick profit. Here you go. Have a nice day. Not where you earn your profit. Not at a place where you earn your profit. You earn your money.
Yeah, but if somebody doesn't want help, then they don't want help. But you can't like force somebody to go through help, right? So some people are saying they want help, some people they don't. That's what averages are.
You can feed a horse to the water, but you can't make him drink.
Yeah, correct. So again, what we're talking about is you believe, and this is where you go, which is totally fine. You're allowed to believe this. Is why I want you to talk to. This is what you're here for. You believe that your expertise is worth $1,000, which kind of boggles me. So I guess my expertise. Let's just go through this. I'm curious now.
You just keep saying that it's just me specifically. I'm not saying me. It's the dealership in a whole. It's the detail department. It's the hand wash and the interior, exterior cleaning of the car. It's the whole 9 yards. It's not just me going over the car with that client.
So you're saying it's the washing of the car, the prep of the
The
car.
washing, the cleaning, the going over the safety inspection before it actually hits the road. These are all things that have to happen before somebody can purchase a car. You can't just take a car from the manufacturer and slap it on the road and say, here you go.
But the manufacturer is paying the dealership to do that, right? So you're just double dipping on profit.
But either regardless, you still have to pay for it too. Your customers are still paying for that too.
No, but like if I say, hey, I'm gonna give you this property, I need you to prep this property, I'm gonna pay you $50 to prep that, and you take that profit, and now you're gonna say, hey, I'm gonna charge the $1,000 because we prep it. You're double dipping, right? And that's why one of the reasons why consumers don't like it. It's like, yeah, like the manufacturer is giving you money, and now you're claiming the consumer is going to as well.
Yeah, to purchase the vehicle.
But again, you are saying it's right as a business to say, you know what, the manufacturer is going to pay me to prep this car. If it costs $100 and that's what I charge, and that includes the profit already built in on the hourly, it's okay to now charge the customer to do the exact same thing. It's similar to, have you ever had an apartment where somebody's charged you to clean it? And then like when you move in, the next person they charge to clean it again. It's like that same concept.
I appreciate the time, Tommy. Thank you very much. And if you ever know anybody looking for a Lincoln, I'll.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Tommy. Have a great day.
Okay, bye. Okay, guys. I mean, so again, that's where somebody believes. They believe their time's worth $1,000. Now, the question that I would have at that point is, what is my time worth? What is delivered? If he believes that an hour's worth of the dealership's time, which is cleaning a car and going through prep, what does he think the 5 hours of my time is worth? Should I be charging $5,000 per deal because that's what it's worth? A car wash is $30-$40. Best case. And I will tell you guys, if you guys don't know, the people who get paid for car washes in the back are not expert detailers that have just been detailing their entire life. They are high school kids that are working part-time back there cleaning your car. Like, that's who it is. So, and they get paid maybe $15 an hour. So, and it takes them it depends on how long it takes to prep a car. But if we have 2 people on it, you can probably get a car cleaned in 30 minutes. Like, so it's $30. That was good. Let's give a round of applause for Bailey for trying, being up here. The idea behind it, guys, I want you to come on and debate anything that I believe. Again, I believe the dealerships are not entitled to a profit. They have to earn that profit. And I believe that most consumers don't believe that the profit is earned. And that's the point that I was trying to make in that conversation. Let's go through and see who else is ready. We got Vin. It looks like Vin is ready here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I'm very curious to see how this one goes. Anybody can come up that works in car sales. We want to hear from you. Get your opinions. Debate me on anything. Have a conversation. It is what we're here for.
Hello.
What up, bro? How's it going?
Hey, Tommy. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. Let me turn you up a little bit. Boom. Okay, you're good. You're live. Okay. So I know you agree with a lot of things I say because we've talked before, but you have to have something you disagree with me on.
I do, and here's what I disagree with you on. I believe that a majority of car manufacturers do not want to go direct to consumer, and here's my reasoning.
Okay.
We as the dealers are their true customers, right? At the end of the day, we're the ones that pay them for the product. And whenever they feel like ramping up production and dumping an extra 20 to 50 units on us 1 month, more than we have customers for, they get to do that because of the franchise agreement. We, take on that extra, and then it's up to our entrepreneurial skills, our nice smiles, and our abilities to move those payments, right? You're going into the service department and we're saying, hey, if I keep your payment the same or drop it, can you, would you upgrade? Things like that. So now I see how Tesla, I get it. Toyota, they don't have enough cars for the customers that they have, but that's not the case for the majority of the manufacturers. And I'm waiting for you to kind of open my eyes to why you believe that that's incorrect.
Yeah, so I think a few different points. So I actually think this is probably one of the most valid points somebody could have. My innate argument, but I'll challenge your. I would challenge the point to challenge the point, so I don't just do a cop out answer. But my answer is let's let manufacturers decide, right? That's the easiest answer. You might be right. Maybe we get rid of franchise laws and every manufacturer says I'm out, right? I believe that they should have the option to because it allows competition to exist. But I'm going to answer your question on why manufacturers would want to jump in. First off, I believe that their reputation is genuinely getting hurt by dealerships. You saw Ford in the during COVID era that was having to jump in, stopping their dealerships because they were getting such a bad reputation for charging dealerships above MSRP that they tried to jump in and sell cars, and then it got sued out of oblivion. Secondly, I actually think it would make cheaper cars because I think you're right. I think manufacturers have the option to release a lot of vehicles, a lot of colors, a lot of options just because they can. But if they sold direct to consumer, I believe they would have to put their sales hats on because I think they'd want to, and they would make cars more efficiently like Tesla, limit the color options, make it a more streamlined option, make things that actually make sense rather than going crazy. Probably get rid of some trims that don't need to exist, and make it a more efficient model, which would in the end make it cheaper. Because that's how Tesla is able to do a lot what they do. There's 6 different color options. There's only 4 different options you can put on a car. You don't have you sell Benz, right?
Benz and BMW, yes.
Yeah, BMW. So yeah, BMW. The amount of options you have, the amount of customability you have is insane. So being able to customize that, change that is just insane. So I would say those are the 2 major things, which would be first, I think manufacturers would get smarter if they had to. I would say that we should just give manufacturers the option. And then third and finally, I believe that their reputation is getting hurt more by dealerships, and they want to take that on because they're losing market share because of their dealership.
Well, allow me to push back on one of those points, that the vehicles would be lower priced. Every dealership has margin and holdback and, the stair-step programs and things like that. I mean, I'm in a market that is competitive. Like, we don't look at an MSRP deal for us probably doesn't even come by once a month, if I'm honest. I mean, there's discounts, there's movement, there's movement on the price. And I don't see how, if the manufacturers, and here's really to add to that, they'd have to buy us out, right? I mean, they'd have to, these facilities that, either the publics or privately held, they're millions and millions of dollars and, to run a dealership. And would they be smaller? Maybe, but there'd be a lot of huge investment for them to kind of take this over and say, from now on, we're going to give the vehicles, directly to the consumer. And I don't necessarily think it means lower prices. When you have 50 Honda Civics on the ground, but you can only sell 25 of them per month, for the most part, or, whatever, input any make model, dealers get aggressive. And like you said, they're loss leaders, right? So that loss leader price in a lot of places, and you hope to make it up on the back, you hope to get a trade, whatever it is. Those loss leader pricing, I don't think happen. I actually do think cars would be now not into places that are $4,000 and $5,000 and $10,000 addendums, and they do things a certain way, and because their dealership is backed by private equity, you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about as a whole. I do think prices go up.
I mean, there's a few different ways to combat it. So first off, again, I will go by the default answer, which is I believe that business owners are intelligent and smart people, and they're going to fix a lot of problems. For example, if I was to work for a manufacturer tomorrow, I'm not getting rid of dealerships. I'm allowing dealerships to run. And one thing we still need is service centers. And I think you just said it perfectly. A lot of dealerships do lose money on new cars to make that money back on service. If I was a manufacturer, I'd probably make a deal with a lot of dealerships. And I think a lot would say yes is, hey, we're gonna actually send 5 employees out there. They're gonna work in your dealership. In return, you get to still service our vehicles. We still pay for your warranty work. We still do that, but we're gonna pay hourly and we're gonna use your lot. And I think most people are going to say yes because the amount of money that dealers make in service, and you could just make it into the dealer agreement that they could use at a showrooms. But even if they had to build it from the ground up, Tesla's proven that they can do that pretty effectively without it costing an arm and a leg to the net user, right? But I believe that dealerships wouldn't go away tomorrow, right? I believe that dealerships should work side by side because service is still a thing. And service is going to be one of those things where dealerships, I believe if you gave every dealership owner the option to get rid of their new car sales department. They get to keep the franchise name, they get to keep service, and they get to keep used cars. Over 50% of them are saying yes and getting out.
Okay. I got one more question. Have you heard of or looked into JLR's modern luxury initiative? Have you heard of this at all?
So Jaguar, Land Rover, no. I mean, I know that Jaguar is completely changing their brand.
Well, Jaguar's gone, right? But JLR, they turned into JLR because there's no Jaguars and whatever. So
Sure.
here was their idea. They go, we're gonna compromise, right? Where we're gonna build out a la Tesla. You can order the vehicle through the JLR website. If it exists in your town, great. It's at this dealership. Go get it. If you're in Chicago and the vehicle's in California, hey, it's going to cost $2,500 to get to you. What they decided on, and they've been talking about implementing it, and they really haven't got it off the ground, was basically, let's order cars. We'll have a pool of cars at like a VPC or whatever, but everything's going to be MSRP. They using AccuTrade for trade values, and like we'll give you the Tesla buying process. But we're not getting rid of our dealerships because when they do break down after a week, like the previous cost, that does happen at JLR, to be fair. It happens quite a bit. Okay, I know I worked for them for 5 years. You've got that dealer support, right? What do you think about something like that where it's a true sort of the manufacturer designing the sales process, doing real market research on what a proper sales process is? And when I tell you, Tommy, they want to go all the way down to the uniforms to make it look like an Apple store in the dealerships.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it hasn't really gotten going. But a manufacturer truly getting in there and designing it for the clients. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think the problem, and I didn't touch on it on the last point, and I'm glad we brought it up so we can bring it up at this point, is that the idea that MSRP is a fair price to begin with, because as of right now, when Ford, BMW, Chevy, whoever sells a car to a dealership, it already has all the profit built in. Ford has come out to say that their cars are $2,000 to $3,000 more expensive than Tesla just because they have to subsidize the dealership experience. I understand that people like to say that because dealerships buy in bulk, it's a cheaper price for them, but manufacturers are plenty happy and plenty profitable while selling their cars at invoice, while still offsetting marketing money, while still offsetting warranty service money, while offsetting everything that a dealership needs in order to survive. They're offsetting a lot of that cost. So I think the idea of MSRP, you're inflating a price and not allowing the consumer just to go directly to the source. And again, I think the idea of making a manufacturer jump in to make the dealership process easier, why not just skip the entire dealership process and allow manufacturers to sell direct? Why even have a franchise law at that point? You're so close to skipping it, just get rid of it.
Because of my first point, they're not going to have, they need to have a willing buyer at any given time, right? Most dealerships, if you look around the country, have 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 months of inventory on the ground. So the thing that you're going to have to convince manufacturers to do, and it's easy to do with maybe Toyota, it's obviously Tesla's proven they could do it, but you're going to have to convince manufacturers to build fewer vehicles. Do you think that they would do that? Now, again, they build fewer vehicles. They probably don't have to incentivize things. There's probably not going to be special rates as often. There's not going to be rebates, conquest, things like that, because that's costing them money too. And I agree. But that's because those exist because they, for lack of a better term, overbuild vehicles. We build more vehicles than we actually need. So you'd have to convince them, and I could be wrong, Tommy, but this is my point that I live by. I think that you're going to have to convince manufacturers to build fewer vehicles, and they make money building vehicles.
Yeah, and this is where my stance is, and I'm very firm on it, which is I don't believe I need to convince anybody of anything. I believe that I should allow the market to make a decision. So as of right now, it's illegal for the manufacturer to do it. They don't have the option. I would feel much better sleeping at night is if manufacturers had the right to sell cars and then they decided, you know what, we're out. But we do see manufacturers attempting. Ford attempted, Mercedes-Benz attempted, Volkswagen's attempting with Scout. We are seeing manufacturers, even if we look at the Saturn experiment that did so well, then GM shut it down because it was doing so well. The manufacturers have tried to do it, but again, I think the answer is really hard to defend of all the reasons why the manufacturer can't or won't do it when they don't have the option. Like I couldn't imagine me starting Delivered and car dealerships going up. Well, consumers wouldn't trust a third party to deal with a third party, and it would cost more money because you don't have a marketing, and you'd have to find, like, it's somebody else making decisions on your business rather than allowing somebody just to be able to say, you know what, let's try this, let's see if it works. Consumers want it, right? There is a vast majority of the public that wants it. Manufacturers are clearly trying. Let's just see it works. And you know, the beautiful thing I love about this is if it doesn't work and it fails miserably, dealerships now become stronger because they can say, hey, you know what, we tried the direct to consumer route. We allow them to do it, and people are still choosing us. And now that allows you to have a leg to stand on. It makes dealerships better if they survive. I think they do survive. I think dealerships become better when direct to consumer exists, because dealerships have to become experts at selling vehicles and building value, because I do think it would be cheaper. I think that's one of the reasons why manufacturers would be able to do it. They'd be able to sell the cars cheaper. They'd be able to sell it from the source. And again, I think you have a side-by-side model. I don't believe in one model. I believe dealerships should exist and direct to consumer should exist, and those models should compete out. So if somebody wants to deal with you, Raul, and they want to work with you and they want to have experience and they're willing to pay more for it, all power to them, because they made that choice and they knew they had a decision to make and they made that decision. But I believe consumers deserve the right to have a choice of, do I deal with the dealership or do I just deal with the manufacturer?
So I got to get Tommy certified and I'll sell more cars. Is that what you're saying?
No, I just think I know you're a well-trained salesperson, and I'll give you props there. But I think when we look at it, we have 80% of people that, or sorry, 70% of salespeople that fail in the first year and have crazy turnover. We do have bad apples, and again, we have dealerships that can't even agree what online pricing is, what's fair. And I think the reason is there's just nothing stopping the bad apples out there. I believe if you allowed Toyota to sell cars tomorrow, it would make either the dealerships that are bad would not survive, and the dealerships that are good would actually thrive.
And here, I don't disagree with you. I'm in the business. I'm first-hand account. You were too. We've seen the bad apples, the GMs that make everybody's lives miserable, and it's 70% turnover and all that kind of stuff. The thing that I fight for the only reason is that, you know, this business in this country, there's fewer and fewer businesses where you could kind of like, hey, no college degree, you know what I mean? And just be a good person, do good business, kind of like you're doing. I think you're doing a good business. I'm all for you. We were in a live just half an hour ago, and I said, and everybody's like, oh, bashing Tommy. And I'm like, I'll take any deal from Tommy, because if you're going to tell me I get a low funnel customer that, hey, just deliver this, who cares? Like, I'll take a short deal. It's no big deal. You know, let's go. There's volume bonuses. There's incentives. Let's go. So I don't even disagree with what you're doing. Obviously, you know, we've talked, but my point is, I am very weary about just like throwing this business away when it's done so much to help so many people. That's my point. So from the inside, I know you're trying to fix it from the outside, and and I'm not against what you're doing. Some of us are trying to fix it from the inside. I don't just want to decimate this thing that has helped so many people. That's just what I'm going to say.
I will agree that I think that it does allow people to have income. Like I said, I made over $200,000 a year in the industry, just being able to sell. But I would also disagree that the vast majority of people making really good money in the industry are doing it by helping consumers. Again, I'm not saying you, but I'm saying that people make more money because they're getting consumers to spend more money on the same exact product. And I think that behavior doesn't outweigh the idea. And again, I'm not saying you're doing that, but I will say there is, because I don't think you negotiate. But I will say there is a vast majority that the reason why they make so much money, the reason why I made so much money was because I could convince somebody to spend more on the same exact product as somebody else on the same day on the same car. And that's why that profit is there. It's not because I'm truly adding value. I'm just convincing you to spend more and hoping you're not educated to know enough the price is overpriced.
Okay, but I mean, let's bring it back to MSRP, right? During COVID, you were lucky if you got a car for MSRP in a lot of places. So suddenly MSRP was a fair price, right? And don't get me wrong, it's us that are doing this to ourselves, right? Because if every dealership just said, hey, we're one pricing, it's a sticker price, let's go and you're right, because you're going to make a living if you go above that or charge extra fees. And I get that. But I know that we're a self-inflicting business. Most of the issues we go through is because of what we do to ourselves. Because if everybody would just be like, hey, we're 5% off, or hey, it's the price on the window. Let's talk about the experience. Let's make sure you don't get intense after you leave here.
Yeah.
Okay, that was interesting. I think people as a whole, but so many times, I mean, the client too. You show them a one price. You go, hey, I'm the number, and it's even on pre-owned, right? Hey, I'm the number one guy in the area. I get you out of here in 45 minutes. I'm gonna give you the experience. You get free car washes. You get free Starbucks here. Let's go. And the customer goes, yeah, right. They spit in your face and they run away, right? It happens, and we get it. That's not everybody. But again, that MSRP is not a dirty word, right? I don't think it is. And like I said, we don't typically sell at MSRP because we're in a tight market. But again, here, thanks for having me. I'm glad you called, and hopefully it's not too much. I think we had an okay conversation, right?
I think we had a good conversation. Thank you so much for having on. Thank you so much, man.
Absolutely. Take care.
Bye. Okay, guys, what we're doing is we're debating car salesmen. Anybody that wants to come on, have a conversation. If you're a car salesman, you're like, hey, I don't like you. I don't agree with you. Things that you say, I think you're bad for society. Whatever it is, you can come on. You can just DM me on Instagram. And we have a line of people coming right now, it looks like. How many people we got? So no more. Oh, Jared is with a client. Okay. So we got a Canadian dealer. Does he have a US number? Debate him on what, Zach? You can literally pick. You come in here and you're in my comment section every single day. You get to pick of the litter. As long as you can prove you work at a dealership, you're allowed to debate me and pick the topic. 435971893. Okay, let's go through and call. We're gonna call. So if you want to go through, you just gotta DM me on Instagram. We're not gonna tell anybody where you work, but we do ask just to verify you are a car salesman, just because I'm putting you on my live. Okay, I need to see if this number actually works. This number is not working. Is that a Canadian number? I don't even know. 1, 3, 4. I'm gonna try. We'll see what happens.
Hello.
Hey, is it Oron?
Yes. Hi, Tommy. How you doing?
Hey, doing well, man. Well, I think you understand the premise here. You can pick the topic, whatever it is. We can have a conversation. You got a few thousand people watching you right now. You can have a conversation, and if there's something you disagree with me, something you don't like, there's no rules here other than don't say profanity.
No, absolutely. Man, this is like Super Bowl. I watch your content all the time, so it's a bit exciting. First of all, I want to start with. I agree with most of the stuff you say, and actually, funny enough, your videos helped us change a lot of pricing practices, whether we approach with the clients, the way that we do business overall. Because funny enough, when you watch the content as a dealer, there's a lot of things that you see what other dealers do wrong, and that kind of gives us like a chat GPT almost. It allows us to fix what we shouldn't do, and it did help me a lot. We are used car dealership. We are independent. Nonetheless, though, I love the industry. Like, I follow very closely. My argument is in regards to the dealerships are not entitled to a profit. So I want to start off with the fact that I don't think that the dealerships on their own as a franchise is the problem. I think it's the main problem is the government regulation, which I think we kind of agree on that, whether it's the franchise law, whether it's lobbying. But the main reason why I think that we have all these problems is that the government is either very, very, very weak or they're too harsh. Like, there's no in between. There's no proper acts that are being passed to actually regulate what's wrong with it. For example, I know you've been mentioning it in a couple of videos, the FTC pricing laws. I mean, as from where I am, I'm in Ontario, and we had all pricing laws in effect about 20 years. So when you go to a Canadian dealership, they cannot charge you an admin fee or like a doc fee if they didn't disclose it. And if they do, they have a case coming from them. So that's my first argument. I don't think that just changing it to a direct-to-consumer business model will help rather than fully rather than eliminating the entire dealership model, it's not going to really help, because if a person wants to have predatory practices, they can still do it. I know for a fact we had a case in Ontario with a Tesla dealership. They got caught with a financing problem. So basically, it's like falsifying documents, etc. And that dealership did receive penalties. So I don't think that by changing the model to direct to consumer, it doesn't fully eliminate it. I think what the market really needs is proper government laws.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest so first off, I believe, let's just talk about the profit and then I'll talk about the government side. First off, I don't believe any business is entitled to a profit. I believe that businesses have to earn a profit, and consumers need to say with their money that they want to give a company profit. I think one of the questions that I get annoyed with the most is, what is a fair profit to a dealership? It's whatever the consumer believes the value is there. And that's the problem right now, is there's so much focus on money when it comes down to that. So nobody's entitled to, I'm not entitled to a profit either, right? I have to earn a profit. Just because I have inventory, just because I have payroll, just because I have this, if I'm not delivering value to the consumer, my business ceases to exist. The only thing that is not true on is a dealership model, because dealerships are the only way to buy a new car. If you want to buy a new car, in US and Canada, you have to go through a dealership, which is bad. Yeah. Now, the idea of the government, I also think this is one of the biggest problems that dealerships have. I'm making a video later on this today, is maybe tomorrow, I'm debating on it, but is that dealerships cannot just look themselves in the mirror and say that they're the problem. And it's okay, right? Like, that's okay, that's life. But like, the idea that you need the government to regulate you because you can't be controlled. I believe the easiest way to regulate things, and this would be, we can look at any free market economist that would simply say that the market regulates itself. So if you allow competition to exist, that regulation happens naturally. If I could go through, let me just paint the picture. Let me say, as a consumer, I have the option. It's $1,000 cheaper, and I can buy the car right from the manufacturer. I can do it in 10 clicks on my phone. I know exactly what I want. It's easy to get delivered right to my house. Life is easy. Or option two, it's a wild, wild west. I'm going to talk to a dealer. Could be a good experience. Could be a bad experience. I might pay more. I might pay less. It's going to take longer for sure. It's not 10 clicks. I got to deal with somebody, go through their sales process, go through all of this. Now consumers have a choice, right? And I think a lot of consumers will naturally go to the direct to consumer option. So that will force dealerships to either go away or to earn their value, because now you can say, well, hey, it's more expensive to buy from a dealership, but let me show you all the things you get. And competition naturally is going to improve people. We've seen that for the last 200 years, that competition has always not only drove the price down, but has driven up the quality of goods and the quality of service.
And you know what? Fair enough. That's more than fair. I do believe in the free market as well, and that's actually one of the points I like to make. Yeah, sure, free market dictates the price. That's why you get these, crazy discounts on the vehicles, or you can negotiate it. Now, as a dealership, like let's say tomorrow, dealership model goes away. Fair enough. I don't feel comfortable as thinking as a consumer that if I walk in tomorrow to a a direct to consumer dealership, like a Tesla dealership, for example, I don't think that I can negotiate as much as I want. My uncle, bought a Tesla about 2022, and there was no, obviously, negotiation period. There's no discount. If you have a manufacturer discount, sure, that applies, but most of the time you don't really get a discount. And I understand that the argument to that would be, well, not everybody wants to negotiate. Not everybody wants to, change the price. Like, I just want to go in, buy the car, and be done with it, which is fair enough. The point I have in regards to free market is, when you have a dealership model, it allows the customer to be able to get certain discounts that they normally wouldn't get from the manufacturer, be able to get over the value for their trade-in. And overall, as you said, the free market dictates the price, right? If I'm in a dealership that I am not selling enough units to hit my bonus, well, now I need to move, metal fast. So now what am I going to do? I'm going to over-allow clients on their trade-in. I'm going to give more discounts. When you switch to a manufacturer model, direct to consumer model, I don't think that we're going to be able to see that happening as much. And just want to say this out loud. I don't believe that dealerships are building value in the right way right now, because like, dude, you $600, $800 tin package. There's no value in that, and I think that's the way that's been doing for so long. So people are very close to that argument where, like, well, we're bringing value because we're giving you this package that costs us $200, but we're retailing for 900. So I think that's the discussion, right? For in terms of like, well, we're bringing a value. I think that we need, as the dealerships, we need to build the value properly. Like, obviously, I'm getting a warranty. I'm selling it to the customer. If I can make a profit, yeah, sure, beautiful. I'm making a profit. But again, I think there's levels to that. And I don't think that fixing these problems is not just get rid of the dealership model altogether.
Yeah, and I've never once been a proponent from getting rid of the dealership model. I believe that competition should do its thing. I believe direct to consumer should be able to work side by side with the dealership model because that's going to fix most of your issues. Now, I would actually go as far as saying the manufacturer wouldn't negotiate at all. It'd be one set price, just like Tesla. So I know you said that there would be little. I would say there's no. Now, I still think that price would be cheaper because the manufacturer does subsidize the dealership model, and it is cheaper to just go directly to the source. I mean, that is adding a middleman to the equation has always been a more expensive endeavor. It's never been cheaper to the consumer. There's no world that there's no business that's ever existed that adding a middleman has made it cheaper. It has only made it more expensive. We can look at, and there's so many studies on that as well. But the general idea is that it is more expensive to the consumer to add that middleman. Now, if the middleman doesn't add value, in normal free markets, they would cease to exist. The problem right now is franchise laws have held them up to the point where that's the only way to buy a car. So that's the only way that they exist, right? So that's the problem that we run into. So I don't believe in I think it's insane to say that any business model doesn't have the right to try to earn a profit, right? I believe dealerships should try. I just believe that they should have competition. And I don't think that should be a crazy concept. And I think dealerships should welcome it, right? I want the dealerships to say, you know what? We want manufacturers to sell cars because we believe we're that much better at selling cars that manufacturers won't even want to step in my category. But right now, all they can do is sue because they're terrified of it, because they know for a fact if manufacturers get in, they're going to do it better, more efficiently, and cheaper. And that's why they're suing like crazy.
I mean, fair enough. I'm not gonna argue the fact that, oh, if you remove the middleman, it's going to be cheaper. That's a factually correct statement. I can't say anything against that. I think that really the problem seems to exist in a case where you have a dealership who is taking advantage of the customer, who's not giving the proper service. Because, and again, this is my opinion, I don't think that if the dealerships, their practices are correct, if they're selling their vehicles ethically, most of the time, I don't think the consumer would even be in the conversation of, okay, well, I want to buy directly from the consumer, right? Like, for example, I'll just give a couple examples. The simplest one is a lot of dealerships are not giving prices on the phone. And let's be real, one of the biggest reasons why your content is so popular, and frankly, that's how I found your content as well, is because I saw these dealerships who are refusing to give prices on the phone because, well, you might go shop around. So what? If the customer shops around, so what? I think the main problem is the practices that are currently being applied by the dealers. It's not necessarily the middleman, because to be honest, right now in the market, the average car price is at $50,000. $1,000 is not gonna revolutionize the industry. And I'm not saying to the customer, yeah, pay $1,000 just so you can buy from me. I'm not saying that. But what I'm trying to say is $1,000 in a $50,000 car doesn't flip the entire market. What flips is that the dealership that the consumer needs to deal with makes their lives a living hell. Dude, if I have a customer in my table more than 2 hours, I feel bad because that guy has work to go, stuff to do, he needs to go pick up his kids. So it goes back to the dealership practice. And I'm not going to, try to white knights here and be like, oh, well, look at me, I'm a good dealership and the rest of the market is bad. I'm not saying that. There's a lot of good dealerships, there's a lot of bad dealerships. And that's why I think that with proper regulation, it will be sold, not necessarily just remove the entire model. I mean, you can't really remove the entire model right now. Like you said it yourself, the franchise laws are prohibiting the manufacturer to, you know, get into the market of retailing the vehicles. So it's not an easy change. Maybe in 15, 20 years from today, something huge might happen, and then you have a change. But up until then, I think as a temporary fix to the industry, the way that the business is done by most dealerships who are having predatory practices needs to be regulated. Because if the dealership doesn't see a bad reaction, you know, a fine, a supervision, et cetera, they're gonna keep doing it, you know. So that's kind of my point. Yeah.
Yeah, but more regulation hasn't fixed any problems, right? Like the FTC is coming down all of a sudden, and that's not fixing much of anything. There's so many dealers that are just flat out ignoring it. The FTC doesn't even have many control. I don't think, I will stand by that. I don't think the answer is more regulation. Right now, we have a forced middleman, and I will repeat it multiple times. I'm not saying that we should abolish dealerships tomorrow. I believe you just get rid of franchise laws. I think you're saying that this would take 15, 20 years. No, I think it would take one signing and one vote in Congress to say franchise laws, and we have to go through every state and get rid of them in every state. Every state's gone. In theory, that could take one day. If everybody in Congress went through and voted on one day, they could all get rid of them. They could all abolish them, call it a day. Let's just say it takes 2 months because everybody has to get in the same room and everybody has travel plans, right? Like, I don't believe the idea of getting franchise laws. Now, to build a system, build a process, and allow manufacturers to do what they want to do, that's completely up in the air, right? How long would that take? How long would it take for a manufacturer to jump in? But we look at, you know, Volkswagen that spent $2 billion on Scout, and they haven't even sold a car in the US, and they're getting sued to not being able to do things. I just don't think the idea more regulation solves things. I think the free market does, but I appreciate your time, man. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you jumping on. I know it takes courage to do it in front of a whole bunch of people. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Have a nice day, man.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys, we are having people jump in that disagree with me. Whatever it is, I really do want, as you guys can see, I'm being pretty civil. I'm not going to be like, I'm going to talk about your opinions, but like, I want people that disagree with me, right? People that think that this should not exist. If you're like, hey, direct to consumer is not the answer. Okay, let's have a conversation, right? Anybody that works in car sales is allowed. You just need to DM me on Instagram, and then we just vet you to make sure that you actually work at a dealership, right? There's no rules to this, right? You can talk about any topic you want. If you disagree with me on anything. So just some things for reference, so you guys know, is I believe we should get rid of franchise laws tomorrow. I think that would fix the industry. I believe that 70% of consumers do not trust the car buying process. I believe that 7% of people do not, or only trust car salesmen. I believe that if you don't believe the car industry needs to be revamped from the bottom up, you shouldn't have a job in the industry. I believe dealerships are not entitled to a profit. What else? I believe the majority of consumers would go direct to consumer if they could. Let's go through and pull the next person on. Okay, we're going to pull Brandon up. Let's have a conversation with Brandon. What I do love is Zach Morris has said a lot of things in chat, but he hasn't been willing to come up on live. You're here every day, buddy. You can talk. This is your moment to tell everybody how wrong I am. I think you've been chatting and are you just afraid to actually say it out loud in front of people? What do I know? And that includes, even though Chevy Dude is not a car salesman, if Chevy Dude wants to come up and try to defend or apologize for what he said, certainly can. If you guys want to tag him, he certainly can. Anybody's want to have a conversation as long as you work, have that conversation. Okay, we're having the next person here.
Hey, this is Tommy, who I have the pleasure of speaking with.
I thought this was Brandon.
Oh, I thought you were Brandon. I'm Tommy. Just kidding, bro.
Oh, geez, Louise, man. I was at a hang up. I was like, dude, the thing, they got trolled.
But I got you good.
You got me. You won the first point of the day. You won the first point of the day.
Damn straight, brother. How are you doing?
Man, I'm doing well, man. Well, you understand the premise here. You can pick any topic you
Yeah,
want to debate me on that I believe in or don't believe in. Well, please
yeah,
give me a topic I believe in, so that it's easier for me to debate. But and sure, if you're gonna give me one I don't believe in, I guess I can try.
yeah. I agree with 98% of everything you've said from the day I watched your first content. Um, I worked at what they call a Highline store, so we had Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, etc. And I hate our industry. Um, I created a Facebook account and never put where I work because I was like, yeah, that's gross. Don't want people to know I'm in the car industry. The thing I'm disagreeing with to a degree is you've multiple times stated rate markup, and there is almost no rate markup these days. It's all flat. It's 1%, 1.5%, maybe 2%, but there really isn't. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, then if you believe that, then why not just ban it, right? Um, my general idea is that a finance manager, because I was in the back office, will
Yeah,
act as if they have a fiduciary duty, and consumers will blindly trust finance managers because they think they do have a fiduciary duty and they don't. But I think the general rule of thumb of trying to make money on the financing is an unethical thing without some type of disclosure that the person doesn't have a financial or a fiduciary duty.
so, to clarify, if they walked into the local credit union and the local credit union gave me 1% at 4.99, and they walked into the brick and mortar, they said, "Hey, client, 4.99. What is the what have I done wrong?"
Yeah, no, I think right now consumers are walking in not understanding that dealerships make money on rate and have a financial incentive to get you to pay a higher rate and convince you to say yes to a higher rate. That is the problem I have, and consumers don't understand that because dealerships use language, and I imagine your dealership uses the same, something along the lines of we have the best finance office, we work with the most banks, we will get you the most competitive financing. They use words that in any other industry you would only be able to use if you had a fiduciary duty, right? You can't say I have the
Right.
best rates, I'm going to take care of you, and then
Yep.
pick a rate that's more expensive to make more money. That is unethical in my eyes.
I agree. However, we, at least at my dealership, which is like a 9 franchise
Sure.
branded store, um, we're trained. You cannot say that legally. You can't say I've got the best rate. You can say I've got a good rate, but not the best, because
Yeah,
legally you.
I think the language is going to, if I go through and like I said, I think if I went through your dealership and audited your dealership, even if it's not the best, it's going to be like I'm going to take care of you on the rate. My finance manager's been doing this for 15 years. He always takes care of my clients. This language is still assuming that they have a fiduciary duty. People aren't going into the checkout line expecting that the finance person is going to make money on them, right? They're expecting that the person is helping them buy the product that they just bought with you.
Right. And then that gets to my next topic, which is incentivizing your car. Because I've never sold a car. I've whatever college educated. Just went into the finance office, and
Sure.
long story, they incentivize customers because they know the reserve. So if you're paying cash, it's 27.5. If you're financing, it's only 27 because we're going to make 750 off of the bank, and life's good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that should all go away.
Yeah. I mean, it's just how it is. So, um, other
Yeah,
than that, uh, with regard to the entire idea of dealerships in general, I loathe them. I hate what I do, but guess what? It makes you a six-figure income. You know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons why I left. I was good at what I did. I made money and called it a day, and started my own company. I'll say there's always options. So don't be afraid to leave if you don't want to, man. Life's too short to do something you hate just to make money. That's Ryan is one of our new hires. He was making $400,000 a year selling cars, and he left that job to work for us. And the reason being is he wanted to get in the ground up. Not saying to work for us, but like he took a huge pay cut to be here. But he took a huge pay cut to be here because life's too short, and he wants to be able to help change this industry.
His life matters.
Yeah, he wants to
life
change
matters.
Yeah, he wants to change this industry. He doesn't want to be in a world where, he's contributing to the problem. So,
yeah, no, much appreciated. And if you ever need a intelligent human being, my number's in the chat. So hit me up if you'd like, because I am about done with this. I can't fester the. And you're totally right, Tommy. These owners are such grubby guys. We have window etching. You know what that is probably. It's a complete bullshit. Sorry, bull crap.
you're good.
Issue. It's like that's as fake as whatever. So anyway, I appreciate your time, my friend. I will continue to watch you.
Okay, man, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Take care, Tommy. See you.
Bye. Guys, you don't have to believe it or not. Anybody who sells Toyotas will know who Ryan is. If they're a Toyota salesperson, they know he's a top 5 salesperson in the country. He's been selling 80 to 100 cars for the last 2 years. Has won every single Toyota award. He left to move us. And I will tell you, Ryan's exact words, he's come on to live before, is he believes his days are numbered because he believes delivered is the future. He believes delivered's actually going to make a change in this industry, and he can bank on trying to make as much money as he can in the industry right now, capitalize on it, or he can start early at delivered, because he knows we take care of our people, build a position that makes sense, knowing that we're going to take care of him, and be in a company that's going to change something rather than being at it. That's where he truly believed. And again, you can not trust his opinion, but it is. But yes, some people do take a pay cut in order to join Delivered. But I will tell you, if you go look up Ryan, you can call Cody. Cody will agree. Cody will tell you. But that's what Ryan bet on. Ryan is betting, and again, Ryan knows me really well. Me and Ryan are really close. Ryan is not a deal coordinator. He's part of our dealer relations. So really, he's involved with he's basically the head of with the negotiation side on making sure we get the best deals for our clients. So, but Ryan understood he took a risk, and it's okay. Okay, so who else we got? Boom. Okay. Looks like somebody wants to argue that. I'll let the Zachary guy come on if he wants to come on. He's a roofing car salesman, but disagrees with almost everything I say or something. If he wants to say something, he certainly can. We are looking to verify somebody here. If you disagree with what I say, or if your name is Chevy Dude because you can't put his name in my mouth, I don't know. But he talks about me quite a bit. You can certainly come on and have a conversation. You can certainly have a conversation, and we can have this, and we can go from there. And you can debate me anything you want. Some points that I have is I believe commission is destroying the car industry and needs to stop today. I believe that rate markup should be illegal unless you announce that you don't have a fiduciary duty, and that should be something that's signed before they ever walk into the finance office. I believe direct to consumer should exist and would be a more profitable option. I believe dealerships are not entitled to a profit. Tommy, don't think Chevy Dude was just talking about you. Do me a favor and go look at his comment section. But there's only like 2 big players in this game, and he just did an ad deal for one of them. So I imagine he's not talking about And to be frank, if Chevy dude wanted to, he could easily go out and say, I'm not talking about delivered. Delivered is awesome. He is great, but he's purposely not. Like every single comment, it's like trying to think of something in comparison. It's like saying, I don't like the online shopping store that has 2-day delivery instant and has Prime. And I'm not talking about Amazon. I'm talking about the 60 other places that have 2-day shipping and call something like, it's just like a weird, like, okay, we got Zachary. So Zachary here is not, again, I would like car salesman to come in, but Zachary has a fundamental thing with my argument. He's a roofing salesman. This might be interesting. But he says he disagrees with what I say. So we're going to let him on and see if this is worth it or not.
Zach?
Hey, Zach, it's Tommy. How's it going, man?
Oh, it's going good, man. Long time listener, first time caller.
Okay, man. Absolutely. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Let's just dive right into it. I don't know any of the topics here. I just know that you're roofing and you disagree with something.
Okay, so on sales and provide a service, all that, I completely agree. Obviously, for roofers, we sell an actual service. The big argument I have, I think, is that if you were to get rid of the dealership model, I see it a lot more like a Walmart or a marketplace or distributor of goods. If you were to get rid of the dealership model entirely, would you not just aggregate more of the wealth in a handful of car manufacturers? And since it's so difficult to make cars in the first place, would it not just like localize the wealth even more? You know, I'm not saying that the car industry is not a great place to make money, but if you were to get rid of that model entirely, there's a lot of guys out there that can't find a way in this world that now that entire position, industry, line of work is gone. And all that wealth just goes right back to, you know, the dozen or so car manufacturers. And I think that you would lose a lot of value in between where you would just end up making the rich richer, and the people in the middle that did find a way up, like yourself, wouldn't have another opportunity to do it.
I mean, it's not a bad argument. I mean, there's a few things to piece together. First off, you can make an argument that the wealth is already centralized in the food market when it comes down to like Walmart. Like Walmart is one of the most profitable companies in the world, and they're not. And farmers are the ones getting shafted here. So I mean, you can make an argument that the middleman is able to profit even more. And that wealth is centralized even with a mandatory middleman, or even though it's not a mandatory middleman, but a middleman. But secondly, we've already seen this model work when it comes down to a high ticket item with Tesla. So we see like right next to us, Tesla is able to do it, and they're able to do it at a more effective model. So like that's the problem that we have right here. It'd be different if, again, farmers can open up their own grocery store, sell their own, but there's a reason why they don't. It doesn't make financial sense to them. Manufacturers want to try to do it.
To your point with Tesla, the richest man in the world is the owner of Tesla. I would just say I agree that, you know, I'm not saying that dealerships don't need to provide more value, but if you were to remove the restrictions on that, I think you would find a lot more of the wealth would aggregate towards the auto. I would say I would counter your point of get rid of the dealership laws, but also at the same time, make it extremely easier to produce cars, like remove some of the regulations behind creating cars. So we could, obviously, I'm a dreamer and I hope that we can one day get the Toyota Hilux in America, but something along those lines. Otherwise, I feel like you would just end up moving all this wealth that the dealerships have directly to the car manufacturers.
Yeah, I mean, and again, this is one of the reasons why I say do not get rid of dealerships, just allow manufacturers to sell on their own, because it adds, I believe manufacturers and dealerships would have to earn their spots in both situations. Like I'm never a proponent of just having one model, because you're right, it would just be, if we only allowed manufacturers, it'd be a transfer of wealth. Now I would argue the reason why Tesla is so profitable isn't because they sell cars, is because they're a technology company and their technology is so valuable. Like that is why Tesla was able to kind of flip everything on their head. They became a tech company that sold cars rather than being a car company that built really good tech. And they're also a publicly traded company. And Elon, I'm not saying I like or dislike Elon, but Elon also has multiple other companies that he's doing that is, you know, like SpaceX, for example, that does attribute a large part of his wealth. I digress. I don't think that Tesla. I think if you allowed manufacturers, Mr. Toyota would now become the second richest man. But I just believe that we should have that. So competition should be existing. Manufacturers and dealerships should be able to work side by side.
That's fair. And I appreciate allowing me to say my 2 cents. That's one point I just never saw anyone say.
Yeah.
I love what y'all are doing, and I plan to use y'all as soon as I buy my next car.
No, yeah, absolutely, man. I appreciate it. It's a really good point.
All right. Y'all take care.
All right, bye. Why is it that the non-car salesman is the only one that can make a good point for us here, guys? So if you want to debate us, right, or debate me, right, debate me, and this might just be like, hey, Tommy, I believe you're a scam. I believe what you're doing is horrible, and I believe or illegal, whatever the thing is. I don't care what it is. Come on up, have a conversation. We can have it. You can talk to the thousands of people that are in here. I don't know how many people are on TikTok. I know we have 2,000 people on YouTube and Twitch. You can go through and have that conversation. You just need to DM us on Instagram and have that conversation, right? Tommy Toyota. Guys, Mr. Toyota is the CEO of Toyota. So right now we have nobody in the pipeline. I'm just confused. Okay, so Umbrella asked, I guess I'll answer questions while I'm waiting for any car salesman to come in. I'm confused. If you go to a website like BMW and build a car from scratch and it's delivered to the local dealer, isn't that buying direct from the manufacturer, or will the dealership still add markup? So no, that isn't buying direct to consumer or manufacturer, because you're still doing everything from the dealership. All you're doing is customizing the car the dealership is going to sell you. In a world where you're able to do that, and you can't even do it that way. You can go get a code, then take that code to the dealership, and then you go through the dealership process with your code. And again, that process can be as long or as short as the dealership so desires. I really wish some car salesmen. I'll have Car Edge on there if Igor wants to come on. He still owes me like $500K or whatever the number is. If he wants to have that conversation, I don't think he will. Zach Morris, Chevy dude. I don't care if Zach wanted to come on. He certainly could. Zach 1 or 2. Some controversial things just to spice up the conversation. I'm willing to have a defense. I believe that commission should be removed out of every dealership today. I believe that if you don't believe that dealerships have a problem, then you shouldn't have a job in the industry. I believe delivered is a net positive for the car industry, and it's going to change the industry in a major way. I believe that dealerships are not entitled to a profit. I believe that finance office rate markup should be illegal. What else? What else do I believe in? Anybody can come up and have this conversation. Yeah, you've lost it. Then John, if you disagree with anything, have a conversation. Like, just, again, you can see I'm respectful for everybody. I'm allowing you to speak your point. I'm not cutting you off. I'm allowing you guys to say whatever you want. Dealerships are not entitled to a profit. Correct. And you can make a profit. Sure. So can dealers. I'm not entitled to a profit either. But again, Johnny, if you want to come up and have the conversation, you certainly can. Just DM us on Instagram. Amy's verifying one. We got somebody that's getting verified right now. To verify your points, if your points went into law, Johnny, all you're doing is negotiating a car deal and you're getting $1,000 profit and you're not investing. Johnny, I would love for you to come up. I don't make $1,000 profit. I don't know where you got that from. And we're not just making phone calls. I mean, it's a whole different experience. But if you want to have that experience or have that conversation, you certainly can. Why don't you come on up? Have the conversation. If you believe that, again, I don't believe anybody's entitled to a profit. I'm not entitled to a profit either. He has a video that calls himself Temu Delivered. No, I'm not letting Chaz on, guys. Chaz, I'm sorry, man. You've been here. You've been on Call Lives before. Couldn't you just make the data available for consumers rather than charge them $1,000? People are not paying us to have the data. People are paying us to not deal with it. That is the difference. They do not want to deal with people, so they pay us $1,000 to not deal with it. So you're making a profit, is what you're saying, correct? I've earned a profit. Johnny, I need you to listen to the words for me, buddy. Dealerships are not entitled to a profit. Delivered is not entitled to a profit. Walmart is not entitled to a profit. No business in America is entitled to anything. Just because you have floor plan, just because you have inventory, just because you got payroll, does not mean your business should have a profit. You have to earn a profit. That is the idea. Consumers have to be willing to spend. Using my business, for example, just because I have a $1.6 million of payroll every single year does not mean consumers should be forced to use my service. They have to see value. And if they don't, guess what? They don't pay and my business falls apart, right? I'm not entitled to it. I have to earn that profit. I have to have consumers say, I'm willing to pay $1,000 more to deal with Tommy than deal with it myself. What happens when other people steal your entire business model and charge $400? You could certainly try. I just don't think a business model makes sense for it. We do about 5 hours of work and we have 5 people invested in every single car deal. I just don't think you could do it for 400. Our profit is, we spend $450 for every 1,000 we make. So, and that's with 0 ad dollars. So somebody would have to be more efficient than we are, which I believe we're a very efficient business, and not have any ad spend. So like that would be, I think it would be one of the hardest things for anybody to do, would have to go through and spend $0 in ads and still beat our cost. But even in that scenario, let's say a scenario somebody is able to do it and they are able to do it for $400, then yeah, I'm not entitled. If some more people see value in the $400 service than my $1,000 service, I either need to add more value or I need to lower my cost because I'm not entitled. People shouldn't have to pay me $1,000 just because I was the first one to do it. So you profit $550. Time to change the rules, buddy. I don't know what that means, buddy. Do you do all the paperwork? Do you get the car? Do you deliver it? I don't believe that consumers are willing to pay extra for any of that. Because I can do all of that with Tesla without having to pay more. Doing the paperwork nowadays is not a hard process to do. And in theory, you can have somebody e-sign almost anything. I'm asking, do you do that? No, not at all. We don't handle paperwork. But dealerships are selling a car willingly when they do a deal with us. Okay, let me do this. We have somebody else, but I really have to. Or most car salespeople don't make $1,000 on a car. I don't make $1,000 per car either. But again, I'm not replacing a car salesman. I'm replacing the car dealership. And most dealerships make over $550 profit on average a car deal. But again, if people don't see value in that, they don't pay me. And that's the beautiful thing about the free market. My service is 100, and this is why I feel confident standing my business model. My business model is not only 100% optional, but I teach everything I do for free online, and I don't claim that I can do something you can't. And still to that point, people still pay me $1,000 because they don't want to deal with it. Most dealers don't make $1,000 on a car. On the front and back, they absolutely do, Carmon. You can go look at Group 1's latest finance reports where they average over $2,000 on the front and over $2,000 on the back per car deal is what they average. That's Group 1, one of the largest dealers in the country. Yes, majority of dealerships are making more than $1,000 per car. But again, we're not talking 1,000. You have to say 550. Because you are equating my cost to, by the time they pay overhead, they don't, but that's how profit works. Like overhead is paid by service, and you know that. Again, Carmon, if you want to come up here, you certainly can. I'd love to have the conversation. We do have somebody ready to go. I do have to go to the restroom, but Let me go to the restroom real quick. But like, again, I would make the argument that dealerships do absolutely make money in service to offset that cost, and they use new cars as a sales leader. I'm driving. You can talk on the phone while you're driving. I guess you don't have to. That's great. Okay, I'm gonna go to the restroom, and then once we go through, and I will call. We have 2 people in line. We have 2 people in line. So let me go through. I'm gonna go to the restroom. Double tap the screen. Hey guys, let's have somebody else on. Yes, I washed my hands. Relax. Okay, we got another person here. Kyle. Oh, Kyle. Yeah, let's have Kyle. If you want to debate and have a conversation, you certainly can. Let's call Kyle.
This is Kyle.
Kyle, it's Tommy. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, Tommy?
Man, doing well, doing well. Hey, so yeah, I think you understand the premise. You can pick any topic to have a conversation on, something you disagree with. Think I'm a scam, think I'm horrible. So I'm allowed to say whatever. There's no rules other than don't say mean words.
No worries. I am on point here, so if I have to go suddenly, that's why. But
sure, good.
Yeah, love your content. I've been watching for a while now. Quick backstory: I'm lucky enough to work at still a family-owned dealership. We're a little bit smaller, so we're not a huge volume. We're not part of some big corporate, so we don't participate in a lot of stuff of the mandatory add-ons. You know, the low jack, pulse, stuff like that. So I have a lot of pride in the work that I do, and I actually don't have a problem with introducing a direct-to-consumer model. One of the big things that I thought of though when I first heard of it as an idea was, is this not going to make the experience at dealerships worse? Because the whole reason that I'm in car sales is because of the amount of money that I make, right? Just like what anybody does with a job. And if you introduce that direct to consumer, what's going to stop somebody from coming to my dealership, test drive a vehicle, find out exactly what they want, and then just buy from the manufacturer? All of a sudden, I didn't make any money because I didn't get that commission.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of different ways that dealerships would have to combat that. I've talked about this before. I think the idea behind it is that dealerships, if a direct to consumer would exist, would have to become a crazy luxury experience where people would feel like they were getting this amazing, hands-on experience with a lot of education. And I do believe that dealerships might even have to charge up front for that experience, at least for some of it, right? Having a partial fee up front and charging the rest there. But it forces dealerships to earn the spot, right? Where right now they don't have to earn a spot. And I think dealerships could fall down that route, but I believe competition would allow. I think business owners are naturally smart. I think that if they've built a business, they understand that there's ebbs and flows. And if direct to consumer would exist, I think dealerships would understand they were not going to be able to compete on price. So they're going to compete on experience. And if I can't drive the car from direct to consumer, and that's the only other option, and the other option is go to the dealership and I have to pay for that. Yeah, dealership, some people will pay for that experience, but you have to make it a worthwhile experience. It has to be more than just a test drive. But that's how I would imagine it would work. But again, that would be smart people on the dealership level that would have to figure it out.
Yeah, 100%. And that's basically the Miller Lite version of what you're doing. Dealerships charging people to come onto their lot because you're charging people $1,000 for your service, which is great. A lot of people don't want to deal with dealerships. But one of the things that I see in my line of work, like I mentioned, I'm at a smaller dealership. We don't have a lot of that add-ons. We don't have a problem. If somebody calls in, they want an out-the-door price, we send it to them within 5 minutes. We don't say like, oh, give me your social security number, give me your driver's license, anything like that. But that doesn't stop our competition that's just 30 miles away from, doubling us in sales when they do have all these add-ons and they do have all these more traditional, car salesman shticks. And we get by because we are able to say that we're family owned and operated. We're not part of this giant conglomeration. Money stays local, but that only goes so far with the consumer when they're able to go down the road and be like, hey, I know they have all these add-ons, but they undercut you guys by $1,500. So even though you guys are nicer, I like you, I'm gonna go buy from them. And I just think that would be an issue if you went direct to consumer. Is even though a dealership would up their game, be able to give a better experience for the consumer, at the end of the day, they'll still be like, well, I can get it straight from Ford, or I can get it straight from Mercedes for less than what you guys have. So sorry.
Yeah. I mean, and there's two different folds, right? Which the price still has to be somewhat competitive. But if I charge you $250 for test drives, and the dealership model was still able to make some money there, and it was like, okay, I think you could then build value on why it makes sense for us. Hey, we teach you how to use the car. We go through the features, you get X, Y, and Z. Dealerships would have to add value and really make it so the consumer, again, you got to think of my business model, right? I don't advertise myself as a money saving service. It is more expensive to use me versus doing it myself, but I have 400 clients every single month. I think the biggest issue right now that the dealership has is one thing I learned very early as a business owner is if you try to catch a wide net and try to get, like if I advertise, I help everybody, right? If you want to save money, if you want to save time, everybody hire me, you end up not getting the perfect clientele. I think dealerships are so obsessed with having everybody that they aren't focused on who their clientele is. And if I was your dealership at a small time dealership, I would be more expensive and I would be damn proud of it. And I would say, you know what, we do charge more because guess what? Our experience is that much better. And I encourage you to go ask any question to me and go ask any question to my competition, because you'll be blown away in just how you're treated like a human here, right? We do give numbers. And like I said, I wouldn't be afraid to say that we are not the cheapest option, but we're the damn best. It's what I say every day, and people still hire us and people still use us. And it's a very profitable business. It does really well. I think being honest and making less resistance can make huge waves in the industry. We're seeing that with Carvana CarMax, for example. Carvana CarMax are not the cheapest, but people still prefer to use them over some used car lots, even though you're spending thousands of dollars more, because it's a better experience. And I don't think it's a good experience. I just think the bar is so low that, like, oh, you give me numbers and you don't fight with me, cool, I'll give you money. Like it's the bar is that low.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And that is something that we do pride ourselves on, is that even though we're not as big, we're not going to have the best price, but, somebody calls me, it doesn't matter if it's my day off, I'm in Cancun, I'm going to answer the phone. Somebody's having an issue with their vehicle. I'd make sure that I get them to the right service advisor, all that stuff. And that's the value that I bring to my dealership. And that's the value that our dealership has over these larger conglomerates. But it still means that, we're not selling the same volume of some of these other guys. But just wanted to get your thoughts on that real quick. Love the content. Keep doing what you're doing. Unlike some people, I don't think that you're a scourge on our industry. And ultimately, I think if we work together, we can make it better rather than trying to fight each other. So
I love it, man. I appreciate your time. Dude, I want somebody who just disagree. I really want Zach, right? Do we have somebody else? I think we're verifying other people here, guys. I want people that disagree with me, like wholeheartedly. I appreciate everybody that says nice, but I really want to go through and like have people that are like, you know what, I don't like you. Like I would love Zach Morris to come up here. I would love Chevy Dude to come up here. It just boggles my mind that the people that disagree the most, the ones that are most vocal on, I would love to see Kenny Sells. Kenny Sells disagrees with me on a lot of stuff. I would love to have him on here. Plenty of people that can have these conversations that disagree on what I say. All you have to do is DM me on Instagram, guys. DM me on Instagram. That's the way you do it. That is going to be the best way to get there. We verify you work at a dealership. Maverick, just DM me on Instagram, verify you work at a dealership. And we can have that conversation. I don't want people to disagree just to disagree. I want people to actually go through and have that conversation. So basically what you're offering is people that don't want to go into a dealership. Yeah, that's my clientele. My clientele is for people, like I don't go out and say, hey, you can't do this on your own. You need to hire me or you're going to get screwed. I don't say that. It's unrealistic. People hire me because they don't want to deal with the experience. They value their time more than they do their money. My clientele is very specific. And I think a lot of business owners, like right now, the reason why the car dealership experience fails is because the car dealership has to accommodate everybody. They have to accommodate people that care about money, people that care about time. And they don't have, when you have to accommodate on 17 different people or different personalities, you end up not actually taking care of anybody in a good way. Have you ever bought a car from a car dealership before? Yeah. I would never buy a car without touching the car. That's you. That's great. Yeah, John, and maybe you are the person that would value that dealership experience, but there's plenty of people that would. And there's plenty of dealer manufacturers that would open experience centers. Like this idea that like if you buy direct to consumer, you can't drive or look at the car first. Tesla, you can look at their cars are in malls, dude. Like you can go to the mall and look at a Tesla and you'll go through an experience. They'll walk you through everything on a Tesla, right? You can go to they can go to their service center and drive one and go on a test drive. Like new, used doesn't matter. Like there's ways to drive vehicles that are direct to consumer. Lucid has a test drive experience. Oh, you're not talking to me. You're just saying how much to say. If you disagree and you want to jump on the live, have conversations. I'm debating anybody. What else? I give you guys like things. I thought the commission point would make people more mad. I don't believe dealerships. I think dealerships should get rid of commission tomorrow. I believe that dealerships are not entitled to a profit. I said that. I believe that you should never trust a dealership in our current model. I'll go as crazy as that. I don't think you should trust any car salesman as a consumer. It does not gain anything to trust the person in front of you. What else? Dude, I'm giving points that anybody can jump on, and if you want to have a conversation, you can. I believe manufacturers would be better to sell cars than dealerships, and I believe competition should exist. I believe that rate markup should be illegal. Yeah, Texas car guy, I'll say that. Yeah, I don't think you should, I think consumers should not trust any car salesman or car dealership or anybody. They should go in with no trust. I believe it doesn't benefit the consumer I don't believe it benefits the consumer at all. Oh, Texas car guy doesn't like it. I stand strong on that one. Nope, not even except for Texas car. I don't think you should trust Texas car guy right off the bat either. Boom. Yeah. I don't do motorcycles now. I mean, Texas car guy is trying to figure out what my angle is. I think that's what he's thinking in his head. You're fine. I'll defend the spot. The reason why I don't think you should trust, I don't think it helps consumers at all, is if I go in and trust a car dealership, dealerships, depending on the dealership, even if it's 40% of dealerships, even if it's 20%, do make more money the more money I spend. And some dealerships don't negotiate, but some do. And some will say they aren't commissioned and they are, and some say they don't negotiate when they do. If you just go in and fully trust a car dealership without doing any research, you are bound to spend more. Because the consumer can never actually trust of what you're saying is true or not, because there are so many bad apples in the industry. Have you ever worked in a car dealership before? I have. So even with Texas car guy, if you get a price from him, I do believe you should trust but verify. Or not trust but verify. Verify first. Verify then trust. I shouldn't trust a salesperson. Why should I trust you? What's the difference? Well, the reason why that I believe that it's hard to trust a car sales is that car sales, in their innate ability, is they make more money the more money you spend. And there is more dealerships that negotiate than don't. There's more dealerships that are willing to move the price than don't. My fee is a flat fee of $1,000. I make that either way. And my goal is only to give you advice and give you real advice. I don't make more to convince you to buy anything other than what I do. The $1,000 is just there. So because of that, and I put everything out there. So if you don't trust me, don't hire me. But the general rule of thumb with dealerships, if you go in and just fully trust a dealership and I say, I fully trust you, I'll pay whatever you tell me is a good deal, you will spend more. Now, dealerships can earn trust, right? Dealerships can earn trust. But I think you shouldn't walk into a dealership just because they're a referral or a friend or you saw them on TikTok and be like, oh, I trust you. Like, they have to earn trust. Just like I have to earn trust, right? You shouldn't trust me without verifying and doing research. Sure. So he's saying no matter what, I make the money. Yeah, but then now you have to go through and go through that process, right? Now you have to go through that process and see, does Tommy, does my reviews show that? Do you see other people that are talking about that? Do you see this live and see that's how I treat deals? That's the kind of experience you have to go through. Okay, so Texas Car Guy says, how about this? I'll sell a car at true cost plus $1,000 over as you charge. How would that be fair? I don't think that'd be fair at all. Because I think consumers don't see $1,000 worth of value. The reason why they see $1,000 worth of value with me is I'm willing to call 10, 20, 30, 40 dealerships in order to find what is the actual best deal for them. I'm going to go through and figure that out. That might be the deal you gave, might be better, might be worse, but they know for a fact somebody's working for them. And that $1,000 is well spent there. They also know that they don't have to go through the dealership experience. They don't have to go through any of that. They literally sit back, relax, and all of it's done for them. I don't think dealerships are innately going to pay $1,000 for the true cost, because really the true cost, we both know this, Texas Car Guy, dealerships are willing to go below true cost. Right, wrong, or indifferent, they are. And I've called 100 dealers before, yeah. Yeah, a service center still makes money, right? Like, this is like this idea, like, and this is again where we're talking about. So Car Mom is saying that dealerships have service, and I think that I could be wrong, but from what I'm reading, that entitles them to some type of profit because they take care of them. Dealerships make money in service, a lot of money in service, even with warranty work. And on top of this, franchise laws have made it that only dealerships can do warranty work. I think it's insane that we can't have warranty work done at a small mom and pop shop that has a certified Ford technician to do Ford warranty work. If they don't have to, they have to go through the dealership model. The entire model is subsidized, and service makes money every single time you're there, right? Like, and the Car Mom says you're gone after a transaction. And this is where people don't understand delivered, which is fine, right? Find me any proof that I've abandoned a client after the deal. I had a client that called me from 2.5 years ago to ask me a question on their vehicle and what they should do. And I answered the phone and had a conversation with them. Like, this idea, like, you guys don't, and this is why, like, I think that dealerships really need to explore what their competition is doing. I think dealerships should go buy a car from Tesla. I think dealerships should secret shop my company and other companies like mine to see what the experience is, right? You know how much money I spend anywhere between $20,000 to $30,000 a year secret shopping my competition. I believe it's super important for me to go through and actually spend money. Last year we spent about 10 to 15. This year we're going to probably spend about close to 25,000 just secret shopping, paying for their service, going through the experience, and seeing what it is as a secret shopper. It makes sense. Okay, so let me do this for you, Car Mom. So I want to talk to you here. So I want to show you like what it's like to buy a car. Actually, let's do two things here. Two things. I'm going to read a message out. This is a message we got from a client yesterday. I'm going to read this. They gave us a 5 out of 5 star rating. They said, yes, funny story. And this is why you guys are doing great business and your business actually helps people. The dealership you guys got my deal with is the closest Toyota dealership. I went there, I test drove the car before shopping to see if I really liked it in person and see how I liked it on the internet. I tested the car and one of the salesmen was talking me into buying one, right? My husband and I both said we wanted the price range, and we said we wanted to negotiate the out-the-door price. The salesperson said, good luck finding someone who would discount a 2026 RAV4 when they're selling like crazy. And the demand is pretty high. I can find someone who will pay your price out the door. My husband and I were shocked about the rudeness and have been told that that specific dealership is very hard, almost impossible to get a discount. We've always negotiated the out the door price ourselves, but with this dealership, it was impossible. My husband is a longtime fan of Tommy, and we learned about his YouTube videos and successfully negotiated a car in the past just using his knowledge and tips. But we couldn't with this dealership. My husband suggested we try the service since he really wanted to gift me a brand new 2026 RAV4 since I've been in love with this car since the first videos came out last year. We contacted you guys. You were able to get a deal with that same dealership. My husband and I were in shock, but mostly happy because of the convenience of the deal. Thank you once again for proving that you can, in fact, negotiate with any deal the out-the-door price for a high-demand brand new car. I hope to share this message with the team, and hopefully you share this message with Tommy. My husband is the best, and he wanted to get me a new car. It was a gift from him, and he is a very smart guy and works in tech. I know he would love if Tommy could send him a little message or say something like he would like. We watch Tommy's videos even for fun because we think he's fun, and his videos are hilarious and informative as well. Hopefully you get the message to Tommy and maybe make a happy husband a kind enough gift to a brand new car. So like that experience, they went to their local dealership. They actually tried to buy a car, but it was such a bad experience that they hired us and we were able to work with that dealership. That's crazy. Yeah, I generated a review. That'd be a crazy one. What happens if the customer gets to the dealership and they change the price? It almost never happens. We have protection for that. You couldn't do what you do without them. Correct. I'm a middleman fixing middleman problems, and I think it's absurd. I don't think my business should exist. I will say, Car Mom, you said you are driving and you are texting, and it's crazy that you're willing to text but not jump on the phone. That's just my thoughts. I think it'd be safer if you want to jump on your opinion, like you're texting and driving, while but you won't jump on the phone because you're driving. Like, something doesn't add up, right? But again, I am very clear. I want to just say this for the camera. I don't think my business model should exist. I think it's absurd that dealerships have gotten so bad that a middleman has to come in to fix a middleman's problems. 7% of people trust a car dealership and 70% of people do not like the car buying experience. That's on you. And I think you should just be embarrassed that anybody is able to build a multi-million-dollar business in a movement like this because people hate buying cars this much. I don't care if everything I said was a lie. You should be embarrassed as an industry that somebody can come in and decimate your industry just by showing people what it's like to buy a car. So I'm going to keep doing this until I fix the problem. And when I fix the problem, move on. Like, I'm not here. I know people don't believe me. People are like, Tommy, you're making so much money. You want this to last forever. I don't. Guys, I truly believe I have an awesome skill set to fix problems, and I'm going to keep doing that for the rest of my life. My goal is to fix this problem and move on, right? I do not want to be in the delivered car buying negotiation. I believe this is insane that consumers spend more with me, right? They have to spend more. I believe a middleman adds a burden and we shouldn't allow that, right? So we need to make it so it makes sense. So I'm going to keep advocating for consumers. I'm going to keep fighting for consumers, and we're going to keep doing it. And one of two things is going to happen. Either dealerships get fixed and Tommy goes out of business, or delivered becomes so big that consumers stop thinking about dealerships. They truly stop thinking about dealerships and they say, I'm going to just go buy a car and call Delivered. And Delivered handles it all, and dealerships just become a manufacturing warehouse. And I'll tell you, Johnny, in that model, you're going to have people, and I will tell you, this is already happening at some dealerships. We have multiple dealerships in the country that do deals with us that we're paying salespeople minis, but because of the little amount of work that they have to actually do for a delivered deal, they pay somebody, I think, $20 an hour because they don't have to do anything else. It doesn't make any sense to pay a salesperson even $100 to do a deal for 15 minutes of work. We have dealerships in this country that have delivered divisions. that'll go through and just give, here's the numbers that we do on this car. Yep, we'll negotiate. Let me go into my manager. Here's the deal. Go back and forth, and then here's your car, right? Like that is where this is at, right? This is where deal, and that's what's going to keep happening, right? Owners are smart, right? If they can still sell, if an owner can still sell 300-400 cars a month and not pay a sales staff, do you think they're not going to do it? Do you think that they're going to be like, you know what, my car salesman deserves to make? Let's be real. How many car owners have cut your pay plan because you started making a little too much money? Owners are going to do what's best for them because that's what car dealerships do. Again, if anybody wants to debate any of these points, they can jump on the live. I've been super respectful with everybody on here. I haven't argued with any. I mean, I'm arguing. That's the whole point. But if you want to jump on, you certainly can. But I will tell you guys, for without a shadow of a doubt, that if Delivered keeps doing what they're doing and keeps growing to the point, salespeople will start losing their job because it doesn't make sense to pay salespeople minis on Delivered deals. Doesn't. Like, if it takes you 15 minutes to do a deal, why in the world would I pay you $100 to $200 as an owner? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why would I not pay somebody $25 an hour that can get the numbers, do this, and call it a day? Let's get rid of more jobs. It's not about getting rid of more jobs, but if it gets rid of more jobs, Tyler Wright is the GOAT. Let's go Dave Wright, Nissan Super. I don't know if Tyler Wright's the GOAT. He's a fine guy, I guess. Actually, no, I lied. No, I'm not. No, he's Tyler. Yeah, Dave Wright. Dave Wright has their own thing coming. That's fine. Isn't Delivered a broker service? No, we're not a broker service. One hour, but Carmom, how are you? Did anybody answer how she's able to text and drive, but she can't talk and drive? It just doesn't make any sense. My biggest gripe with Tommy is he's speaking to TikTok primarily and mostly ignoring the other social media he's broadcasting on. That's not true. She's using Siri? You think it's safer to use Siri onto TikTok chat? Can anybody find her Instagram? My team, can they find her Instagram and DM her? I don't even know if you can use Siri to comment on TikTok. I wish I had more people to debate. I really want people like Carmom's debating. Like I want to have somebody that wants to debate me. You see the video on Chevy guy? Yeah, Chevy dude. Yeah, I saw the video. I have a video responding to it tomorrow. I will tell you, if there's any video that you should watch, it's going to be the one tomorrow. I think you guys are going to be shocked after that one. I think you guys are going to be shocked for the video tomorrow. You're probably doing voice to text, but calling in would be easier. It would be. Why are discounts on Infinity? What are like 10%? Doug DeMuro recently said he's pro dealership in a podcast. Debate him. I'll debate Doug DeMuro. You want to have a conversation? I more than want to have a conversation with Doug. And I do this, guys. What I try to do this is every week or every other week because I want to give car salesmen an opportunity to be able to shut me down. Is this her? You're really not like. Are you like a broker? Is she just a broker? There's a place for you in the business. I get it. But wanting to end commissions is absurd. No, it's not. Okay, so let's just go. I'll go through this point because I have to debate nobody here. But let's just have that conversation. So right now, 7% of people trust a car salesman. That means 93% of people do not trust you. And one of the major reasons why is the more money you spend, the more money you get me to spend on the same exact product, the more money you make. Which means I can never inherently trust you because you are always incentivized to convince me to spend more for the same product. So eliminating commissions would make it in a way that you could actually trust a car salesman, at least somewhat trust a car salesman, because they wouldn't be paid based on the amount of money you spend. That easy. I sell 20 cars a month on referrals. Yeah, Johnny, but I promise you, if all of those clients were actually educated, then they wouldn't be using the service, or they wouldn't be paying more for your thing. I want you to go to the next person that you have spend more, and I want you to say, hey, you know that RAV4 you bought today? Somebody else earlier today paid $2,000 less because they asked me the right questions. But remember, you worked with me, and that was worth $2,000 more, right? No car salesman would do it because they can't actually prove it. But they can't prove they are actually adding value. One man's ignorance is another man's opportunity. That's how the world works. I would disagree with that entirely when it comes down to the product and the same price. If two people go into Best Buy and they're both, one is ignorant and one is educated, they both pay the same price for the LG TV. Now, you can make an argument that I bought a Jeep and I shouldn't have bought a Jeep, and that was the ignorance, right? But you can't say that somebody spent $4,000 more on the TV because they were ignorant. That's insane, and it's one of the reasons why. And in the end, if dealerships are okay with it, you have to understand you are willing to trade public trust for profit. You are willing to trade public trust for profit. And if you're okay with that, that's fine. Do we actually have her? Diane. Okay, Diane is here. This is Car Mom. We're going to allow her on here. Is this it? We got the right number. Okay. Let's go through. Let's see it.
Hi. If you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
Tommy, debate.
Hey, Tommy.
Hey, Diane. How's it going?
Good.
Okay.
Hey, so I just want to clarify, I'm not texting and driving. It's talk to text.
No, you're fine. You're fine. No worries. Okay, so you've had a lot to say. I'd love you to speak your mind.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Oh, I said you've had a lot to say, so I want to give you the floor to speak your mind.
Can't hear you.
Hello.
Hi. There you are.
Okay. Yeah, I'm giving. Oh, sorry. So you've got a lot to text, but I'm just going to give you the floor to speak your mind, or anything you agree or disagree with. I'm all for you speaking your mind.
Well, great. You know, you're breaking up quite a bit. So yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I do exactly what you do for a living. And I appreciate what you do. However, the dealers are a big part of the ecosystem. So in order for us to do what we do, we rely on the dealers, right, to carry out certain functions of that sale, and also to service the customer after the sale. They also provide a lot of jobs in the, not just sales, but service and the business office. I mean, they employ hundreds of people in the community, and they pour a lot of money into the community. They bring a lot of taxes to the community. There's a lot of overhead, and I just don't think it's really fair to beat them up the way that you do, because they're an important part of the ecosystem. They're possible, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would disagree that I think consumers would disagree that they're an important part of the ecosystem. If they were, then they shouldn't be afraid of getting rid of franchise laws, right? If they're not afraid of getting this. Now, I will say your mentality. I think you're a broker versus I consider myself a car buying advocate. I do think there's a difference, and I think that's the biggest.
I'm both. I'm an advocate all over the United States. I only have a dealer's license in the state of California. So most of my deals are done outside of California.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, that's totally fine. My agreement here, and where I will say is that you
And
want deal.
I only have a broker's license because for a fiduciary responsibility, number one. Number two, I'm insured, so I have a bond, which is important to have. And I mean, I'm not going to get licensed in all 50 states. There's too many regulations to do that. But I mean, there is a reason why I have a dealer's license here.
Yeah, and I would argue that having a dealer's license or having a broker's license, I don't. It depends what state you're in. There's very few.
I don't accept money from dealers. So
if
that's your next point. In California,
nope, that was not my next point, but I was going to get there. I was going to say that me having a dealer's license. No, I wasn't. Yeah. Let me just. I promise you, I've let you talk and didn't cut you off. And when you cut me off, I let you keep going. My point means that you don't have, like, me having a dealership license does not give me or force me to have a fiduciary duty. No dealer's license gives you or forces you to have a fiduciary duty. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this problem, right? So again,
but you have certain protections for the consumer when you have a bond. And having a dealer's license, you have to get licensed, you have to abide by certain laws. There is a benefit to the consumer for that.
But the benefit is not a fiduciary duty.
And you can Google that. That's Googleable.
Yeah. I did the Googleable part, which is that you don't have a fiduciary duty, which basically means I have no legal
fiduciary protection for the consumers.
A fiduciary duty is different than fiduciary protection. So with fiduciary duty, I have to do what's financially best for you in every single scenario, and not what's best for me. That is what a fiduciary duty means. Dealerships do not have a fiduciary duty. Otherwise, when it came down to rate, they would have to disclose this is the best rate that we can get for you because it is the best rate for you, not what's best for the profit. When it comes down to brokers or when it comes down to dealers, there's no fiduciary duty there. There's no state that it says that you have a fiduciary duty.
No,
you have fiduciary responsibilities to do the service.
No, I do. I have one.
But you don't have a fiduciary duty, not legally.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. You worked at a dealership. Were you in finance?
I was, yes.
So have you ever had a customer come in and say, I got 12.9 at Bank of America, and you submit the deal to Bank of America and Wells Fargo, and you end up getting them 2 points better, but you're still holding 2 points?
Yes, because I didn't have a fiduciary duty.
But do you think that they shouldn't be allowed to keep those 2 points when they just save the customer 2 points off their very own bank?
No, so again, the argument is, do dealerships have a fiduciary duty? And they don't have a fiduciary duty.
No, they don't, because they're not financial advisors, but they do have certain responsibilities, and bonds protect the consumer in that regard.
Bonds protect the consumers from the actual work being done.
CFPB does as well. There's different, like the FTC, and the FTC is taking care of it, and there are totally... I agree with you in that there's dealers that are not doing the right thing by the consumer. But there's a reason why there's become more transparency. There's a menu during the process to show them what their rate is. Like, there's different protections for consumers. And I think that you're going a little overboard in regard to how some of this plays out. Like, different dealers have different models and different philosophies. And there's a lot of bad dealers out there, but there's also a lot of good ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and nobody's
So
disagreeing that
here,
there are good or bad dealers, but
right.
what I am
So
saying here is consumers are right now are forced to use the dealership model. I have to go through that adventure if I want to buy a new car, right? So the
well, they're
idea
not.
behind
There's people like you and me. They're not forced to do
but
anything.
even going
The
through me
fact
or
that
you, they still
dealers,
have to deal with the dealership or one way, unless you truly are a broker and you can handle the paperwork, which
right,
which again, I'm not a broker, I can't handle the paperwork. So they do have to deal with the dealership
right.
eventually. They have to buy from the dealership, and that tax is still on there. And when it comes down, when you're forcing, the government is forcing a consumer to use, this is the only way to buy this car. I do think that there should be a fiduciary duty from the dealership because the consumer doesn't have any other option, or at the very least, they should have to sign a disclosure to say, we do not have a fiduciary duty here. There is an expense for using our finance office, and we believe that you should pay that expense, but you should sign here to let us know. Otherwise, you can go get your own financing. But the problem is that dealerships don't use that language. They use the language, we have the best finance team. We've been doing this for 35 years. We've worked with 20, we can probably get you a better rate than you can with your own bank, right? That's the things they say, which would imply they have a fiduciary duty. But the whole reason we had this conversation was you said you had a fiduciary duty because you have your dealer's license, and I'm disagreeing with that point. That doesn't give you a fiduciary duty. That doesn't make you have anything. And you can choose a deal if you were taking money from the dealership that doesn't make the most sense for the consumer, but makes more sense to you. Now, I'm not saying you do that, but you have that option as a broker to whatever makes the most sense, and whatever you advertise to the client is the deal that you can give them. You are not fiduciarily obliged to go through and say, I have to give you the cheapest car I can find that makes the most sense for the consumer because I have a duty to you, or you have to pick the lowest rate or anything along those lines. None of that is needed because that's not implied with a dealer's license or a broker's license.
Let me ask you a question. What do you have protects? Do you have a fiduciary responsibility to the consumer? I mean, if you don't, like, what is it about you that's protecting the consumer?
Yeah. So one thing that I believe is, so no, I don't have a fiduciary duty as well. There's no fiduciary duty needed. The only ones that need are financial advisors. But again, I believe if you're going to have a business model that's required, you should have a fiduciary duty. But when it comes down to it, the reason why I believe consumers can trust me is that I'm very public with everything I do. I'm very transparent. All my business, my profits, my expenses, my pay, everything goes out there, and consumers get to make a choice. Is this person worth it, or is there not, based on the words they say? And if they don't like that, they can skip me and go to the dealership and avoid the process. What I don't like is that people don't have that option at the dealership. They can't say, I don't trust you. I don't believe you have my best interest. I want to buy from Toyota. They don't have that option. With me, they have the option just to say no, right? You hire me because you believe I'm going to do what's best for you.
Well, they do have that option. They can say to the dealer, I don't trust you, and they can grind the dealer down. Right? And
but they can't skip the dealer.
If they pay you and they don't trust you, then they can't get their money back.
So we charge on a consulting fee, but I will tell you that anybody who hires us wouldn't hire us and not trust us. That would be weird. We charge an upfront fee for our service, so there has to be an implied trust the second you hire us.
But what if they don't want to do the deal? Like, I mean, they don't get their money back. So
yeah, correct, because they're paying. Again, I don't advertise. Again, this is where you have to go through advertising. I don't advertise this as a money saving service. I'm very clear up front that I don't guarantee you a certain deal, right? I guarantee you to go out to the market, figure out what's a good deal, and then tell you what that information is. Some clients like it, some people don't, and you can do your research to decide if it's worth it or not. I would say my reviews, I've been doing this for 3 years. We're doing over 400 deals on a monthly basis. If we were screwing over a lot of clients by doing that, it would be unfair. I would tell you, I would say I don't think I've run into a situation where somebody's unhappy with a deal and we've done 5,000-6,000 deals. It's one of those things where we're pretty transparent. We show everything we do. So like you get a customer profile page where you see every dealer we talk to, you see every dealer that we're actually working with, and you see every bid. So it's very easy for you to go and say, delivered, did their work. I feel confident with this. And then you make a decision, right? And clients don't always even pick the cheapest option. Sometimes they pick, like this client that I read the review on earlier. They didn't pick the cheapest option. They picked the one that was closest to their dealer because that's what made the most sense for them. It's not my job to make a decision for them. It's my job to get the information and let them make a decision.
Why did they choose the dealer closest to them?
Because that's what they wanted to do.
Is it because maybe the dealer offers a service that you don't offer? Like what
No. So reading this review, they didn't want to have to ship the car with an unnecessary expense. They tried to buy the car from that dealership, and the dealership was refusing to give them the deal they asked for. So they ended up paying for us. We ended up covering our fee and getting them the deal they asked for at the same exact dealer. So for them, they got to skip that entire process where somebody basically was rude to them and said nobody's going to negotiate the deal. They ended up being able to work with that same exact dealer, skip the entire thing in and out in 15 minutes, while still not having to ship a car, not having to do anything. Everybody's different on why they picked the deal, but for them, they don't have a relationship with the dealer. They bought the car because it was going to be the best option that made the most sense for them. But no, they didn't buy the car because they're going to do their service work. You know, if you work anything in dealers, that service and sales are basically two different businesses.
Right. So I agree with you on that.
So there's no benefit to the consumer to buy a car at a dealership because the service isn't going to treat them any different.
So I just think that honestly, the whole $1,000 is fine, but you realize that most salespeople aren't making $1,000 on a car deal. I mean, if they're making a couple $100 for all the work that they do, then that's about average. And the dealers, in most cases, on the front end, aren't making $1,000 in a lot of cases, most cases. So you can sit here and quote Group One and AutoNation and all these other, but for the amount of work that they do on a car deal, every business is entitled to a profit. I think it's the experience and in some cases that you're speaking to, right? But at the end of the day, they're definitely not saving money. It's actually costing them money to work with you or me, for that matter.
Yeah. So first off, $1,000 per deal is not my profit, right? Like people keep saying that that's not my profit. I have $1.6 million of payroll every single year that I have to pay. We have expenses that we build out our CRM, our client experience.
Right.
But again, our profit is about $550 per car. So, and again, you can argue that that's more than what a car salesman, that is correct because we have an optional service. We have demand for it. For example, our wait time right now is over 3 weeks. Like that's our wait time right now. The market has said that people are willing to pay $1,000 because they believe our service is worth it. And that's the beautiful thing is that people didn't see value in it. If people were like you, like that's too much, they wouldn't pay, right? Like
So let me ask you a
easy.
question. So you charge $1,000 and then the dealer still has to do all the work, really.
They don't.
They still have to deliver the car. They have to do the paperwork.
Here,
they have to get the deal financed. They have to do all the things, right? They have to deliver the car.
Let me play this video I got today. This is 4 hours ago from a car salesman that posted on TikTok. I just want you to listen to this real quick.
Did a deal with Tommy from Delivered, and to be honest with you, it was one of the easiest experiences that I've had. He had a client all the way in North Carolina looking for a RAV4 XSC. I ironically had one in the same exact specs, meteor shower, black interior, all the bells and whistles, everything like that. He has actually a portal where you can go ahead and submit a bid. I submitted my bid. I ended up winning. They gave me a deposit, sent them the out-the-door number, everything like that. Good thing is, the dealership I'm at is actually very straightforward and transparent. Gave me the deposit, did the credit app, all of that stuff. Waited 2 months for it to come in. This morning, ended up picking him up from the airport. He was finished with me in 20 minutes. It could be that easy, guys, to be honest with you. So shout out to Tommy.
And we get those videos every single day. The car salesman in total spent less than an hour, made a $150 mini, so made $150 an hour, which would be $300,000 a year. Had to do little to no work on the deal compared to having to chase. And how many car salesmen have you been in car sales have chased a 9-hour mini where you're working with a car salesman for 9 hours going back and forth, and in the end they end up not even buying a car, or they buy a car and you make $100, right? One of the things that I value myself in.
There's a lot of work that goes on before the customer ever shows up.
But that car salesman just today, that video you can find was posted 4 hours ago, and there was 3 other ones that were posted yesterday. That is a car salesman's opinion from doing a deal with us, right? We have Ryan that was making
but you've got sales managers that you're dealing with in a lot of cases, and those guys are the ones that are doing the work.
If it didn't make sense for dealerships to do deals with us, they wouldn't do deals with us, right? Businesses have the dealership has all the information possible, right? They understand if it's worth it or not. And I will tell you 9 times out of 10, most dealers that do business with us for the first time say, oh my gosh, I didn't realize how easy this is. This takes 15 minutes of our time. Yeah, we'll just do as many delivered deals as we humanly can.
Sorry, I can't hear you. What did you say?
No, I said when it comes down to it, our deals are faster for the dealership because we know exactly what we want because we have the market data. So the idea that it's spending, no dealership is spending hours of time on delivered deals. They are spending at most all in an hour. But most dealerships are spending less than 30 minutes all in on a deal with delivered. That's just how fast and efficient we are, because I've worked in the industry and I understand one of the reasons why car sales people like to do business with us is that I understand the pain they went through. So we try to make things fast and efficient. There's a reason why the dealers that have done business with us have been like, oh my God, this is great. This is easy. That's why that car salesman made a TikTok out of
Respectfully,
nowhere.
Tommy, that is not true. It takes 30 minutes to just put the deal paperwork and all the stuff in the computer to finalize
Why
the
does it
deal.
take 30? I was
right,
in finance. What do you like? I was in finance. How
there's
long?
a
Like,
lot
it does
of
not take
work
30
that
minutes to load a
goes
deal.
behind the scenes that you don't see, that you're not accounting for.
I was in the industry. I was sales, finance, and sales manager. If you have an
You're
efficient deal and
diminishing
skip the entire
value.
process,
You're
does not take
diminishing the
more.
value. You are diminishing the value of the dealers. They are a very big part of the ecosystem, and you're bashing them, and they're your partners.
So here's the difference between me and you. You want this business model to continue because it's your business and you want to keep profiting
No,
off of it, and they're
I'm
your
not
partner.
saying
No,
that.
one second.
I
They're your
agree
partner,
that
as you
there's.
said. They're your
I
partner. So
agree
if
that
they go out
there's
of business,
unethical dealers. You're
okay,
not.
no.
You're
So
not
if they go out of
listening.
business tomorrow, you go out of business tomorrow, which is their partner. I don't consider this. I am willing to keep fighting this fight to fix this industry if it means putting myself out of business. If it means delivered does not
Well, I
exist,
don't
but
believe that for a minute. I don't believe that for a
that
minute. What are you going to go do?
every
Be a
single
travel?
employee that starts here
Travel
in our
agent?
employee handbook, the first thing they look at says we are a business that is trying to put ourselves out of business. 1,000%. Why would I not be doing exactly what you're doing, which is advocating that direct to consumer, right? I'm advocating for direct to consumer. That puts me out of business.
I don't believe that you're okay with you going out of business. I think that's not true. I think that's just semantics.
Here's the thing that's the difference between me and you is I believe I have a skill set that if I solve people's problems, then I can make a profit.
It has nothing to do with the dealers going out of business.
No,
I don't
but the
care.
problem is if dealerships go out of business tomorrow, I'm still going to be a profitable business owner.
If it goes direct to consumer, the dealers will figure it out. They'll pay flat fees for a delivery for the car. They'll figure it out if they become experience centers.
And that's exactly what I've said, which would make it a better experience for the consumers.
But they've been talking about that for years. You're not the first guy to come up with this idea.
But I am by far the person that has popularized it and moved it, right? I'm not the first person to think about this movement.
I'd say
but I'm the first.
Elon Musk did, but that's okay.
Elon Musk is doing it for his own business and doing it at one car, right?
You're doing it for your own business too.
But no, I'm doing it for every brand and trying to change. Tesla is not trying to change Toyota's business model. It doesn't make sense. Tesla wants Toyota to keep having dealerships because Tesla has a competitive advantage.
How are you changing Toyota's business model? Are you talking to Toyota about this?
I am advocating every single day that direct-to-consumer should exist. Yes, I am fighting for it in every single video that direct-to-consumer should allow, and I'm fighting for franchise laws. And yes, I am building a movement strong enough, which we're not there yet, but as we grow, as we continue to grow, once we start doing, let's just say 1,000 deals a month, let's just say I have 10 million followers, and now we start making a movement to say, hey, let's have a conversation, Toyota. Let's try to figure out a way to get rid of franchise laws. We have a much stronger access to be able to do things. And people call me crazy. That's totally fine. But guess what? That's exactly what most businesses are. A little bit crazy to believe that they have the world to be able to change an industry. But I believe I can change this industry. I believe my selfish intent is that I want a Wikipedia page saying Tommy Makula changed the way Americans buy car. That is way more exciting to me than making a few $1 million on selling and owning delivered for as long as I need, right? I believe consumers shouldn't have to deal with my service, your service, or dealerships if they don't want to, and the consumer process should just be easy. And I'm telling you, we are changing an industry. I'm telling you, dealerships have to change the way they do business because we exist. They understand that consumers are becoming more and more educated every single day. And you can argue through the moon and back, but I will say that I 100% made an impact.
I think it's great. I think a more educated consumer is the best thing ever. They're so much easier to work with.
Correct. So what again? So when it comes down to the dealership model, again, all I say is that direct to consumer should exist. I'm not saying dealerships should go out of business tomorrow. I'm saying manufacturers should be able to allow to sell cars, and I believe that would fix all problems.
So what are you going to do after it goes direct to consumer? I'm just curious. What will you do for a living?
So as long as the business model is fixed, which I believe it would be fixed, I would fix another problem. Like, here's the thing that I've learned building this business, and I love that I've done this, is I've realized if you solve a consumer's problems, they're willing to pay you money for it. So all you have to do is find consumers' problems and then charge money for it, and you have a business. I've proven that with Delivered. And again, we were able to turn a business with $0 of ad spend into a business in its third year that's going to be making well over 5 million. Like, this is a skill set that at the very worst case, I could take into any major corporation and say, look what I've done on social media, hire me to run your entire marketing team. I believe if I wanted to, I could probably get a pretty high job at any manufacturer that would love to have me for the impact I've had in the industry. But I believe that I would just keep running businesses, right? I believe I'd keep solving problems. I believe there's so many industries, the real estate industry, the furniture industry, so many industries that consumers do not like, and I would just keep solving problems and keep running businesses. I think that's what I want to do and what I'm passionate about.
Okay. Well, furniture industry really does need help, so.
Yeah, but as of right now, the biggest industry in my
that.
eyes is the second biggest purchase in people's lives, which is buying cars. And that's what I'm going to keep fighting for. And if it means putting me and you out of business, frankly, and 200,000 car salesmen, like, I believe that 13 million Americans every single month deserve better.
Awesome. Well, it's been a fun debate.
Yeah, it's been a fun debate. I wish you the best and all the adventures in your business.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
And guys, what I will say, guys, is, like, in my opinion, this is like, and I understand she said she's a customer advocate, which is what most brokers are going to say. I believe if there was any proof in the model, if you guys understand what is the difference between a broker and me, it is the mindset, right? Which is, my mindset is I work for my consumer, right? That is what I do. That's it. I don't give a, like, dealerships, I want to make their life simple and fast and quick. But in the end, if that dealership doesn't make sense for me, I'm moving on to the next one because there's 17,000 dealerships and we'll get a deal. But I work for the consumer. My job is to make the consumer's life as easy as humanly possible, and dealers will work around it. So that's, I don't know if we have other people that want to go on. I would love to have more people. So if you want to debate, you want to come up here, have that conversation, you certainly can. And guys, I really mean that. I know a lot of people think it's crazy, but honestly, like, and I probably would think I was crazy too if I heard it. So, like, I don't blame people who think I'm crazy that, like, I won't put myself out of business. But we warn every single employee. Now, here's the caveat, right? Is I want to put myself out of business, but I believe there's two paths that Delivered could go on, right? Which is, A, direct to consumer is allowed to exist. The industry fixes itself and Delivered goes out of business. I'm happy with that model. But I also do understand that the other option is consumers don't even think about using dealerships anymore. They think only Delivered and other services like Delivered, and dealerships become a manufacturing middleman of holding inventory, and that's their model. I don't like this way, but this is a possibility. There is a world this happens. I think it's better for the consumer that this one happens, but if I can't make this movement, I'll make this movement happen, and consumers will have the best possible experience while getting a fair deal every single time. But again, I really want this model because I think it makes the most sense for consumers, and I think it makes the most sense for everybody around. Everybody else can sell. Tommy sells content. He couldn't care about the rest. This is a really hard argument for anybody to defend. So I make $20,000 a month on social media, and I don't take a single ad deal, right? So if I wanted to make all my money on social media, you guys would be right here like, guys, I have to give you a moment here. I would like to talk about cup holders. Have you ever wanted a cup holder, but your drink was kind of warm? Well, guess what? Here, Tommy, the only thing I use is cup holders, because cup holders, I don't do ad deals because my money's not made on social media. But it drives your business. We're not stupid. Of course, it drives, like, that's how you advertise, right? But, like, my money is not social media. I use social media to advertise my business. But, like, social media content is not the reason. I think about my business, but if social media went away tomorrow, there'd be other ways to advertise a business. You want a cup holder now? Do you want a Delivered cup holder, but you just don't know? Do you want to tell the dealership, F you, without saying a word, this koozie or this hat. Go to delivered.com/merchandise. I'm just kidding. That was a joke, guys. Oh, TikTok's going to kill me. Oh no, TikTok, it was a joke. There's no merchandise. There's no merchandise. No, we don't sell them, guys. We don't sell them. Do we have a lot of salesmen? Guys, I want people to argue with me. Please, come on. If you disagree with anything I say, I believe direct to consumer is a better business model. I believe we should get rid of all commissions on all car salesmen tomorrow. I believe that you should not inherently trust any car salesman. I believe that F&I should not be able to mark up rate. It should be illegal. I believe delivered is a net positive for the industry. Will make the industry better every step of the way. I believe 7% of... You're a commission. I'm not a commission. I'm really questioning like your expertise here. A commission, when we're talking about a commission, we're talking about a percentage of commission of gross profit, which means if I spend more money, they make more money. So a 25% commission on gross profit should be illegal. Correct. That simple. So what you're saying is you're okay with putting all dealerships out of business, dude. Oh my goodness. This is why, I think you have to tear down the entire dealership model because I just want. No, you can run a business off of salaries. Welcome to every business in America. We pay our team a salary for working here, and we make it a phenomenal place to work. And people work here because they enjoy the work, they're treated right, and they're appreciated. Nobody has to make a commission or an extra fee in order to do that. Everybody's down for the mission. You want to remove tipping? Frankly, I wish that employers would be able to pay their people a fair share, and tipping didn't exist either. I will tell you that as a consumer, I think it's a burden that nobody wants to deal with. I still tip, right? Because I'm not going to be an a-hole. And I tip very fair for what I do, but I do believe that the industry would be better if we just added that to the price of the vehicle, or sorry, price of the food and called it a day. So no, I do not believe that people should stop tipping just to prove a point. But I will say when I went to Japan and I didn't have to tip anybody, and that burden wasn't on the back of my mind, and the service I got was 10 times better than 95% of what I got in America, is like this idea that tipping gives you better service just isn't true. Go to Japan, go experience Japanese culture, and you'll be blown away. Nobody gets tips, and you will get the best experience you've ever had in your entire life. Commission is an incentive for people to work harder. No, it's an incentive to convince the person around you to spend more money. That is what it is. People love to negotiate. I disagree. It's why 70% of people do not like the car experience and 7% of people trust dealers or car salespeople. Like the stats are just against you. People negotiate because they know they have to. You've been trained, if you do not negotiate, you get a worse deal. And this is true. If I walk into a dealership and just say yes to everything, I will spend thousands of dollars more 95% of the time than if I negotiate. There is no dealership that and that's crazy in my eyes. It's crazy in my eyes that I can walk into a dealership, make their life easier, and because I made your life easier, I have to spend more. So you're a business owner. How do you motivate your staff to do better? Great question. First off, I believe that you should have something everybody's working towards. We have a great mission that the team is fully working upon. Second, I believe you just take care of people. I believe people want to work at Delivered because it's a flippin' awesome place to work and they know they're respected, appreciated, and heard. Third, I believe that people should be able to have upward mobility. So here at Delivered, one of the things you do when you start, after your 90 days, we talk about what do you want to do at Delivered? What is your goal? Any job, we don't have, okay, well, you're a salesperson. Now you're a sales manager. Now you're an F&I guy. Now you're a GSM. It's what do you want to do for Delivered? What can you add value with? We have somebody, like Ashley is a really good example. She was my executive assistant. She said, hey, Tommy, I don't want to be your executive assistant forever. I would like to be an operations person. That's what I love and I'm passionate about. Okay, cool. Awesome. So for you to do this, how much money do you want to make? Okay, I want to make this amount of money. Great. Great. Let's build you a plan to make whatever number you just told me and build you the role and get you the steps to get there, right? And we had an employee starting at $72K a year that came in and said, I want to make $500,000 a year. You know what we did? We said, okay, great, awesome. Let's show you what kind of role it would take, what it would take for you to make $500,000 here, right? Let's talk about what value you would have to bring. After talking about that, we realized, that, oh, okay, shoot, for that kind of value doesn't make sense. I'm going to lower my expectations. That's great. But like we allow people to go through that and actually go through and build their career. I believe people appreciate that rather than having a structured process that everybody does. And it's just the same process, right? People are allowed to go home. People work from home. You know, we're allowing one of our employees to work from Europe for 3 weeks, right? She was terrified to tell us, hey, I'm going to go to Europe. Like, she was just not going to tell us. But like, she eventually was like, this is a good place. They're going to take care of me. And we're like, no, we love that. Like, I love you going to Europe. By all means, go to Europe. We need you to build what the remote program looks like, right? You're going to be the first employee that's going to be working abroad in a different time zone for 3 weeks. I need to see what that's like. I need to see what that is. If you don't want to use PTO, you don't want to have to do that. I want to go through, right? And she's now building this process, building this so the entire team can now do that in the future. How many businesses would be like, you know what? Yeah, you want to go to Cancun for the week? You can certainly work while in Cancun. Most people would be like, that's insane. You're not allowed to work in Cancun. Some do, but not all. Devin works with you? Yeah, Devin's one of our team members. Let me see. Do we have anybody else that wants to debate? Do we have anybody else? Moderators. My company does, but it's 1 in a million. Yeah, like we just allow. Yeah, we just try to make it. We just try to make and so that motivates people, right? When you pay people a fair wage, you take care of people, and you make it a good place to work, people naturally want to work really hard for you because they want to keep that job. Because guess what? A lot of jobs in America suck. A lot of businesses don't care about their team. So because of all of these things, they're like, oh, Jews, I don't want to lose this. And I know I have the opportunity to make a lot of good money here as long as I earn my spot. And we've proven, right? We have to be a business. We have to earn that. Like if I gave Shalashly this game plan, right? And I said, hey, Shalashly, this is your game plan. Have a nice life. And then she did the game plan and we didn't give her that raise. By all means, that would be different, right? That would be different. That would be bad. But we gave her the raise. We gave her the promotion. I had to find a new EA. In comes Amy. Amy's awesome. She's now replacing this. Amy's going to have the conversation in her 90 days. Amy, what do you want to do it delivered? And you know what? Eventually I want to keep an EA, but most of my EAs don't want to be my EA forever. It's a lot of work and they want to make more of an impact. But here we are. We just hired people. I think we hired 4. We might have 1 more we're hiring, but I don't know. I got to double check if we're hiring 1 more. Don't care about their team is really unfair. I think people don't care about their team in most businesses, especially car dealers, where they give 100% commission. I think having somebody work on a commission structure means that you are forcing your employees to think about the amount of money they're charging to the consumer and having a negative impact, knowing that if I fight for a discount, but as a consumer, I'm just trying to get a fair deal, that I'm going to have a negative connotation thinking about you because you are taking money. This is how car salesmen think. You're taking money out of my pocket. How dare you? Right? That is how car salesmen think. How dare? And that's what funny people in this comment section. How dare you take money out of my pocket? Imagine every car salesman made 135 grand a year, right? What kind of experience would we have in the car dealership? Would we lose a lot of the current car salesmen? Absolutely. Would we get really good talent in there for people that really care about their job? They would. Share with your followers what you did in the finance office. I ran $2,900 of profit per car. So what that meant is I went through and every person that walked through my office made $2,900 per deal. 70% of them bought warranty. I did it as ethically as I could. But in the end of the day, I believe that people should have paid the same price for the product. But in the end, what I did in finance 5 years ago doesn't equate to the person I am today. Right? Like that doesn't equate just because I made money on consumers and now I spend my life building a business that's going to put myself out of business. Like I'm okay and I'm good with it. I did it as ethically as I could, and this is how my finance pitch. And I haven't done this in 3.5 years, so I forgive you. This is how I pitched a warranty. A lot of people pitch warranties like this. Let me go through it. Let me go through it because you probably heard this pitch. And if you bought a car recently, have you heard this pitch? This is how most finance managers pitch at this point. Hey, realistically, you are buying a car with a lot of technology. You know, the self-driving, you know, the all-wheel drive system, you know, the car that recognizes your face, that big 14-inch screen. It's expensive, right, to repair. And realistically, these cars are not made like they're used to. And I'd like to say that everything's reliable and everything's great, but I think we'd agree that it's really hard to buy a $5,000 repair. And things happen, right? You're making a car payment, right? So now they're going in and using a fear tactic to sell. I didn't believe in that. So I think it's one of the reasons why I ran such a high PVR. My sales pitch was something a little like this. Hey, realistically, what I want to do is talk to you about a warranty. Realistically, when we talk about warranty, I think it's something you're going to buy and never use. But people don't buy warranties for the hope they use them, just like they don't buy a car insurance for the day they hope to get T-boned, right? You buy it for the what if. Most of my clients agree, even if they never use it, it's much easier to manage a $30 to $40 a month monthly payment and a few extra months on your term than it is to manage an extra $4,000 out of nowhere. Now, realistically, you're probably going to buy this coverage, never use it, call it a day. That's okay. It just means you had a good quality car. Most of my clients agree, over 70% of them agree, that it's much easier to manage that monthly payment for that. Now, we do have some options here for you. They're completely optional. It completely depends on you. I'm more than willing to walk you through those options. But again, it's completely up to you. So that is how my pitch went versus the other pitch. And I believe that as ethically as I could. My goal was to become as good as I could at making life happen in that finance office. And then I realized one day that no matter how good I was in the finance office, I could never fix the industry. I could never fix the industry because the problem wasn't me. The problem was the business. What job would your workers have if you were trying to make yourself out of business? Talking about warranty to manage an extra, what? Talk about warranty to manage an extra 400. What job would your worker, I don't consider them worker, I work in a team, but sure. What would my team have if you are trying to take yourself out of business? All of our team understands the risk. So when you join a Delivered, we have a lot of people that apply for Delivered. We tell you before you take the job, they will go through. Ashley will say, Emma will say, I want to be super clear. Our founder, Tommy's mission is really simple. He wants to put ourselves out of business. There is a world you take this job in 3 years, you don't have a job. Everybody here is willing to join that mission, not because we're trying to make millions of dollars, but because we're trying to change an industry. We're all driven by that. And if you're not driven by that fact and that scares you, that's okay. Just don't take the job. We completely understand this is a very unique scenario. Again, we want to take care of you. We want to take care of you every step of the way. But that is a risk that we want to warn you of from day one. And you can ask any employee that works here, all of them got that same spiel from day one. I don't think I have any employees in chat right now because they're all working as they should. And we've had well over 10,000 people apply at this point. I love that, Shrey. Love to hear that. No, we're talking about, somebody asked, how do you keep people at your job if you don't give a salary? So I'm willing to debate anybody. She's selling car shields. So like, and this is where oh wait, we have another person. Boom. Wait, what is this person? Oh, he's at Rivian. Oh, this is interesting. I like, you gonna give me a free Rivian? Let's go. Just kidding. I wouldn't take your free car. Unless, I'm just kidding. I don't want your car.
Hi. I'm a call assistant recording this call for the person you're trying to reach. Please say who you are and why you're calling.
Tommy, Delivered debate.
Please provide more details.
Tommy, I'm debating people on live social media, and I would like to talk to Mr. Michael.
Oh, hello.
Hello, how's it going?
How's it going?
Your AI didn't like me.
Yeah, I don't know how to shut it off. It just updated and
No,
I
it's
don't
all
like it either.
it's all good, man. Okay, so I don't know when you jumped in, but we general ideas. If you disagree with me, have a conversation. I'm all for it. I'm interested because you work at Rivian, so I'm interested in your take here.
Right. So I work direct to consumer. I'm actually a technician. I'm not in the sales. I'm not any of that.
Okay.
But my take on it was when I think it was Car Mom Diane was up. I completely agree with your whole business model. I plan on hiring you here shortly in the future because I can go to a direct to consumer, and this is maybe where I disagree with you. I can go to direct consumer and spend, if I want a fully loaded Rivian, $130,000, or I can wait until, a year later and it hits the market, it's at a dealership, and I can get it for a much bigger discount.
Yeah.
So where I disagree with her on that is direct to consumer doesn't mean dealerships go out of business. Somebody's still got to sell those used cars.
Yeah, and I love that, right? Which is like in the end, I don't think dealerships ever go out of business completely. I just think allowing, and I obviously work at Rivian, you're on the tech side, but like how much easier would it be for Rivian to be able to get these cars out if they weren't fighting regulation on regulation? If Tesla didn't have to go through how many lawsuits to pave the way for them to actually manufacture cars, Rivian, how much bigger of a brand would Rivian be? Because Rivian makes a badass car. And that's not me just gassing you up. I like Rivian, but how much cheaper would they be? How much more could they get on the floor if they could actually bypass all the nonsense?
Right. So I didn't catch it. What is your take on how cars people should be paid?
So my philosophy is that car sales, because they have such a low trust rating, that trading commission for trust just doesn't make sense. So everybody should be paid a fair salary. My thoughts: if you paid $100,000 to $125,000 for a car salesman, you could get some really really good talent, and just paid them on experience and paid them on the mission. I think you can get some really good talent there.
Yeah, I think they should be paid like technicians because I've been a technician at a dealership. I've been a technician at a mom and pop shop, and I've been a technician at an actual manufacturing facility. And flat rate is where they make all their money. You're 100% correct in saying that a dealership makes the majority of their money in service because a tech may take 20 minutes on a vehicle, but the book time says that job was 2 hours. So they just made all that extra money off of that repair.
No, yeah. And that's where service makes their money. On top of that, with service repairs and warranty repairs, where they know that money's coming from the manufacturer, it's guaranteed work they're getting every single month. That's where service makes their money. But it seems like we're going to agree on most things.
Yeah, technicians don't make anything, and it may have changed since I've been at a dealership, but technicians make literally like bare minimum nothing on warranty work. That's why the majority of the people that, like when I was at dealerships, the majority of the people that was getting that warranty work were new guys that was under the watch of a senior guy, and that senior guy was still turning for the dealership because they didn't want to pay him or him to lose money on warranty work.
Yeah, it depends. Good techs can make good money, and franchise dealers, it just depends. I think exactly what you're right is how efficiently can they do the job compared to what the book is. A senior tech that has every certification under the sun that can do a 5-hour job in 1 hour and is able to take so many jobs, they're able to make a good amount of money. Now, are they underpaid? You can make that argument, right? But the service side, I won't claim to be an expert on service. Definitely more on the sales side, but definitely will say that I know for a fact that dealerships make their money in service and know enough to have that conversation.
Yeah, and the dealerships, their whole thing on car salesmen, I've been screwed over multiple times in the central Illinois region. I don't want to give out my exact location.
Sure, don't do that.
But I have a cousin that works for a dealership, and the dealership had no idea that was my cousin. Well, he was good friends with one of the salespeople that helped me. And through the whole process, I was being lied to the entire time because I hadn't found you yet. I hadn't found your videos yet. You know, I was not going in there knowing what I know now. And they were able to take advantage of me. And I realized that when I watched your video about how they jack the sales rate or the finance rate up on you and don't tell you.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened to me. Was he was like, he told my cousin, you know, I could have got this guy this finance rate, but this one was better for me or for the dealership. So we went with this one.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's happened at multiple different dealerships, which is why I don't ever want to buy another car.
Yeah.
Why would I want to buy a car from a dealership when in the end they're screwing me?
Yeah. When you know somebody's working against you, it makes you less motivated to even go through the battle, right? Especially when somebody can do it for you. And it's like, okay, I can get a great deal and I just have to pay $1,000 more and I don't have to think about it. And I know I got a good deal. I think that's why a lot of consumers like yourself are like, this model just makes sense. But I think it would make more sense. Now, you make an interesting point with used cars. If used cars would ever be solved, that's a whole different dynamic.
So that was my other thing is, you know, I've been watching you for quite a while now, but I haven't seen a used car deal. Maybe I just haven't been on at the right time and caught it. But I haven't caught a used car deal to see, you know, how the negotiations go on that.
Yeah, we've gone
I've
through.
tried negotiating. I've tried negotiating just like off of what I've seen on new cars that you do, and it doesn't work on used.
Yeah, used cars, we're on a pause right now, so we haven't talked about them too much. There is some videos on YouTube, but it's a lot more market data. It's a lot more research to figure out what a good deal is and what's not. But I do want to save time for people that want to argue with me. But I love this conversation. I'd love to talk more later. But I do have a few other people that want to argue with me. So for content's sakes, I'm going to go through and get to the next person that wants to argue with me.
Sounds good. I can't wait to watch it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Yep.
Bye. Yeah, we're gonna verify a few people here, more guys. It's warm. Sorry, I'm turning down my AC. It's hot in here. The lights end up being hot. Okay, guys. So if you disagree with me, you're like, "Hey, Tommy, we're verifying a few more people." But if you're like, "Hey, Tommy, I don't like what you do. I think you're horrible. I think that you're a scam. I think you're illegal. I think you're dumb. I think you're blah 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 blah. Like, I think that dealerships are entitled to a profit. I believe that dealerships should make commissions." You can jump on the live, DM me on Instagram. I'm allowing you to talk and speak your mind. Yeah, I want you to work in the car industry. So ideally you disagree with me, guys. That's kind of the idea, is I want people to disagree with me. This is your opportunity to talk. I don't know how many people are watching on TikTok right now, but I know we have 2,000 people watching on YouTube right now, and how many people watching on Twitch, and how many people are liking. I want to give the competition the opportunity to say, "Hey, right? This is not. I'm gonna go through and show all of Tommy's followers why he's dumb. I'm gonna school him, right? I want somebody to school me. I want somebody to school me, please." Boom. I don't think I'm gonna get. I think we're verifying a few other people, right? That's what I was just told. Dude, we're on 2 streams in a row, and I don't think anybody's made a good point. This person said the dealership doesn't work there. Not really sure if he's legit. Okay, let me see. I'm looking. We're asking for this person to verify they work at the dealership. We don't tell you guys the dealership that you work at, but we do ask you to verify just because you are going through. But yeah, I'll let Chevy Dude skip the line. If Chevy Dude wants to come on here and have a conversation, he made an entire YouTube video on me. Otherwise, it won't matter because tomorrow there's a video coming out, and it'll be a nice conversation. It'll be a nice, and by a nice conversation, it'll be, okay. Do a live react to a Doug DeMuro video, like just an entire Doug DeMuro video. I changed my own oil. That's great. What time tomorrow? 3 p.m. Eastern. It will be one of the craziest videos we put out in a while. It's going to be a good one. 3 p.m. Eastern. Okay, this guy I don't think is verifying that he actually works at a dealership. Do we trust this person who works at a dealership? Oh, his controversial take on dealership video? What's his controversial take on dealerships? How do you rate the Costco auto buying program? I think the Costco auto buying program is going to be a more of a lead generation tool than it is actually a way to get a discount. Victor, if you want to jump in, why don't you jump in? Victor, you're allowed to speak your mind. This is your moment where you can go through and tell Tommy that he is wrong, and you can show everybody how smart you are compared to me. Again, I'm not cutting you off. I even allowed Car Mom, even though she kept cutting me out multiple times, I allowed her to speak. I would stop talking for her to go through, and she kept cutting me off, and I still let her talk. I let her get her voice out. I disagree with 99. I don't know, Victor, I don't need to, I want to hear from you. But Victor, just DM me on Instagram. How do you rate Costco's $1.50 hot dogs? Their food is good. I will say it is crazy. This is what I love, right? Is like I give an opportunity every week. We do this, right? We do this every week because I want to give an opportunity. There's so many car salesmen that are on Facebook, on videos that say, oh, what I do is horrible. I announce every week I'm doing this. And every week we struggle to find people that are actually against me. And instead, Kenny Sells can jump in. Kenny Sells disagrees with me. Kenny Sells, we're debating. Let's go. Kenny Sells actually would maybe make a good debate. Kenny Sells actually at least knows his stuff. Even though I disagree with most things he says, but that would be a good one. Kenny, DM me on Instagram if you want to jump on. Russell was not able to debate last time. We'll let Russell on.
Hi, if you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going, Russell?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Man, I am doing well, So I think you understand the premise. You can disagree with anything I say, anything I believe, and we'll have a conversation on it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. So I just wanted to have you maybe rattle off because I've watched a lot of your content, but just a couple of your more controversial topics, if you wouldn't mind. Just like
yeah, of course. So I believe commission is a net negative for consumers. I believe that direct to consumer should be allowed to exist. Franchise laws should be abolished. I believe the dealerships are not entitled to a profit. I believe that finance should be illegal to mark up rate. I believe
with finance being illegal to mark up rate, would you be okay with it if it was properly disclosed at any point?
1,000%. So I would be, if you disclosed upfront before they ever walked in the room that they had options to not mark up rate or options to buy the car or finance the car elsewhere, and that the finance office doesn't have a fiduciary duty, I'd be fine if that was disclosed upfront.
Okay, so in the perfect world, what would the car business look like for you?
In the perfect world, I believe that direct to consumer would allow to exist and it would compete with the dealership model. I believe in a perfect world, delivered doesn't exist because it's not needed. And I believe the manufacturer is competing with the dealership model, and people who want convenience will pay the cheaper prices of the manufacturer, and people who want expertise will actually have a better experience overall with the dealership. I think that's the perfect world. Would
it be like a one price kind of model for every dealership in America, or would you want there to be different kind of price, like dealer discounts and things like that, or would you want that gone and it to just be straight up like one price stores?
Yeah, I believe that manufacturers as a whole would be one price. I don't think they would negotiate it. It doesn't make any sense if you're buying a car in 10 clicks. For dealerships, that would be up to the dealership. As long as people have an option to buy from manufacturers, I don't care how dealerships do business at that point, right? Because if the market allows for them to do business while consumers have alternatives, then I think everything's a-okay, right? Like I'm okay if dealerships want to charge $40,000 a markup on every car. If they can sell the right or sell the value while the manufacturer can still sell cars, go for it. Rock and roll. I don't care. But the problem is when there's no other option, now, and the government has regulated and made it so that's the only way to buy a car. If you're going to do that, then you have to put protections to consumers.
Okay. I mean, I don't disagree. I don't exactly disagree with you there, but I think that if every store was one price, it would completely, eliminate any kind of competition. No.
No, because the market competes with itself naturally. Toyota competes with Honda. Mazda, how bad does Mazda want to compete with Honda and Toyota's market share? If they were
Well,
able
I don't
to
mean as much for manufacturer to manufacturer. I mean more so like within one manufacturer. Like, okay, I want a Jeep Grand Cherokee, and I look at 5 different Jeep stores, and if we were to eliminate, the competition aspect, then it wouldn't really be to shop around because every Jeep dealer would have the same exact price for the same Jeep Grand Cherokee, and they would probably all list pretty high, no?
Yeah, I mean, if dealerships and manufacturers were able to go side by side, then that would be up to dealerships to decide. There might be a world where you do pay more and they actually get more sales because the experience is that much better. Dealerships would have to start selling on experience, not price, when they can't beat, because the manufacturer is going to beat you on price every single time. So I think you'd be silly to try to beat the manufacturer in price. So if I was a dealership owner, I would compete on experience. I could buy a car in 10 clicks, but you're not going to have an expert. You're not going to have somebody that's going to be there for you 24. I would start competing on experience at that point. If I was a dealership,
so you're saying that some people might pay more for the dealership experience.
I think
they'd have the
dealerships
option
should
to go to
charge
the
more.
manufacturer.
Correct. Yeah, I think that's their winning model.
I don't think anybody would do that for the experience, right? If they could save $2,000 or $3,000 to go to the manufacturer, then they would just do that. What is like? Because I don't think anybody cares about the experience that much that they would spend $2,000 or $3,000 more to work with a salesperson, right?
So the real answer is how much more are they willing to spend? And I would argue that people are willing to pay more for a better experience. That's why people pay delivered, right? People are willing to pay delivered knowing they're spending more for a better experience. But now the argument is how much more, right? And that's where the business model has to come in. And you have to add real value to the consumer. It can't be tint and floor mats. It has to be what problems this is how I would look at it. If I'm a dealer owner tomorrow, is what problems does the dealership or does the manufacturer have? Because buying a car from Tesla is not perfect, right? It's better, but it's not perfect. I don't get the expertise, right? That's one thing, right? I don't get that VIP experience. I would want it to be a much more luxurious experience buying a car at that. And maybe that only is $1,000 more. But that might be worth it to some people, and a business model that makes sense to make $1,000 in order to go through that process and be a VIP, that might make sense to some dealers. It might make sense to others. But I think dealers would have to find a way to earn a profit. Otherwise, they would cease to exist. And I think that's a good thing because every business should have to try to find value. And I don't have all the answers on how dealerships would solve it. But like that is the beauty of starting your own business is when you have your own business, if you can't solve a consumer's problems and they're not willing to pay you, then you won't exist.
Now, at this point, why is manufacturer to consumer not a thing?
Franchise laws.
Franchise laws, okay. All right, I mean, when you say dealerships aren't entitled to a profit, I've heard you talk about that, and I understand what you mean. They're not entitled to a profit. They have to earn a profit through their, services and what they provide. When you were in finance, how did you, you say you were the top PVR, you were doing really well. What is it that you were doing differently to, help the consumer in a better way?
Yeah, so like I'm not afraid to say that like I made money in finance, right? I tried to do it, as I said before, as ethically as I could. I didn't sell off fear. I sold off of the idea that realistically you're probably never going to use coverage, but that doesn't mean it's a bad investment. Just like car insurance isn't a bad investment. So I went through that, but like my experience at the car dealership, I don't think I was the model citizen of how a dealership should run. It's one of the reasons why I left. I realized that I couldn't fix the business from the inside. I was able to turn faster than anybody else. Was able to make more money than everybody else. Everything I did that I believe was great for the business, but it wasn't ever able to solve the problem for consumers, which is why I left. So the way I ran a dealership doesn't necessarily mean that I would advise everybody.
I do have a question for you. So is the reason that you left the car business really because you felt guilt about what you were doing and that you wanted to change the business for the better or for the consumer? Or is it because you kind of you know, you hit a point where you knew there was not much growing from there. You saw a gap in the market. You decided people don't like to buy cars. I'm going to make a lot of money on this, and that's why you did it. Or was it out of the goodness of your heart that you wanted to help people?
No, no. I mean, you're somewhere. I mean, I'd say you're somewhere in the middle, right? When it comes down to it, I was making more and more money every year. I never had a down year. I was going to be on track. I made my best year the year before. But when it came down to it, I'd recently got introduced to my brother. My brother and me had been disconnected for an entire life, and my brother built businesses for a living. It's what he did. And I really got inspired by him. He's my older brother, and realized that I wanted to solve problems. So I started finding ways rather than working for somebody to work for myself. So I tried to think of ideas. The biggest idea I had was like actually a finance training, like kind of doing what Russ Flipswips does, but for finance, right? Training people because I was good at what I did. And then one day in finance, January 3rd, 2023, I had 8 people go through my office, all of them set up for finance, all of them ready to go. All of them said no. All of them said the same thing. I hate buying cars. And the idea just kind of hit me in the head that no matter how hard I work on fixing this industry, no matter how good I get people in finance, I'll never fix this for consumers. And I realized that it made more sense to work on the consumer. So
now, why didn't you continue in the business up to GSM, GM, up those ranks? Or is that just you were done with the car business at that point, you were over it?
Yeah, I didn't want to work for somebody else anymore. I was making, like I said, and that's where the business side comes in. My brother realized, I was making $3 million of profit for my owner, and I was getting paid $250,000 a year. So and I didn't feel like my owner respected us as well as he should for people that were profiting as much for the business. And no matter how good I did, and no matter how fast I was and efficient, I wasn't helping the consumer process, and there was always a push for more. It just didn't make sense anymore to keep working on that side. I realized that there was, no matter how good I did, no matter how high I made it at the dealership, I could never fix the dealership from within. It's like Doug Benz and Bowties is a really good example. He's trying to make an impact. I don't think Benz and Bowties can actually change an entire industry. He can change the people, but with the position he's in right now, he can only try to help consumers and help his dealership and maybe help a few. The industry that I'm in and what I've built, I can change an entire industry.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, so all that makes sense. I guess the only thing that is tough being in the car business right now is a lot of people absolutely hate any and every person in the car business, regardless of if they're transparent and they're honest or not. And that seems to be a big problem, all over social media and your comment sections and things. People keep saying, oh, well, anytime a car salesman will say, well, I'm honest to my customers and I do my best, everybody comments under it. Well, this person, of course a car salesman would say that, oh, you guys are horrible. But in this era where everything is so transparent, why, because things are very transparent. Wouldn't you agree with the internet?
No, I disagree.
You would disagree, okay?
Yeah. I mean, I disagree. My videos are like, again, I do this all live, right? Like I don't hide behind like, oh, I filmed a secret video and this is how it is. Like I do this all live. We did a deal yesterday where I negotiated in 12 different dealerships, and I couldn't get pricing, or everybody was $3,000 to $5,000 above MSRP and not advertising it, right? Like this is not a world where some markets are transparent, some aren't.
Well, from when you were in the business, obviously, if you have cars that there's a super limited supply of, they're going to have markups on them. I mean, if there's something that there's only a couple around, then they're very hard to find. Now, you have the whole country at your disposal where you're going to go across the country to find the car. But if you're in an area like, in some county in Pennsylvania trying to find a really, really rare car, and a dealership has 2 of them, and, nobody else has any really, obviously, they're going to have a markup on the vehicle, right?
Yeah, so like with this deal, I think some markup is inflated. Like, for example, we're looking at the Civic Si. I called every single dealership. Not one of them had it pre-sold. Everybody had 1 or 2 to 3 available. So this idea that I don't think it's rare anymore, but people want to hope that somebody's willing to pay the markup. So they're willing to wait for it. And I just think that's absurd. I don't think that this idea that you can inflate a market yourself, it doesn't make any sense. When it would make sense, you're allowed to inflate the market if you're allowed to have competition. If the manufacturer was able to sell cars and they couldn't get one, but now a dealership has one, now we can have an argument that dealerships can charge a markup, because I can't even buy this car from the manufacturer. I bought this car and now I can charge a markup. But the problem is I can't buy this Civic Si other than through you. And every dealer we called was within a 500-mile radius in Texas. So it wasn't like we were calling across the nation. We called 12 different
Well,
dealers.
yeah, and the market's not going to be determined by the dealership. The market's determined by the buyers, and somebody is willing to buy it obviously at that number. Otherwise, they wouldn't have it there. Like if you have some rare car that's $5,000 marked up, somebody's going to walk in there and want that car and pay that amount, or they'll settle for some amount that's over MSRP. But that would be the market being determined by the consumer. That's not necessarily the dealership. They can ask for 5,000 over MSRP, but if a person goes in there, negotiates, still takes it for 3,000 over, that the consumer doesn't have to buy it. They could walk away and say no. But these cars that usually have addendums and markups on them have that because consumers want them. There's a limited supply. There's a high demand. Right?
Yeah, I would disagree. I believe that if a consumer is educated and understands to get a good deal, and the way you get your markup, because what dealers, like if you look at the Type R, for example, if you go to LA right now and you call any dealer in LA, you'll find 48 of the exact colors you want. You'll find every dealership has 2 to 3. Every dealership is $5,000 to $15,000 above MSRP. They openly say they're waiting for somebody that doesn't understand the market on the car to pay the markup. This is no longer a situation where the market is dictating. It'd be different if I called 43 dealerships and nobody had it. The GX550 is a good example of a car that actually has limited inventory. Now, again, I believe when you only allow dealerships to sell cars, it allows dealerships to set the market on a car and not be fair with it. And there's collusion that does exist when there's multiple dealers, and AutoNation, AutoNation owns how many dealers out of a city. There's a world where you might live in a city where every dealer is owned by AutoNation. They're not even competing with themselves. They're competing with a conglomerate of other dealerships that they own. But I don't think the market is set that way. If you have inventory on the ground, you should no longer be able to charge a markup on the car. I think that's absurd.
Yeah, but the competition I feel is a lot more local than like if you have somebody, a dealership in the middle of Utah, they're not going to be competing with a dealership in LA. So
No,
if
I'm
you're,
talking about
if
just
you're in,
LA. I'm saying you call any dealer in LA right now. You can do it when you jump off the call. You'll find 48 of them available. Everybody will have theirs available, sitting in their showroom floor. Every dealer in LA. There's 40. I will tell you, I've done this video more times than I can count. 48 of them I can find of exact color, exact option. Call every dealer. We have 3 of them. They're all right here. Nope, we're 15 grand above MSRP. Take it or leave it. And that's the situation where you're taking advantage of people.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree that that's crazy. I'd agree that if you have a high supply of cars and a high demand, then the math doesn't really make sense. I was working with Jeep when they came out with the Demon, and the Demon obviously was one of those cars, super rare, and they were marked up a lot, but that's because there was a limited supply in the country. But if you have a car that obviously there's a lot of supply of, whatever. But one thing that I would want to say real quick, because I know that we've been going a bit, and I know you got other people to talk to, but could a consumer very easily do what it is that you do for customers with the help of ChatGPT and maybe an hour of time with AI to get a good deal on a new vehicle?
No, because if they could do it in an hour's time, I believe that we could do it in 45 minutes of time, and my company would be way more profitable, and I wouldn't have 22 employees. So like on average, we spend per car deal about 5 hours of total time. Some of that wait time is just waiting on dealerships back and forth. It's calling, it's going through the process. ChatGPT can be a great assistant. I'm not saying that's not, but ChatGPT does not know the actual market on a Civic Si because they haven't actually negotiated. They can try to go online and figure out what other people say is a good deal, but they don't actually have real market data. They can't go through. They can go through and estimate what invoice is, but that doesn't mean that's a good deal. So like ChatGPT is only limited to the amount of information it has, and there's no public data out there saying this is a good deal based on actual deals negotiated.
No, I get that. It's not pulling real time and selling, price and things. But I've had people that do come in using ChatGPT as their assistant in buying a car, and they have gotten a lot better of deals with ChatGPT, even in the box. I had somebody pull out their phone in the finance office with me, and ChatGPT was telling them what a good deal is for a service contract for that vehicle based on the amount of time the service contract will be for. And they actually did pull this out, and ChatGPT was very accurate. And they, from what I understand, used it the entire process to buy the vehicle, and it did get them a much better deal. And so my only point is, I don't think that you would need to spend $1,000 for somebody to go do all this for you if you're willing to do the work. But I think that your business model is good because it does, I think, hedge its bet on that people don't feel like really doing that work, but I think that most people are very capable of getting ChatGPT, using some AI, calling a bunch of dealerships, getting the best number for each one, and really narrowing it down. I mean, that would be. I'm not saying anything against you. Like I think that you do a great job, but I do think that people could very easily get themselves a good deal without spending the extra $1,000. That's
So
my
first off, I
only real
believe
argument.
yeah. So I believe if you use the right tools, you can get there. The problem is, and this is where consumers go through, is how many times does anybody use ChatGPT? ChatGPT says with 100% confidence that 5 plus 3 is 12, right? Like the problem with ChatGPT and problem with any AI, and this is one of the reasons why like Amazon,
What did you just say? You said ChatGPT says 5 plus 3 is 12.
There's plenty of channels that'll go through and actually show like how crazy ChatGPT will hallucinate. Like you can say, hey, set a time. I'm going to run a mile, set a timer. And then, okay, cool. Or you can say, how many days of the week have the letter Q in them? And they'll be like, oh, 3 days. Like it's not perfect, right? It's not perfect science because that's
perfect.
So that's the problem that you go into. And like you see companies like Anthropic, Facebook, all doubling or backing down, right? Everybody was saying, Anthropic was saying 60% of the workforce was going to be replaced by AI. They're walking that back so fast where they're hiring AI because AI is so expensive to actually use at a high level. Token cost is absolutely insane. I love AI. I think it's a great tool and it can be, but AI is not perfect. But even with AI, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden you can just get a good deal, because one of the biggest objections we have is we don't give pricing over the phone, right? So like, how does AI get through that? How does AI overcome that? You have to learn how to actually get somebody to give you numbers over the phone. And that can be a trouble. If you have AI negotiators, a lot of dealerships have already found ways to offset that and just stop negotiating with AI. We've already seen plenty of test fails there. Again, I just don't think it was easy for people to do. First off, Deliver to be doing that tomorrow, right? We would be using, I would not need to pay 22 people to do 400 deals. I would pay 3 people to do those deals and call it a day. As a business owner, that would make more sense. And then secondly, consumers would do it. Consumers are smart. I generally believe that almost all consumers are smart and they're educated and they try things and it just doesn't work. And that's where people come in. But I would say even as far as people don't even hire us to get a good deal, people hire us because they just frankly don't want to deal with it. They're like, you know what? I don't want to have to talk to the guy. I think it's absurd that I have to rely on ChatGPT to get a good deal, and I can't just go to you and get a good deal. This is absurd. I'd rather just pay somebody to do this all for me.
But again, the only reason that you say you can't get a good deal by yourself is because people, like, obviously you can walk in and say what price you want, and if the dealership says no, then you just get up and you leave, but obviously the whole process would be very easy if you walked in and just said, yeah, I'll take the car at that price, and then you walk out. Like, obviously that would be easy, but nobody does that because, obviously we're taught not to, and obviously dealerships have competition. You can get better deals when you negotiate, but I think that some problems from the early 2000s have carried over to now, where a lot of our parents, our grandparents are telling us not to trust dealerships. Dealerships are out to get you. They're out to steal from you. And I don't really think that that's the case in 2026 when you have the internet.
Let me just challenge this with one statement. Do you guys negotiate at your dealership?
Do we negotiate at our dealership? I mean, obviously, if a customer wants to negotiate, we negotiate. Like, of course we do. Every dealership has to, really, for the customer, because...
So my general thing is, if I go in and I fully trust you, and I walk in and say, I trust you wholeheartedly, I'm going to say yes to everything you recommend. Will I spend more or will I spend less than the person who negotiates?
I mean, if
you will spend, you will spend more.
This is a logic trap. Like, obviously, if you go and negotiate with somebody, you're going to get a better deal. I'm not telling people to go in and not negotiate.
But that's what I'm saying. No, I can't trust you if I know that you don't have a fiduciary duty to me. If I know that you make more money for the amount of money I spend, you always have a mixed interest of, I want to sell a car and take care of the consumer, but I also want to make sure I have a paycheck to pay my family. This is one of the reasons why I don't believe commission should exist, because it tears your motives apart, where when somebody tries to get a good deal and they try to negotiate because they're trying to take care of their family, you feel like you're trying to take care of your family and it calls it a day. But the general rule of thumb is if I trust a car deal.
Listen, I work at a dealership that the front end is almost typically always a loss, because our inventory it's mainly a lot of used, it's some new, right? But we're at a dealership where our front end is typically losing money to get the car out, right? So $2,000 or $3,000, $4,000 is the max loss on the front end that we can take. All right, but if we have a car listed online for a $2,000 or $3,000 loss, and somebody wants to come in and negotiate off of that, we don't negotiate off of the internet number, and people do tend to get upset at that. But we explain that this is the best number that we can put together for this car, and but people want that negotiation. They want that win. They want that feeling of like I got a good deal, but. If I can show you on paper we're losing 3,000, and you say, well, that's not my problem. I want more money off. At that point, we are being, in my opinion, fair by giving you a deal where we're losing this much money on the car to sell it. Right?
Yeah,
But I know you don't deal with used cars
what
as
you're
much.
conflating, this is the problem, and this is one of the problems with dealerships is you're conflating with you losing money means consumer gets a good deal. You don't think about, and if you just take those car dealership glasses in the world, nobody thinks like that in any other industry. If I'm going on Amazon and I'm trying to buy something, I'm not like, oh, this dealership's losing this Amazon's losing $500 to sell me these Alanis. I'm going to do it. You say, wait, one second, let me finish, because I'll let you finish. But the answer is consumers say, is this price worth it? Yes or no? I'm willing to pay it. Nobody cares about the profit. And I think it's one of the biggest problems with dealerships. They keep saying, what is profits fair? I'm sorry. You have a product that people are not buying. And because people are not buying and the market isn't there, guess what? You have to sell it at a loss. Welcome to every business in America.
If you own a lot and you're losing $3,000 on a car, would you agree to lose $4,500 on the car?
If it made financial sense, yes. If I have to get rid of the inventory.
70 days old, whatever, $3,000 loser, you're gonna take another $1,500 off, $2,000 off to sell the car.
If it makes financial sense for the dealership. But again, this is where we go in. It doesn't matter as a business owner, because as a business owner, I have to decide, is it worth selling this car at all? And I make an educated decision because I have all the information. But what we're talking about is the eyes of the consumer. Is it right for the consumer to say, well, they're losing $3,000, so I should spend my more money, $3,000 more, just to help this business, which I couldn't even get the best deal up front. I had to negotiate in the first place. Like, this is where the consumer feels, which is, why should I subsidize a dealership that isn't adding much value at all to me? And that's where consumers feel that they don't care about how much profit you make. I think this is like, you guys go down this rabbit hole where you're like, profit, profit, profit. I will tell you, I've interviewed more clients than 99.999% of people. Nobody cares about the profit. They care, are they getting, as you said, are they getting a great deal? And in the end, that is what they want, is a great deal. As just like you do when you buy anything. Nobody goes in and says, you know what, I'm going to pay more for this because today's their lucky day. Like, people just don't think that way. They're like, am I going to buy this steak? Is it a good deal? I went to Dean's Steakhouse yesterday, $80 steak. Is that worth $80, or will I buy the $40 pasta? I have to make a decision what's worth it for my hard-earned money. I don't say, Texas Roadhouse, I could get that for $30, so I should just leave and go. Like, I think, is my money worth it? Yes or no?
I understand what you're saying. I do. I just, not all dealerships operate in the way that I see you talking about. Like you say, the service department is where they usually recoup these losses, and that's true in most cases. But like at the dealership I work at, our service center is really just like a recon center where they're not really actually doing that much work, and it's all really up to the sales department to come up with the actual money to run the dealership. And so I'm just saying, it's not all like a blanket truth that all dealerships operate in a way where they can take losses and then make it up in service or make it up in the finance office, because from being in finance, it's not like every single deal, you're making up for it, right? Now, it sounds like you've worked at mainly new car dealers with high volume areas.
No,
that all worked that way.
We did 200 to 250 deals a total a month, so we weren't a high volume dealer.
That's pretty high. That's mid to high volume, right? It's pretty good. Right? Where I'm from,
we 100 used, 150 with two manufacturers. I mean, you're talking 75 to 90 new cars on a Subaru dealership. But what I will say is, and just frankly, and just like, welcome to owning a business, none of this is the consumer's problems, right? If another business can do it cheaper, more effectively, and make somebody happier, why are you in business? Like, why should I pay you more? You have to now defend that to the business that you should pay more for this for X, Y, and Z. The consumer can make that educated decision. They know there's cheaper options. They're willing to work with you. But like, there's a reason why Amazon is a superior model right now, why Amazon has made it better for consumers, because I can get something same day, I can get things cheaper, and it makes logistical sense for people to do. And other businesses have faltered at that, but it's benefited the consumer more than anything else.
Understood. All right, man. Well, hey, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I don't want to hold you up. I know you got plenty of people to talk to, and we've been going for 25 minutes now.
No,
but
it was a good conversation here. And yeah, I think I have one or two more here, so I'm gonna.
Last question: what do you think of finance managers, since you were one for so long?
the best salesperson in the business, but they should never be trusted. You should never trust a finance manager. I mean,
So you
they're
shouldn't
out.
be trusted then. You
Well,
were
I'm not a finance manager anymore.
Well, you were for a long time.
Yeah,
So you
but
would have the
obviously,
qualities
like,
of a finance manager, right?
yeah, sure. But yes, just because I was like, again, finance managers are paid for more money you spend, the more money they get, and they're very good at convincing you to do that. I'm no longer a finance manager, so I have no incentive to convince you to spend more in the finance office.
But you're
That is-
still good at convincing people to spend their money.
I've got to convince people to pay a flat fee of $1,000, right? And I do that with an anti-sales model. Like my anti-sales, so people like, I don't have a sales funnel at Deliver. People are blown away by that. Like I don't have a sales team. We don't do follow-up. If you reach out to us and ask us a question, we answer your question and that's it. I don't have a follow-up system. We don't have a repeat referral system. We don't have people chasing down clients. We don't have any of that. Like my DMs, I do my best to respond and answer questions, but I'm not like, you should hire us, do this. I say you should not hire us. You can do this on your own. I'm an anti-sales model. And I think people are so shocked by that model that they hire us out of a whim because they're like, you know what? This guy's being so honest. He's literally telling me I can do this on my own. I just don't want to deal with it. Here's your money. But I appreciate your time, man. I really do.
Yeah. Nice meeting you, man. Nice talking to you. Take care and have a nice rest of your day.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, we have somebody else here. Boom. I'm gonna pull them up. We got Vic. Who's that? Is that Jesse? Is that Jesse? Or is that Russell? Which one was that? Somebody tell me which one that was. I'm sorry, I forgot his name. Don't hate me. That was Russell. Okay. Jesse, is Jesse next? Okay, Jesse's next in line. Are we enjoying ourselves, guys? Make sure you guys like, follow, subscribe. And you see what time.
Hi, if you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
Tommy, Delivered Negotiating.
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
Okay, man. Appreciate the patience here. I think you understand the drill. If you don't, I say crazy things that some people don't like. This is your moment to expose me. Tell me tell you I'm horrible. Tell me the things that I'm doing are wrong. Debate me, whatever you want to do. This is your floor. Just don't say bad words.
Oh, no problem. Well, Tommy, it's great to speak with you, and I appreciate everything you do for consumers. I guess where my question is yes, paying a salary to a salesperson would make more sense for the consumer. But if that salesperson gets better at their job, let's say they close more customers, they have a pipeline, a book of business that is bringing the dealership more money, should that salesman make more money based on driving more business to that dealership?
Yeah, it's called a raise.
And that's all they get is a raise, not just a performance
What do
thing.
you mean that's all they get? Like, I mean, so like, again, I'll use my assistant as an example. She got $40,000 in, and she got 15 grand in her first 6 months and then got another 40 grand in total in the first year. Yeah. Like that's a lot of money. Like people would be happy with a raise that makes sense. I mean, you could give bonuses if you wanted. I don't think you should, I think it'd be based off company performance, but yeah, I think you give people and you take care of people and you pay them a fair salary. They're going to work hard for you. I mean, this is every business in America, right? Every business in America, almost every business, 80% of them pay a salary.
So if you had the opportunity, and I know you're anti-dealership, to open up a dealership, I think you said your model, I've heard anywhere from 72,000 to 130,000 on one of the last calls. How would you structure it for a salesman to, number one, stay with the company, and number two, bring more business to that company? Because at a certain point, once you pay a salary, a lot of those employees, not all of them, but a lot of them get complacent and they just count on that salary. So they don't put in the effort that they need to close those sales. So how do you fix that problem?
Yeah, so I think you're confused on two different things. I think you've lived in the car industry a little too much, where I think you'd also make the argument that I've seen people on commission that are also lazy and they make 1 or 2 sales and they're happy for their week and they don't work hard. But I digress. When it comes down to a salary, if people don't work hard, they don't have jobs, right? Like that's like that. You have expectations. You have an expectation of working. Like here, Delivered, we have a great culture here at Delivered. People love to work here. We pay a salary. We don't, and we allow you to build your own career. So like one of the things that I would do immediately is I would say like, how do you understand our business? You've learned our business over 90 days. How much do you want to make and what role do you think you can make that in? And we build you towards that, right? I think the idea of having such structured companies where people say, okay, I'm going to go from salesperson to sales manager to finance manager to GSM to GM is insane. That's not how businesses should work. We have somebody that wants to build our communication channels out, right? They've sold us on the idea on how to build our communications, why it's going to benefit the business. They understand the business now and they understand the wage that they want to make. And now we're building them a game plan to get there. But if you pay people fair and you allow them the upward mobility and you allow them to have ownership in what they're building, they're going to work 10 times harder for you because so many people don't care and so many people don't want to work and do not want to take care of their employees. You just take care of people, man. Like working, plenty of jobs don't.
You're 100% right. So, would you agree that most of the problems in the industry currently are not driven by the employees themselves, but by the ownership and higher level management?
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about the root cause, yeah, I mean, the root cause is the culture and the industry of where it's at. You know, the culture in car dealerships is crazy. Type A personalities, and a lot of dealerships do run things, and to the point where like there's some ethically weird things at some dealerships, not all dealerships, but I would say that management allows culture to exist, ownership allows culture to exist, and ownerships are the ones that could make change, and they decide not to. Like ownerships tomorrow could build a business model that they could buy a car in 10 clicks, right? They could do it on their website. It's not an impossible task to do. It's not something that would take hundreds of thousands of dollars to develop. Realistically, they could, but they don't because it's not profitable. So the problem is there, but I mean, yeah, you know, yeah, I would say the root cause is by ownership and management. Yeah.
Okay. Kind of taking you off that topic, what is your opinion on Carvana entering the new car sales game with their Stillman positions? You think
Yeah,
that's good for the consumer?
Yeah, I think generally Carvana CarMax, I don't think truly understands the consumer. I think they're getting better, but I think they found a gap in the market and is trying to maximize profit the best they can. And I think there's pros and cons to that. I think Carvana is definitely more consumer friendly, but I don't think from what I've listened to, what I've read, to the moves that they're making, I don't think they truly understand all the pains of consumers. And we see that in just the service you get at Carvana. Yes, it's fast. Yes, it's efficient, but you don't get that level of expertise, right? That's not there. And Carvana is paying a profit that they can get. They could pay some really good employees to be there. They could pay people 150, 200 grand to sell cars and it would be the best damn experience possible. But they don't do that. They pay pretty low level and it's not a phenomenal experience for the consumer, but it's a one price store, right? So they've solved one problem, they haven't solved another. And so I think it's a positive because competition is important, but I think the only way to solve this issue is allow direct to consumer to exist.
What do you think that the car manufacturers would take advantage of that? Let's say it goes to a direct consumer model and, you know, not taking a Tesla into consideration or a Rivian, things like that. But do you think the big three, if they went direct to consumers, wouldn't just then take the profits that they are giving to the dealers, give that to themselves, and then raise the price of the car or, you know, the unit to make more money?
No, because that's not how the free market works. Like the free market works that competition drives the price down. Mazda, for example, would kill to have market share that Toyota and Honda does. Of course, maybe Toyota and Honda do that. So then Mazda comes in and is $5,000 cheaper. They're still profiting plenty. But guess what? Now all of a sudden I can have a car just as reliable for $5,000 cheaper and 0%. Now this conversation starts to align because there's enough profit margin to move in that Toyota has to be competitive, or they have to charge more because they're a premium product. They have to own that lane. But competition has always driven the price down. Collusion has almost never existed because they're actual competition. There's no monopoly in the industry. And we see things like competition, like you know, BYD is able to get the cars that they are as cheap as they are. If that was allowed to be in here, the second BYD, there was rumors that it was going to be able to make it in the United States. How fast did Ford say, we have a truck under 30 grand we've been sitting on in the back that we haven't told anybody about, right? Like Ford had to admit that they can make a truck cheaper. The second BYD was able to jump in, and they're not even here yet. So this idea that competition is going to drive prices down, consumers or manufacturers just aren't going to inflate the price. It would take collusion and a monopoly, and there's just too much competition out there for that to exist. Especially if you have dealerships that are running side by side with them.
And forgive me if I'm not 100% certain on what I'm saying here, but didn't we have that already in the early 20s with Scion and Toyota? Didn't Scion sell almost like a direct-to-consumer model, no markup, MSRP is what they sold them for, there was no discounts, and they sold them, this was A, B, and C package. And then they killed the entire company off because it wasn't profitable.
No, so I mean, the more common model that people talk about is Saturn. Saturn was the one that was a true no negotiation, super easy. Scion, like not really, but Saturn would have been the example there. But Saturn, funny enough, was actually so successful that GM dealers started complaining to GM that GM actually cut the program, cut funding of the program, eventually made it that Saturn couldn't develop their own cars. They had to use rebranded GM products and eventually killed the product themselves, right? GM actually sabotaged the product because they realized that, I mean, if you look at Saturn in its heyday, it was a top 3 trusted brand in America. People loved Saturn for the experience, for what they were getting, and they didn't have to deal with the dealership. And GM realized the writing was on the wall that their dealership model would be at risk. So they demolished it. They cut funding, they killed it, and eventually it is here what it is today, which is nothing. But Saturn proved that people enjoyed that business model.
But wouldn't that reinforce the whole model, or what I said about if they went to that direct consumer model, they would just destroy themselves by doing that? You have Saturn as an example you just gave, and I believe Scion was a great example of that. I mean, the Toyota dealerships were upset that you could buy a cheaper Toyota, and this was a young person's car in the same way. So, I mean, Saturn got killed off by the dealership model because the manufacturer knew the writing was on the wall. Why would they do that now?
Yeah, because you're not, the biggest difference here is that dealerships are reliant on the manufacturer, and manufacturers have to go through franchise laws. And the NADA is powerful enough, with enough pressure, they can force manufacturers to do a lot of things that they don't want to do. If they put enough pressure and lawsuits start to come out, we look at this with Ford. Ford said they wanted to start selling EVs direct to consumer. They got sued out of oblivion. Scout, we're seeing that right now. They're getting sued out of oblivion to not be able to do this. NADA is powerful enough that they're able to do these things and push manufacturers there. And the idea behind it is Saturn came into existence because GM, that was the way that they could do a one price model. They weren't allowed to just sell directly and get rid of or be able to try to replace their GM model. So they made an entire different branch for it, and it just wasn't competing. But that wasn't even a direct to consumer model. That was a one price store, which was still proving that was a more effective model.
But I mean, let's give the example of Tesla. Everybody talks highly of Tesla until you get to an actual Tesla owner and the experience, again, direct to consumer. But when you start to get into the experience of fixed ops and you have to go in for service or parts, it's the worst experience a lot of these consumers have, because it's an afterthought for the Tesla, and they don't treat the customer right when they do that. And it's driving a lot of customers away from the brand because they're not getting a good dealership experience, if you want to call it that, when they go in for service, or they have to buy, a set of brake pads because they want to do brakes themselves. I mean, have you been into a Tesla dealership? Have you gone through that process before? Do you think that is great for the consumer, and that's what they have to look forward to if we go to this direct consumer model? Or do you think they're just the outlier of this?
No. So a few different things. So first off, I would say Tesla has fixed 90% of the issues they had before, but Tesla was also forced to spend billions of dollars fighting to be able to even sell cars. I imagine if they were able to use those billions of dollars rather than fighting in court to be able to sell cars in certain states, and they still can't sell cars in like Texas. So like Tesla is forced as a Tesla, when they sell a car in Texas, to ship the car across the border, sell it, and then ship it back, even though it's one of the largest it is the largest automotive plant in America selling vehicles. So like it's insane where Tesla's had to go and the expenses they have to have just to get around the franchise laws that they have. And I imagine if they had those billions of dollars to spend, we would have much better service experience early on. Now, Tesla's already caught up 95%. I think dealerships don't realize it, but 95% of the problems have been resolved. Funny enough, the biggest problems that were happening were actually in 2023, 2022, when everybody was having issues and you tried to get a Hyundai motor and it was a 9-month wait. Everybody was having service issues because there was no parts, right? Now that problem has been relatively fixed. Service times aren't nearly as long. Cars are less service. And I'm not saying Tesla's a perfect brand, but I do believe you allow competition to drive. I don't think all dealership service models would disappear. I actually think on the contrary. But do I believe that we should have better right to repair laws? I think Tesla doesn't have fair right to repair laws, and I think that's unfair that other people can't repair Teslas. Just like I think it's unfair that other people can't do warranty work if they're not technicians. I believe the right to repair should be for anybody, but that's a protection that Tesla's fighting, right? So Tesla's not a perfect business model, but it shows us a glimpse of what can happen if we fight the model.
Okay, well, that's all the questions I have, Tommy. Thank you for.
Okay, awesome. Well, man, it was so great to talk to you. Thank you so much. Sorry, I was checking my phone. It was good talking to you here, and it was a great discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, bye. Okay, guys, I think I have time for like one or two more, and then I got to go do some work around the house. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so it looks like we have Jesse done. We have Vic. Yeah, it's called Vic. I want to make sure we give everybody a time. If you guys are having fun, make sure you guys enjoy. Just so you guys know, we have a really, really good YouTube video coming out tomorrow. This is talking about the Chevy dude stuff. It's talking about some of the broker allegations that we've gotten. A lot of that conversation's gonna be had tomorrow, talking about that, having that discussion, but really talking about the Chevy dude video that he made, trying to expose our business. And I think that's gonna expose a lot more than he thinks. But he poked the bear, so he asked for it.
Hi, if you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
Tommy Makula. Bada boom, bada bing.
Hey, Tommy.
What up, Vic? How's it going?
I'm doing good, Tommy, man. I'm sorry I went in too hard in the comments, man. It's just I feel strongly about it, as you could tell, man.
Don't apologize, man. I want somebody to go. I want somebody to be real. Like, let's go. So tell me what you disagree with.
Yeah. You know, Tommy. First and foremost, I want to, start this off by saying, what I think that you're trying to do is honestly fighting the good fight. It's tantamount to the Knights Templar back in the day, right? Trying to protect Christianity in a sense. You really are fighting the good fight, but we're living in a capitalistic society, Tommy. And in a capitalistic society, what you're asking is to remove two key elements of that society. And you're talking about removing the profit motive and competition. So in essence, you're removing the essence of capitalism in the car industry. Now, my question to you is, how are the manufacturers supposed to respond to just the removal of, are you proposing, I guess, what I'm trying to preface is by saying, are you proposing that the dealerships take over the franchisees?
No. So what I'm doing is actually, I would argue, is more capitalist than what is the current model. I believe the free market should make all decisions, and I believe that there shouldn't be franchise laws. So the reason why there's no competition right now to dealerships is franchise laws protect them. That's the only way to buy a new car. My proposal is get rid of franchise laws. They made sense 50 years ago. They don't make sense today. And allow manufacturers to sell alongside with dealerships. Think about it like Apple. I can buy a phone from Apple, but I can also buy it from Verizon and Best Buy, right? I get to choose where to buy my phone. And that is the experience I have. With a dealership, if I want to buy a new car, I have to buy it through the dealership. So I would disagree that the idea that I'm getting rid of capitalism. On the contrary, I believe the dealership model is anti-capitalism because they don't allow the free market to actually win, and they're forcing a middleman onto consumers, which every capitalist has ever said that once you add a middleman, there's an expended cost to the consumer and it's never cheaper. So that has to benefit the consumer in some way. Otherwise, it would cease to exist.
I hear that, but if a company can make more money, why shouldn't they? If they're in a position where they're in a market area that demands that they can price their vehicle higher than another market area, and they can get the price for it, why shouldn't they? Right? And one thing about the franchisee setup, right, is that the dealerships are already supposed to roll out, in essence, like the infrastructure of what dealerships provide today. I mean, what is the benefit that the franchisee has from owning a franchise from a particular manufacturer over another?
Yeah, so a few different things. So one incentive is obviously to make money. That's obviously the incentive. Now, why shouldn't they have an incentive
Hey,
to?
I mean, but you're talking about a dealership is going to lose money to get a sale off over here.
No,
I mean, if somebody doesn't want to buy a car, they're not obligated to sign. I mean, it's not like I have a gun to their head and telling them sign here. I mean, these people are presented buyer's orders with full breakdowns, and they're signing a piece of paper. And
Yeah, but the difference is they
dealership's
don't
fault?
have an option to, if they want to buy that, but this is where the entitlement comes in, right? If I want to buy a new car, I have to go through you, and the option is buy a new car or not buy a new car. Not I have options of where I can buy a new car at. When we talk about profit and exchanging profit for dollars, I think it's a very horrible business model to rely on your consumer to be less educated in order to make more profit, or rely on your entire business model. If your consumer is educated, you cannot survive. Your business model shouldn't survive.
I agree with you on 100% on that. Customers ask me all the time over the phone, what's the out-the-door price? I literally send them a screenshot. It's on the website. You can click on price details, and it tells you the whole price with the taxes, fees, and all that. Now, if a customer is asking me for a discount over the phone, I haven't been allowed the opportunity to add value to the vehicle. I have no commitment. This customer has never bought a vehicle. I have no sense of loyalty from this customer to the dealership. Yet I'm expected to do what exactly? Just provide a discount without ever presenting the value associated with the vehicle, not showing any sort of loyalty to the dealership.
And what other business do I have to show my loyalty to thy creator in order to get a deal on a vehicle or anything? Do I have to show my loyalty? For me to get a fair price at Best Buy, do I have to show my loyalty and go to Best Buy and say, I promise you I'm only going to use you guys as like this idea, like you hold all the cards so you're able to make
at Best Buy, Tommy. That's my point, Tommy. People don't do that at Best Buy. They just pay the price and leave. That's my whole point. Look, for example, I'm gonna give you an example, right? I can sell a car right now that's $48,855. I can sell that car for $44,355 through incentives that we as a dealership looked out on that customer's behalf, right? We're talking about a total savings of $6,250 that wouldn't have been made possible had our dealership not sought those incentives out, right? So that $6,250 is the price that a customer would have paid if they had gone directly to the consumer. Do you think that by not going through the dealership, that it would be worth $6,250? That's outrageous.
So you're saying that a client came to you and you openly just discounted the car $6,000 because
No. We found manufacturer incentives to get them to that price point. From the manufacturer to just the retail price, right?
If I'm selling a car as the manufacturer, why wouldn't I just show people what incentives they qualify for on the website like they do on like Tesla? Like I can see the $7,500 credit there and I can click and say, do I get this or not? Wouldn't that be like a value? Like I don't want you to buy a Ford, so let me show you all the incentives that you could qualify for to buy this vehicle.
Right, that we found, Tommy. That's my point. The dealership, manufacturers just the retail price. That's the dealer's price on the car. That's what they would charge you direct to consumer. That is their manufacturer's just the retail price.
No.
We
so
didn't
the
put that
manufacturer
price on the
suggested
car.
retail price is designed because the dealership exists. This idea that you wouldn't get a single incentive at all from the manufacturer makes no sense. Why wouldn't the manufacturer, if they were selling alongside with you and they were giving you $6,000 off in manufacturer money, why wouldn't the manufacturer advertise that?
Well,
they want you to buy their car versus a Ford.
Why don't they just put the price with those incentives included? You might as well just put it in the MSRP, Tommy. That's my whole point. I mean, you're talking about
then you're arguing the MSRP would be $6,000
on
cheaper.
the manufacturer's behalf. The manufacturer has no obligation to look out for the customer on that end. And why would they if they're not making any commission? Do you understand what I'm saying? There is no incentive for a dealership to seek out those incentives on the customer's behalf if they're not making a commission or profit off of it. It's that simple. They might as well just charge MSRP.
Yeah, so the manufacturer does make a profit on a deal, even at invoice price. You got to remember when a manufacturer is selling a car to a dealership, they've already profited their money, and people would make an argument that there's too much profit in that idea,
Okay.
right? They're already making their profit. So this idea that invoice now MSRP is the choice or is the price they pay is just not true. They could sell well below invoice because they don't have the manufactured cost of a dealership or any of those expenses. Ford CEO has gone on to say that dealerships cost them about $2,000 to $3,000 per car in just costs that they have to spend to offset the cost of a dealership. So CEOs have come out to say that dealerships have added an expense. But when it comes to it, the reason why they'd have an incentive to do it is A, they'd be competing with dealerships, but B, they'd also be competing with other manufacturers. Why would, as a manufacturer, the reason why you want to make a sale is to get a sale and make profit. That is correct. That doesn't mean I'm trying to convince you to spend more. Like Delivered, I charge
Yeah, but you're saying
$1,000.
they dealers shouldn't make profit. They should sell a car at a loss because to make the customer happy. I'm trying to make sense of that. Like what is
I'm
what is
fine
the
with a
purpose
dealer.
behind it?
Dealerships are not entitled to a profit. They have to earn a profit, which means they have to be able to survive in the market, and consumers have
Every
to openly
business is
choose.
entitled to a profit, Tommy. I'm going to strongly disagree with that. If a customer doesn't want to pay for it, they can walk out the front door, Tommy. There is somebody that will pay the price for it. What is expensive for one person isn't expensive for another person, Tommy.
Yeah. So when you're saying
I
something,
got people from different states coming to us to quote us on cars, and they're willing to pay $5,000 over MSRP, and we're wrong for that. Wherever their respective area is from, they're probably getting waxed for another 10 grand extra, and I'm over here feeling like I'm taking advantage of them. When in reality, they feel like they're being looked after, right? Because we're charging significantly prices in their area.
Yeah. So the idea of entitled to a profit means that they inherently deserve the profit. Profit is not deserved, or profit is not to be given. Now, in any other business model, that mindset of, hey, if consumers don't like it, they don't have to pay. You understand that your business model would not exist if you did not have franchise protections. If Amazon went through and said, everybody's paying $6 for shipping, and if you don't like it, you don't use Amazon, you know what would happen?
I hear you, Tommy. Tommy, again, I feel like you're fighting the good fight, brother. I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I'm telling you is that what you're fighting is against two key elements out of the five of what makes up a capitalistic society, and that's profit motive and competition. And what you're supposing is eliminating two out of the five.
Have a profit motive to sell cars?
And in this society, this specific society, in what is America, it's not happening. That's why you're fighting an uphill battle. It's an honorable one. I'm telling you, brother. I really commend
you are absolutely disagreeing
really
with
do.
me, so don't say you're not disagreeing. But like, let's go through what again. The manufacturer, as of right now, this is the current business model. Manufacturer is involved. They make car. They sell a car for a profit. They then give the car and sell it to the dealership. The dealership now has to make a profit. The consumer now has to pay two companies' profits in order for it to exist when they don't see value in the dealership. That's the problem that we're running into right now. The dealership is not adding value to the consumer. Now, why in the world would Toyota as a company not want to sell a vehicle to remain profitable without changing their price? For example, we talk about Samsung at Best Buy. They want to sell their TVs at a competitive price that still makes them a profit. That doesn't mean you negotiate at Best Buy, right? They're able to sell their car or sell their TV at a competitive price that makes sense with no negotiation. They have the reason why they want to keep market share is they have a fair profit built in, and consumers say, yep, that price is worth it because I've looked everywhere and that's a fair price on a vehicle, or sorry, on a TV. That is how competition actually works. It's not, I'm going to make you pay $4,000 more because you didn't ask the right questions today and you don't have any other option. Otherwise, you can go find somebody else that's willing to do it, sucker.
Okay, but at the same time, there's a reason why people from different states are coming to me and they're not going anywhere else. It's because I have the supply and they have the demand. You don't have the supply and demand issue in this industry that you do with most other industries. I mean, we're up there with like real estate, industrial equipment. It's the nature of the business that we're in where there is a limited supply and there is a certain level of demand. On certain cars, there's a higher demand level. On certain cars, there's a higher supply level, and it gets compensated for accordingly. Now, to your point, right, that example about that,
every
those
single
dealerships
car in your lot is priced off supply and demand, and you never negotiate.
We negotiate prices, but you don't call
exactly.
me on the
So your
phone
pricing
asking me
is
for a
not off
discount over
supply
the
and
phone.
demand.
And
That
I've
might have
never
some
met you. I
influence
owe
on
you
supply and
nothing. I
demand.
owe you nothing, Tommy. I owe these. I owe you nothing.
But this is the
I owe
point.
nothing.
You are
If you
hoping
don't have,
somebody is uneducated to the point that
it's
they're
the
willing
most
to spend
cowardly
more.
thing. It's the most cowardly thing for somebody to think that they can call a dealership, get a discount over the phone. I've never met this person. They've never done business to us, and they're asking for a discount over the phone on a price that's marked to sell.
I think
If
it's one
you
of the
look
most
on the website,
cowardly
compared
things
to
for a
every other
dealership to
dealership-
believe they're entitled to charge more for a product that nobody else is.
Okay, Tommy, let me give you an example, right? We charge reconditioning fees, we charge dealer fees, right?
You charge
We're still
reconditioning fees to
$1,000
consumers?
less. Yes, we charge reconditioning fees, we charge dealer fees. Tell me why people still come to us and buy cars.
It's probably, if I go to your website right now, is your
We're just
reconditioning fee built into every
less,
price?
even with those fees. We're still $1,000 less with those
If I go to your
compared
website
our
right now and I look,
competition,
is your reconditioning fee built into the price of the car?
Look at it. Look at go on the website.
I'll
click
trust
any
you.
car,
I'll
and
trust
go
you.
to
So I'm saying if the
see
price
my
says
payment options,
$40,000,
and then go to details. No.
No,
I'm going to
so
tell you
this
exactly
is-
what to do. You go, you click on the price, you click see my payment options, and then go to price details, and you'll see the exact breakdown of what you pay on the buyer's order.
So you're saying,
you would pay that,
so you're saying you
and not come in
advertise
person
one
to
price and I
negotiate a
have to
better
dig
price on the
deeper.
vehicle is what I'm.
Right, that's correct. So you're advertising. Let's just say, let me just make sure I'm right. Right, don't cut me off. But
It's on the
you're
website,
advertising
Tommy.
$40,000 on a
It's not
car.
like I'm throwing-
No, but let me just make sure I'm
that
right.
is the
You're
price on the vehicle.
dude. Hear me out. I'm just making sure we're on the same page so I can argue the
Go
point.
ahead. I'm
You're-
sorry, Tommy. I'm a little bit emotional right now.
You're saying that you advertise 40,000 on the car, and if I say click the button, see payment, or go to the fine print in the details, I'm going to see the $2,000 reconditioning fee on there. Correct?
You will see all the fees. You will see all the state taxes and the filing fees and the out-the-door price on the vehicle, the same one that you see on the buyer's order. That's what you will pay on the buyer's order.
So
That's what
why-
you would be financing or paying cash or whatever, however you want to pay for it.
So why does the dealership not
is as
just put that
transparent as it gets.
$2,000 into the price of the car? We both know the answer, and you can be honest.
I mean, come on now. You act like we're the only ones that don't charge these fees. Every dealership charges dealership fees, but that's irrelevant to the point, right?
No, I'm talking about
even with
reconditioning
those-
fees,
that's
because
my
not every
point.
dealership
But-
charges
but that's-
reconditioning fees.
No, but listen to me. That's my point, Tommy. Even with those fees, I'm still substantially priced below our competition. And
But
they
you
will
don't know
probably
what your
charge the same
competition's
fees
price
as we
because they're
will.
doing the same thing, brother.
Okay, I'm going to give you a perfect example, Tommy. I had a young lady here 3 weeks ago, right? She came, looked at a car, she loved it, right? She calls me Thursday trying to come in Friday, look at it. The car was sold on Thursday as I'm on the phone with her. I send her another car, she loves it. The next day, the car gets sold again. She's lost out on 2 cars already because she didn't want to pull the trigger and she wanted to wait on it, even though I'm trying to push her to buy the car because, again, limited availability. She goes, looks online, finds a higher trim level at another dealership that's $3,000 more than the one that I have. Right? I'm sorry, I do apologize. We have a higher trim level, right? They have a lower trim level, and they're charging $3,000 on top of our price for the same year around the same mileage vehicle, right? Is that $2,000 irrelevant or not at that point?
Yeah, so there's so many different things. We both know with used cars.
That's
two
my
different-
whole point, Tommy. That's my whole point.
No. The point is, so just so we're clear, the reason, and we can be honest here, the reason why you don't put the reconditioning fee into the price of the vehicle is so you can advertise a lower price and be able to show that off. And when people go in, you now can try to sell the value of that, which is one of the reasons why people don't like the dealership model. And because you're able to hide that. Imagine if Best Buy did that. The TV is $500, but if I have to go through and click
It's on
buy
our
here
website,
now instead
Tommy.
of just
What am I
going
hiding
in.
here? What am I hiding here, Tommy? It's on the website.
But it's not on the website. The price of the car is showing 40,000. I have to actually
go
go
on the
through.
website, brother. Tommy, go on the website, man.
If-
Like, what are we doing right now?
Okay,
go on the website. You don't
what's
have
your
to
website?
take my word for
Tell
it.
us
dude.
everybody your dealership.
Go on. Oh yeah, you know the name. I'm not gonna throw it out there.
Okay, so is it in my because you're asking me to go to the dealership, so I gotta verify it.
Yeah,
So
yeah. It's in the DM. It's in the DM.
what dealership does this guy work for? Second.
I'll do it with you.
Nope. I imagine it's Vic to Geist.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's better if you use the desktop version. I think there's like a bit of an issue with the mobile version apparently, so I do apologize on that.
So you're saying used cars are what we're referring to right now.
Used cars, new cars.
Do you have reconditioning on new cars too?
No. That's just on used cars. I'm just on used cars. New cars is regular price on the car, whatever it's on there. It's obviously less than MSRP, of course.
Okay, so I am looking at this Volvo S60 Recharge. You're saying 2023 used. The price of the car
What's the
says the
talking about it?
Weston price is $26,995. So what is the actual price of this car? If I go to the fine print, am I going to see something different?
And so you click the number on the car, right? You click the car.
I'm on the website. I'm seeing
You're on the website, okay.
I'm seeing the price is $26,995.
Right. So you go see payment options, right?
So I have to click
When you
the
click see payment options.
Make sure I'm on the same page. Not
Yeah.
unlock instant price, not I'm interested, not 10-second trade appraisal,
Go to
not
see
confirm
payment
availability,
options.
not ask questions, not schedule test drive, not fine print. I have to see payment options.
Tommy, I'm telling you, man. Go to see payment
No,
options.
but I'm making,
and click,
but
and
I
click
want to
price
walk you
details.
through it from the eyes of a consumer here, right? You have 7 options I can click, including unlock instant price, but you're saying I have to see payment options. What if I'm paying cash? Why would I ever click that button?
I'm sorry, hold on. Say it again?
I said if I was paying cash today, why would I ever see payment options?
I mean, are you exempt from paying taxes? I don't understand. Like,
No, if I'm paying
these are our
cash.
standard fees. We're talking about the regular standard fees on the cards. Do you not pay tax because you're paying cash?
No, I'm saying.
Do you not pay for a tag?
No,
I don't
okay,
understand.
I need you to listen because I understand you're heated, but listen. So I'm a cash buyer, and I'm on your website and I'm looking here. Why wouldn't I click unlock instant price? Why would I say see payment options? Why would I have any incentive to see payment options? Because I'm paying cash. I don't need to worry about a payment.
Okay, are we talking about the price of being on? Because that was what you were looking for, right? You were asking me a question about how you can find the out-the-door price online. I gave it to you. So now we're pushing the finish line at this point?
No,
I'm confused. You asked me a question, I answered it.
No, what I am saying here is what I am attempting to do here is this price is $26,995. I have to go to see payment options, and I still see finance options. Now I click cash, and I'm still showing the price when I click cash as $26,995. I have to go down to the out the door where it now says $32,229. It doesn't have a breakdown yet.
You asked me a question, I answered it, and now you're just trying to like find reasons to what? Find it like we're like not being transparent about it?
Yeah,
I'm just telling you verbatim
you
what I
said
tell
your
people.
website is super transparent. Anybody can find
I don't have
this.
to do that. Okay, if they really want to know what the out-the-door price, which I get pretty much every day, I send them exactly that. Now, if that's what they want to pay, cool. They can pay that. If you want to be a coward and you don't want to come into the dealership and drive the car until they negotiate the price to get a better deal, then that's on you. Tommy, that's on you.
So again, we're not even talking about. We're not even talking a better deal.
I'm sure you're.
We're not even talking about it. I'm talking about just getting the price of your car. If I click on your website, your price shows 20. I need you to just hear me out. Just
I mean,
take your dealer.
Your question, brother.
No, but
question.
I can't. Again, I'm going to walk you through because you don't want me to share your screen, which is fine. See payment options.
You asked me a question and I answered it, Tommy. I don't understand.
I don't think you understand that this isn't transparent at all. So I'm trying to walk you through.
I literally showed you how to do that. I go see payment options, right?
I'm walking you through it as a consumer.
Price details. I'm looking at it. Western Volvo car price $26,995. Sales tax $1807.28. Estimated registrations and fees $2887.25. Total purchase price $31,689.53. That's what you're paying on the buyer's order. That's what you're financing. That's what you're paying cash.
So again,
unless you have some sort of tax exemption that I'm not aware of or something like that.
So again, I'm going to walk you through it from the consumer's eyes. You do this this is one thing prime people have with business, and I do it too. So it's why we have third parties audit my business, right? So I'm really good at auditing businesses because we do this. So what I'm walking you through is the eyes of the consumer. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mad. I'm going to walk you through the eyes of the consumer. First off, when I go to your website, I see the price is $26,995. I expect the price should be $26,995 plus tax, title, license. Even with a recon fee being on there, it's insane because the FTC has said all fees have to be built into the price, but I digress. Let's just ignore that for a minute. So we're at $26,995. For me to see the price, I have to go to see payments. If I see payments, the only thing I see here is $523.54. So now I click cash and I see the sales price is still $26,995. I can scroll down and now I see I can finance or I can pay cash and the out the door is $32,299. And I still don't see a breakdown of that. I can go through and there is a small button here that says price details. If I click that, I now get to the price details, which is going through. And when it goes to the price details, I'm going to break down the price details.
You see everything, correct?
$1,800.
You see everything I just wrote up.
No, wait. $1,800 in sales tax.
But that's the dealer's fault, right? Because we charge tax. God forbid,
I need you to listen to the next part.
Sales tax. That's the thing I don't understand, Tommy. This
$2,800 in estimated registration and fees. So now, what is the estimated registration and fees? If I hover over the I, it says includes estimated first year sales registration for your new car collected by the dealer and the documentation fee charged by the dealer to prepare this. So how much is your documentation fee if I'm paying $2,800 for your doc fee and registration in your state?
Come in person and find out, Tommy. See, that's the point, Tommy. Like, nobody comes in person and shows the commitment to purchase a vehicle to find all these things out. We will easily show that on the buyer's order. But why do we have to break that down in detail? We could just show them on paper and get them probably even better price on it. That's my whole point, Tommy. We're trying to simplify it to where they see how much tax they're paying, how many fees they're paying, and what the out-the-door price is on the car.
Again,
we're just trying to get them an out-the-door number on the car so that they see what they're going to pay or finance.
So again, you're advertising $26,995 because it gets people in the door, right? Your business model.
That's the price of the car.
What?
That's not going to go. That's the price of the car. That doesn't change.
But you're adding on $2,600 of fees to again to make that profit elsewhere. So you can say, hey, I have $26,995. So people come in, right? It's why people come in to see your price, and then they're there's all of these fees, so you can advertise a lower price while still making the profit. Now I want to.
Can I ask you a question, Tommy?
Sure.
Let me ask you a quick question, Tommy. If my out the door price is better than the other dealer's out the door price, and they have no registration fees, right? Would you say that that's irrelevant?
So two different pieces.
That's my point, Tommy. It doesn't matter. We're still getting a better deal than you would anywhere else. Anywhere else. Because the price of the car.
If you believe that, why aren't you adding the reconditioning fee to the price of the car?
Well, I wouldn't sell a car, Tommy, obviously, though.
Because guess what?
I'm going to go back to my earlier point. That's irrelevant, Tommy.
Our
cars are priced to sell. I just gave you a perfect example. We have a higher
but what I'm saying
vehicle,
is, you just said with the fee in there.
$3,000.
You just said with the fee in there, you're still cheaper than the competition. That's what you just said. So meaning you could advertise honestly, and you would still be cheaper than the competition. But what I'm going to do, we're
in a for-profit business. We're in a pursuit to make a profit, which is part of capitalism, Tommy. That's exactly why none of what you're saying will work, because what you're trying to build is within a society of capitalism. And what you're proposing is removing two key elements of the five that make up a capitalistic society.
No,
I didn't make
am
up
trying.
These rules. Again, I'm gonna say this again. You're fighting the good fight, brother. You really are.
I am fighting that
really
the price
$26,995
should be plus tax, title, license. That's not a crazy concept.
I would argue that that's irrelevant.
It isn't irrelevant because, again, you are able to get people in the door because they see $26,995 and you're not advertising everything else. That is why your price is more competitive. And again, if your price with everything in was better than everybody else's, you would not be afraid to add those into the price of the car. I can tell you this price of this car is not phenomenal with all of your fees.
Okay, can I ask you a question? We have a higher trim level. That dealership has a lower trim level. They're charging $3,000 more, and with my fees, I'm still $1,000 less. Do you feel like they're taking advantage of the customer?
No. So what I am saying is that I have no idea of any of this because I can't even tell the price of your car online. And if that is the case, you are $3,000 cheaper. Why are you hiding your fees? Again, if you really believe that.
Why do you go to a supermarket? You act like you don't pay sales tax. You go to a supermarket, you see the price
We're not
on the
talking
stand.
about sales tax. We're talking about $2,800 of BS fees.
Exactly my point. Exactly my point, Tommy. We are not like every other business in this society. We are very different. That's exactly my point. Because of the supply-demand issue that occurs. You go to a supermarket right now, there is no shortage of price in there. Okay, but if you want an X60 V5 Ultra, there's not that many of those going around. And if you think you're going to pay a regular price on it, right, I'm just giving you an example here, right? A highly coveted vehicle that people from all over the country want, right? And we're just going to charge regular price, where in their market area, they might pay $10,000 over, and we're asking for maybe $5,000 more than what they would normally pay, right? On top of the MSRP.
So
the
again,
customer's getting a
if
deal,
you believe the car is worth more, why aren't you just openly charging that?
Again, Tommy, I'm going to revert back to saying that's irrelevant, Tommy.
No,
It's irrelevant when you're still saving $1,000. You're still saving $1,000 than a competition. You know, our dealership prides itself on transparency. I just was very transparent about the price of the car. Tommy, if you want to buy that car, that's what you're going to pay. I'm not going to change that. But if you come in person, I will say that your presence is your leverage. That's what I will say.
Why do you do that same thing on a Ford Transit?
Your presence is your leverage. Because
You
when you're on the phone, you're asking
you
me for a
said the
discount. I'm going to blow
Volvo
you
was
off.
super rare. Why do you do the same thing on your Ford Transits? That's not a rare car at all. I get 15 grand off a brand new one. Why do you do that same pricing model on a Transit?
I will say they're not really starting like that, but
so like this idea that the car is now rare is not even true. You're doing this on every car on your website. So now you've drank your own Kool-Aid, man. But the idea is very simple.
I just challenge you to go and try to find a car and then look at other cars with the same trim, same mileage, and I challenge you to find a better deal than what we have. It's that simple. Regardless of the fees, I challenge you to find a better deal because you won't, Tommy. That's the truth of it. You won't.
So,
look, we disclose our prices up front. We don't put a price on the car and then try to hide those fees.
So your Ford Transit. Let's have the conversation. You want to have the conversation? Your Ford Transit for 36.
I don't know anything about Ford Transit.
No. You just said your used cars are better than every price. Your Transit at 36,995 is priced 61st in the market.
Commercial department. I couldn't tell you anything about a Ford Transit, man. I couldn't tell you anything. I couldn't tell you anything about those cars.
Okay, so we'll go into another one. That's fine. We'll go into another one. But again, that one was 61st, and that doesn't include your add-ons. But let's go into one that you think you have. Let's just go with a common car.
I mean, I don't understand what's shady about what I just showed you. I just showed you the out-the-door price. That's what you're paying. That's what you're going to pay.
Because the only way I can get the out-the-door price is if I knew your secret. If I knew your secret of hitting save payment options and going to the cash price and hitting the breakdown of the out-the-door.
You can just call if you're really interested in the car, and I'll send it to you. You don't even have to do all that. If you're really interested and you really like the car,
and if you cared about transparency, why wouldn't you just do that up front? Okay, and let's just go through this again.
Did you not just hear? I just told you I'll send it to you. If you're interested in the car, I'll send it to you.
Okay, so your RAV4 is priced 14th on market without your fee of your $2,000. If I put the $2,000 fee on, it's priced well over 50th in the market.
I mean, what market is this, brother? It's kind of, I think with Toyota specifically, it's a little bit harder because we're right next to a Toyota dealership. So
we're making two exceptions now. Let's go to let's just go Volvo. Let's go Volvo.
I mean, that's what competition does, but you're talking about removing competition.
Let's go Nissan. Nissan, you have to be cheap, right? There's no way to sell a non-cheap Nissan, right? I'll give you all the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give you a Nissan here. Third one's a charm. I know we made excuses for the first two. So
I mean, help me out here, Tommy. Goddamn. Excuse my language, by the way. I apologize.
And now again, you are priced 6th on market without your add-on. Once I add your add-on, you then become 40th on the market.
I mean, you want to come in and get a better price, that's fine. We'll help you with that. But if you're going to try to ask for discounts for the phone, you're not going to get it. It's that simple.
I'm not even asking for discounts. That's the funny part. But I need you to listen. Not once have we talked about discounting your car. We're talking about the price that you're listed. That you said, and I quote, nobody is beating my prices.
Okay. There is not one person out here that will not negotiate the price on a vehicle. That's nonsensical. No, there's not one person on this planet that will come to a dealership and not negotiate the price on it whatsoever.
You're saying nobody at your dealership has ever just said yes and bought a car? That's a lie.
No.
You have never had a slam dunk home run deal. How long have you been selling cars?
Can I ask you a question?
No, I'm dead serious. You've never had anybody that just said, "Yeah, I'll buy the car." Yeah, whatever. You've never first penciled somebody.
I've had to struggle with them, but of course they asked me up front and they paid it.
Oh my God!
No, I've never had people done to negotiate. No, I've never had somebody just say, "Hey, I'm going to pay this full price. Here's the money."
How many cars do you sell?
About 10, 15 a month right now.
I mean, man, I'm sorry, but like, it's crazy. You've never first penciled somebody on just a like.
Brother, I don't know what kind of economy you're living in, man, but people are just not buying cars right now. It's kind of rough.
I guess I'm proud that people aren't first penciling because they watch my content.
But Tommy, like, what you're proposing is like your business is gonna end, and for you to try to so what you're doing is not gonna last. Again,
No, what
like,
I'm going to
you're
do is
fighting a
either
good
leaves a
fight,
lasting
but
impact, so it's
not gonna
impossible to go
happen.
back. My business doesn't end with the industry staying the same. My business ends if the industry gets fixed.
Yeah, but you're fighting a lot of powerful forces. I mean, I'm not even going to start with the franchisees, NADA, governments. I mean, here, like, for example, like here in South Florida, we've had whole car industries here undermine public transportation. You have to buy a car here. You have to buy a car here. People don't go to like one dealership and buy a car there like they do, for example, like in the tri-state area where there's plenty of public transportation. You have to buy a car. People will go to 4 or 5 dealerships here to purchase a vehicle if they're going to get a better price. I had a guy today that's going to drive down from West Palm Beach to buy a car. Like, people will drive and go out of their way to get a deal. I disclosed these prices and people are still going to drive all out of their way to come and get a deal with me. All I did was name my price.
And they're paying 60th in the market.
I mean, unless they want to come in and negotiate, that's my whole thing. Like, that's, to me, like, what you want to buy, like, that's worth 60. Again, I'm going to go back to the earlier remark, right? You feel like you not calling and trying to negotiate is worth $6,250. So that's not worth $6,250 for you to drive from West Palm Beach down here to buy a vehicle. That's not worth $6,250. There is a value in showing up at the dealership because at the end of the day, your presence is your leverage. You and I both know this.
Not true.
If you're not at the dealership, we don't take you seriously, Tommy. We don't. No. As far as we're concerned, you're just blowing us
how do
off.
I have a successful business model that half my deals are considered fake?
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said, how do I have a successful business model if the only way to get a good deal, if the only way to get a good deal is to go in store, how do I get the deals I do?
You asked nicely.
So you're saying that your presence isn't your power?
No, your presence is definitely your power because if you come in and went out of your way to come and buy a car, I'm going to work with you as a salesperson.
And they have to go
in
for the price they saw is not actually the price.
Look, I try to get people exactly where they need to be. I ask them for how much they have for down payment, what kind of car they can afford, what type of monthly payment they're trying to be at, and I point them in the right direction to get where they need to be at, given what their needs are, right? If you come in looking for an XC60, you can't afford it. I'm going to try to say, hey, look, you have a Rogue there. The Rogue is really nice. It's within your price point. This is what you can afford right now. This is what's best for you. And if they don't make a decision on that point, then that's on them.
Man, I can't. I can't believe, like, with just a straight face, you can say that you are okay with advertising $26,999 as a sales price, knowing you have recon and extra fees that are just profit margin, so you can advertise a lower price. And your price, you told me earlier, was more competitive with everything all in, but it's not. And I just proved that. So you don't have a competitive price. Now you're saying the only way to get a competitive price is to negotiate, which you're just proving why consumers hate buying
that you're
cars.
Serious about buying a car. You don't call the dealership over the phone and say, what's your best out-the-door price? And I give you the price, and you say, can you do a better price than that? And I've never seen your face. I haven't been afforded the opportunity to add value to the vehicle whatsoever. You have no loyalty to the dealership. What obligation do I have to you to give you a discount?
Yeah. None. Yeah, and I'm going to be super clear. You are the exact reason why I fight so hard, because I don't think you should have a job, and I don't think you should.
But we'll see who lasts in 3-4 years, Tommy. And again, you're fighting a good fight, brother. You're fighting a good fight, but we'll see who lasts in 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, my business has only grown. How is your dealership doing right now?
Doing pretty freaking awesome, actually.
I mean, you can't even get somebody to agree to your list price. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's doing too well.
I don't even know what you do. You're kind of, you know what you do? You're the type of people that call our dealership and we ignore when people are trying. And then that's why you said earlier, right? Oh, yeah, and I'll just take my business to another dealership. Dude, you're lying. These people are not giving you what you want to try to give your consumers what they want. Because ultimately, that's what you fight for, right? The consumer.
Why wouldn't I get the price that I want?
Just like any other business does. Just like any other business does.
Do you truly believe anybody in the comments is watching this video and saying, you know what, this guy is super fair, I would do business with him? Like, genuinely, are you listening to yourself?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think it's bold for somebody that has never had a relationship with a dealership never shown up to a dealership in person to ask for a discount over the phone? You don't think that's disrespectful?
No.
Really?
Why are you taking something so personal? And do you not think it's
I just don't
disrespectful to
understand, like, the
advertise
audacity for people to
$26,000 for a
ask
car and
discounts
actually
over the
charge
phone.
32?
Okay, it's one thing if I laid the value out on the car, you came in for a test drive, you took time out of your day to come and see the car, drive it, all that stuff. Damn, okay, this guy went out of his way. Let me get this guy the best price I can. I'm going to fight for this guy, right? I'm going to defend you because I'm in your corner as a consumer, right? I'm going to help you get the best price you can. As opposed to somebody that calls over the phone and says, hey, what's your bid price? Oh, can you do better than that? No, I can't do anything better than that. You haven't done anything to deserve that. And then people call in the dealership thinking that they just up and deserve it, like as if I went to Publix and asked for a discount and got it. That's never happened to me.
Yeah,
Like, what industry do you know where people call and they say, hey, what's your out-the-door price? Can I get a discount on that? And they actually get it.
And what industry?
Like, let's be honest. Let's.
But on the same token, so let's say, yeah, the idea of negotiating shouldn't exist. But on the same token, what business?
No, it definitely should
listen,
exist.
I listen to yours. I'm agreeing to your point. But in what situation and what other business can I look at the price of something, see it's $26,999, and the only way to get the actual price is to click 4 different buttons to realize it's thousands of dollars more expensive? If I go to Best Buy, that doesn't happen. There's a reason why people don't negotiate at Best Buy, because the price is what the price is. I don't have to have you advertise something just to be
I do agree with
competitive.
you on that.
What?
I mean, it does happen to a lesser degree. You go to the supermarket, you see the price on there. When you look at your receipt, you see sales tax and whatever other.
But you're
whatever,
not.
maybe
We're not
sales
arguing
tax,
on
depending
sales
the
tax.
state that you're in.
I give you.
So
We're
it's
arguing on the
irrelevant. Like, the only thing
$2,800
is,
of
I'm selling
registration
a car
fees.
and Best Buy is selling an iPhone. That's the only difference.
No,
But you
we're
go through it
not.
everywhere. You see
Nobody
the
is
price on the
arguing with
stand,
sales
you think
tax.
that
We're
that's what you're gonna
arguing
pay
on
out
the
the door.
fees you're charging. Nobody cares about your sales tax. We're arguing about the $2,800 in fees, the reconditioning fee, your crazy doc. Again, nothing. That's not $1,200 to register a car in Florida. That is what we are arguing here. That is the conversation that we're having, and that's the problem. At Best Buy, if I go there, if I call Publix right now and I say, what is the price of anything, I will get the price of that item.
Okay. All right. So really simple. You go to buy a car, right? One store prices things out the way I priced it, right? The other one prices it all together, including the price, plus $1,000, right? You don't even see that. You just see the price of the car, right? You don't see the fees. You don't see any of that, right? You don't see any of that. And they're priced $1,000 higher than us with those fees, right?
You
with
haven't
those fees,
proven
they're
to me that
$1,000.
your price is that competitive, because I've fact checked 3 different vehicles and none of them were number 1 in the market.
I
Not
just
even
gave
without
you an
your
example
add-ons.
earlier of us
Yeah, but
having a higher trim.
I'm giving real. I would share my screen if you want me to show the dealership, but I'm giving real market data on other cars listed with similar miles, and you're just
But I'm
giving
giving
me
you a
a
real-life
hypothetical
example
that
of somebody
a
that
customer
actually
came in.
happened to. You understand
You're
what I'm
saying,
saying?
oh, a customer came in and showed me another vehicle. I'm saying I have all of the vehicles listed right in front of me with the same miles and make, and I'm going through this. That's the difference.
That's true.
Here.
Why are people not buying the car? I don't understand. Like this is irrelevant. Okay, look. Let me finish my question because I don't. Let me finish my question. So my first question is: would you rather see all the fees outright, right? The full breakdown of the exact cost associated with the vehicle, or would you rather see that hidden in the price of the car plus $1,000? Just a real simple question. Would you rather just pay a higher price for the car with no fees, right, for an extra $1,000? So you're spending an extra $1,000, right? Then us giving you the exact price of the car, showing you the breakdown of those fees, and we're still significantly priced lower than them. The fees at that point are irrelevant. What would you prefer? Would you prefer a dealership that's transparent and shows you what those fees are? Or would you prefer a dealership that just wraps up the fees in the price of the car? You never see it. You never knew you paid it, yet you're paying $1,000 extra regardless of the fees.
So first, I would rather a dealer should be transparent so I can make an educated decision on if it's
my
right.
point. Exactly my point.
No, you're not,
The difference between us and other dealers is that we actually disclose those fees. We show you those fees.
Disclose, you don't disclose the
have to
fees
take my
unless
word
I
for it.
click on 3 different buttons to get, and I know the exact buttons to click.
Okay, the price on the car. I show you the buyer's order. We're still priced lower. So again, we're going back
But
to the
again,
same point.
you
We're
are
still
saying your price
than
lower
the
based on
dealership,
one
regardless
anecdotal
of the-
example. I'm giving you
I mean, you're
real
really
evidence
stuck on
your
these
price
fees.
is not competitive.
I'm just giving you an example of transparency, right? To your point, right? Would you agree that the way that we price cars in the way that I just showed you, right, through that option, is more transparent than how other dealerships do it, where they might charge you $3,000 extra on top. Like all in all, let's say I sell you a car, right? You're looking at about $2,000 in fees. If a car is priced $3,000 over and you're still paying tax, tag, title, right? All that, because that price on the internet doesn't include any of that. The $1,000 is irrelevant. The fees are irrelevant.
Both are wrong.
You see where I'm coming from, though.
Both are horribly wrong and
everything.
shouldn't exist. And if there was a direct-to-consumer option, you wouldn't survive. Your business model would not survive.
Okay, so explain to me how we have a higher trim level charging $3,000 less than another car that's a lower trim level, and we're still priced $1,000 below that car with everything out the door.
Again, you're giving me an anecdotal example, but why your car was cheaper? Maybe one had an accident, maybe one didn't. Maybe one had damage that was on the car. Maybe the paint wasn't up to condition. With used cars, there's a million different reasons why the car could have been cheaper. What we don't know factually is just like we didn't know your out the door price unless we clicked 4 different buttons. You don't actually know what that other dealership was charging or what they would have been willing to charge because they both had to negotiate to get to the price. The problem is I don't know the price of your car without unless I call you and talk to you and you give me the secret password. I don't even know. I would have just assumed it was $26,999. And you're talking about somebody who does this professionally for a living that I couldn't even get to the price without walking you through it and saying how silly it is. And you can't even admit, like, you know, yeah, we do charge lower just to get people in the door and then I try to sell them on value. Your price for the 3 vehicles I pulled is not competitive. It is not cheaper than everybody else. You don't have the most competitive deals in the market. You don't, even without your fee in there. So you are charging more. And you're not being like, how do you believe this is transparent?
Tommy, I already showed you the transparency question. I mean, for you to still be questioning it is kind of crazy for me.
Dude, I can't tell if you're trolling right now, man.
You're trying to find another car, right?
Did we verify this guy works at a dealership? I can't believe you're this.
Go ahead. You can do that. That's not a problem. That's not a problem because our cars are priced to sell. We don't try to price cars and then discount.
No, they're priced to get you in the door and hoping you don't click the 3 buttons.
What you want is make people feel good that they're getting a deal. What we're trying to do is disclose what the reality of the situation is. Quote them the out-the-door price with all fees and everything, and not try to do this whole song and dance of raising the price to bring it down to where we actually have the price at. We actually have the price where they wish they could charge people. The difference is that we're able to do that because we're able to disclose those fees up front and personal.
But it's not up front. It's behind screens.
All right. I don't understand, Tommy. You call a delership, I give you the out the door price, and then like I'm still not being transparent.
I shouldn't have to even call you to know the price of the car. Why do I need your permission to get the price of what you're selling?
So do you not pay tax? Do you not pay tag on it? Like
Again,
so you think
we're
that
not
you look at a
talking
price
about
online
tax.
and that's
I don't care about the tax. We're talking about the $2,800 in fees.
Tommy, you go on the website, you can look at the fees yourself. It actually tells you what the fees are. If you click the I mean, hopefully if you're on your desktop, I think you have a harder time.
And it's crazy that 90% of consumers are on their mobile, and the only way I can probably do this, as you're saying, is being on my desktop when most people are shopping for a car on their phone.
But it's on there, Tommy, so I don't know what you're talking. But it's on there. Dude, where is CarSharker, man? Where is CarSharker? I know that you get into it with CarSharker about this. I know for
I don't
sure
talk
about
to
this.
CarSharker. CarSharker is a wannabe sales trainer.
Dude, he just leaned into you about this. He just leaned into you about this.
CarSharker, I've never talked to before.
You really should, brother, because he would destroy you, man.
CarSharker is more than willing to come onto this live and have this same debate. But again, we're not talking about tax. We're talking about the $2,800 that you're calling registration fees that I have to go down to see that they're not actually registration fees. Because again,
if my out-the-door price is better than another dealer's price, it's irrelevant, Tommy.
But again, we don't know what anybody's out-the-door prices is because we can't compare without going to this rigmarole.
Tommy, my out-the-door price is better than dealer A's out-the-door price. We're upfront about all the fees. They're not. Who's the bad guy in that situation?
You're not upfront about your fees. I don't know why you think you're upfront with your fees.
And they are? And they are?
Plenty of dealerships honor their online price.
I'm asking you a question, Tommy, and they are.
You're saying if one dealer,
is wrong in that.
If I punch somebody, should somebody else be able to punch somebody? No, both are wrong. If somebody
I mean,
steals
we're
from
right.
me, that
You know
doesn't
this.
give me
You
a
know
free
that
thing
when
to
we
steal from
disclose
somebody
those fees,
else.
we openly disclose it. And guess what? People are signing the dotted line.
Because they're
People are
not
signing the
educated.
dotted line.
Because they don't know
And
better.
you know what I tell people? And you know what I tell people when they say that? I said, sir, we're entitled to make a profit. And guess what? They say, yeah, you know what? You're right. So I would disagree with how you think consumers think, because I have people telling me, you know what? You're right. You do deserve to make a profit
And
because you did
I
give excellent service.
pray.
Now, to your point though.
Okay,
there
so
are
do you
salesmen
mind
that give
if
people
I
a
just
bad
say your
name,
do you
and
mind if I
there
just
is
say your
this
dealership
stigma.
name in this video? So we'll see if consumers actually believe this. But you were afraid
Hell no, Tommy.
because
Tommy, I want to keep
because
my
you know for a
job.
fact consumers, if they knew the way you thought, would not ever do business with you.
But Tommy, that is not true. People are losing cars
Then
because they
tell
think they can
everybody
find
where
the
you
cars
work and be very
elsewhere,
proud of it.
and they're coming back here and begging to buy a car.
If you
what
are
we talking
proud
about
of
right
how
now?
your business does business, then you shouldn't be afraid to
we're
say your
very
dealership
transparent.
name.
We're very transparent. I dare you to come in so you get a better price on the car, Tommy, because you're not going to
Again,
pay the price on the website.
If you were
Especially if I'm dealing with you.
if you were transparent and you were confident of that, you would not be afraid to say your dealership name. And you know that.
No, Tommy, I can't do that, man. You'll heat up my spot, man. I can't do that. You know that.
You
Can't do that,
understand.
No.
You-
I can't do that. I can only speak on my values and my ethics, okay?
And
I
again,
do
for me
agree
to
with
get
you,
your
though.
price,
There
I
are
have
people-
to go through, click pay cash. I have to go through, click I got to find the out the door option. 1 second. Go
Okay,
through.
is it or is it not on there? Like, what are we doing right now? So you see,
Again,
that's the thing.
I
You're
would share my
pushing the
screen
finish
if I
line,
could. I
but
have
it's
to click
on there.
see
But
payment
it's on
options.
there.
I have to go through pay cash. I then have to go down to the bottom to see the out the door. I then have to hit price details. Then it says that the registration fee is $2,700. I then click the I and it says includes the
That is not
estimated
what it
first
says.
year state registration
It
fee of
says
your new car
registration and fees,
collected
Tommy.
by
Stop
the
lying to
dealer,
people, man.
documentation fee charged by the dealer in the sales contract. That's all it says. Now, if I go to the fine print below that, it says sales
Exactly,
tax
Tommy.
includes $1987,
There we
$50
go.
Broward
There we
tax.
go.
Estimated registration
What's
fee
not
includes
transparent about that,
$425
Tommy?
registration fee,
What's not
$999
transparent
doc
about
fee,
that?
$399
Exactly my point,
electronic
Tommy.
fee, $15
Thank you, Tommy.
agency
I
fee,
appreciate you.
$895
Thank
reconditioning
you.
fee, $8.50 lemon law
Exactly.
tire battery fee. Again, I have to go
There
through
we
3 sets
go.
of fine print to get the
So
price
it's on-
of your
okay.
vehicle.
All right, so it's on there, right? Yes? Yes? I'm asking you a question. It's on there, correct?
Yeah, it's hid behind 4 screens.
So what are we doing, Tommy? What are we doing? What are we doing, Tommy?
I fight every day, so you don't exist. I cannot wait to.
Brother, brother, that's fine. That's fine, brother. I'm going to still sell cars, and you're going to be out of business in 3 or 4 years. Trying to fight the good fight. God bless you, bro. You really are fighting a good fight. Honestly, I really do believe that. I'm not joking with you. I really do believe you are.
Man, I have no faith that you're looking for anything for consumers. Genuinely, from the bottom of my heart,
brother. I take care of my people, man. I give people the best price possible. I look out for my customers. I've been doing this for over 15 years.
Kool-Aid.
Taking care of people is all I know. So, and guess
if
what?
you think this is taking
that
care
level
of
of service
people,
I
I
provide
don't want to be
has
your
a price on it, Tommy. That level of service I provide has a price on it.
Yeah, then why are you
hate to hear
afraid
that.
to hide that price? I'm not afraid to charge tell you my fee is $1,000. Everybody and their mom knows my fee is $1,000. I'm not afraid of my fee. If you want to pay me, you pay me. Otherwise, don't pay me. You're afraid to tell me what your value is. You have to hide it in 3 pages of fine print and call it a registration fee, so people are willing to pay for your fee. It's absurd, man. People pay me $1,000 because they don't want to deal with you.
No,
that is
and
the
I agree.
reason
It is
why.
absurd. But
Flat
guess
out,
what?
they do
When
not
people
want to deal
call,
with you.
you know
You
what's
are
the
the
first
problem
thing-
with the industry.
Okay. But you know what's the first thing that people say when they call? What's the out-the-door price? They know that the internet price they see online is not the out-the-door price, Tommy. So what are we talking about? They know that the price that they
Because
see
you
online
have to
is
add
not what they're going to
taxes.
finance. It's not what they're going to pay.
Because
I know,
they
Tommy,
expect
that's my whole
taxes.
point.
They don't
That's why
expect
people call and ask for the
$2,800 in
out-the-door
fees,
price.
dude.
It's on the website. All I do is facilitate that for them. That's all I do. I facilitate that same thing that they could do on their own through the website. I just facilitate that for them. That's the only difference between what I do and the customer could have done if they really looked into it further. Now, is it complicated a little bit? Yeah, I don't deny that, but it's on there. You've admitted to it. I don't even want to hear it anymore. You've admitted that it's on there. All I do is facilitate that. You don't want to negotiate the price? Cool. Pay full price for the car. You want to negotiate
Again,
a little bit of
we're
the
not
price?
even
Come in
talking
person.
about
Your presence is your
negotiating
leverage.
a price.
Come for a test
You
drive.
keep
Let me
going
add
to this
value on the
negotiating. Not one person has talked. We just talked about getting the price of the car takes either a knowledge to know where that price is or calling you to get your permission to teach me how to do it. Those are the only two ways to do it.
Tommy, that whole ability for not having to negotiate is not worth $6,250, Tommy. It's not
Again,
worth
we're
the
not
money
even
that you're,
talking
the
about
difference that
negotiating.
you would
I
pay
don't know
otherwise.
the price of your vehicle without having to call you or know that I have to click 6 different buttons to get there.
Okay, but you're talking about every single dealership in America.
No, I'm telling you, your dealership is in the
dealership is like
minority that do this. People get mad at me because people say that I think that every dealership does this, and I
You're
say they
right.
don't.
We'll just
You and
disclose
you
the
are saying every
actual price
dealership
in the
does this.
car,
I'm sorry,
show
no,
you
not
the
every
fees,
dealer does
as
this.
opposed to try to wax you $3,000 more on top. Okay, those fees
No,
account for $2,000.
some dealerships are
There's
fair
people
and
charging
they can
$3,000,
just give you the price.
$4,000 more than us. Right? So there's still a $1,000,
You
$2,000 more
understand the
markup.
FTC
But
has
somehow
banned
we're
this
the bad guys
practice.
because we disclose the fees and they don't.
The
We're the bad guys
FTC has
because we
banned
disclose
this
it and we
exact. This
don't?
is what the FTC sent a warning letter out for 97 dealership groups. This what you're doing right now is what the FTC said they do not want anymore.
It's on the price of the car. It's on there. I don't understand.
I'm telling you, the FTC says the Weston price has to be whatever it is with all of your fees minus taxes, including your dock fee, including your recon fee. Everything needs to be included in your price.
Hey, bro, I just sell cars, man. You got to talk to like the lawyer on that. Like, I have no idea about that. I'm just letting you know when you're talking about transparency, I provide that. And you're trying to make it seem like other dealerships are being transparent, including in the price of the car and not telling you about it.
I'm
I would
telling
argue
you,
that that's not transparent.
I'm telling you,
that's not
dealerships honor plenty of dealerships. If you call them and say the price, what is the price? They'll tell you the price is $32,000 plus tax, title, license.
No, I'm going to give you the out-the-door price if that's what you're asking of me. Now, if you want to know the price of the car, I'm going to tell you the price of the car. It's what's on the website. There are two very distinct questions. Because when you look at the buyer's order and you see the price of the car, it's exactly the same price that you see online. That doesn't change just because you come in person and I print out a buyer's order for you.
Yeah, but you have to add all the fees that are just profit.
Okay, but I'll send you that, and then you'll still come in. So you know those fees are on there, and then you want to try to negotiate with me in person about it, even though you saw them on the paper?
Talked about negotiating. You keep bringing negotiating. Not one person. We are upset. The world is upset that the price of your vehicle is lower because you're not advertising the actual price. You're hiding recon. You're hiding dock fee into that as additional profit. That the FTC said this behavior is not allowed. You know that. You know the FTC just came in and said that this is not allowed.
Brother, you're talking legal jargon. I am not a
No,
lawyer.
I'm talking about consumer protection. This is the second biggest purchase of people's lives, Nick. Stop taking it like it's a flipping joke.
How is it my fault? Okay, how about what are you going to say about the young lady that got a better deal because she decided to finally buy a car and not miss out on 2 cars that were priced way better than our competition with lower trim levels?
I pray she would have called me so she didn't get screwed over because I bet she spent thousands of dollars more than she should have.
She got a deal. She got a deal.
I don't even think she got a deal because based on you said you're the number 1 price car in the market, but I found 48 others that were higher or lower priced.
Okay, we'll look at the out-the-door price and see how that makes out. Because you don't take into consideration the out-the-door price of the car.
I do.
It's irrelevant, Tommy.
Because the out-the-door price should just involve taxes, which is the same at every damn dealership, dude.
No, it's not, Tommy. You know damn well every single state has different
in
state
Florida
taxes.
are 6.5%. You are in Florida. If I buy a car in Florida, it doesn't matter where the flip I buy the car, it's 6.5%. It's the same in every flipping dealership in Florida.
Dude, again, you're fighting a good fight, man. I see the energy you got, man. I really
Dude,
want to see. I really do, but it's not gonna happen, dude. You're fighting forces that are way bigger than you.
Yeah,
okay,
and
you're
guess
fighting.
what? We'll be
you're
bigger.
fighting against the Lithias, the Auto Nations, brother.
Yep.
The Morgans. You're not gonna win that. You're not gonna win that, dude.
Millions of consumers
that
disagree.
that haven't won that fight. You're talking about
Millions
the whole government
of
municipalities
consumers
that have never won that fight. Yeah, you think that you can fight that good fight? You can't, brother. You can't. The industry is way bigger than you. The industry is way bigger than you.
Public.
And you're already. Can I ask you a question? I don't even know exactly what it is that you're doing. Are you like a broker? Is that like kind of your thing?
No, I'm a customer.
So what is your? That's code word for broker. Okay, if you guys are out there trying to find a broker, it's because they're trying to rip you off $500. Come in person, buy a car in person, Show your face. Don't be a coward over the phone and try to get a deal over the phone. Come in person and negotiate the price yourself and get a way better deal in person. Don't go through auto brokers like this.
I'm not a broker,
what he
but
just said is just another word for auto broker.
not.
And guess what we do for auto brokers? You know what we do? We hang up the phone. We ignore their phone calls.
Yeah,
I want every consumer to know
I'm pretty clear
what we
that
do to a
people
car
are.
broker.
I'm allowing you to do your sales pitch, man. By all means, you can certainly you can do the full pitch. You can tell everybody, go tell everybody where exactly they should buy a car.
Brother, you said it earlier in your video. You said, if they're not going to do the deal, I'll just call another dealership that will. Yeah, because they can afford to do that.
If,
not
instead
in this market.
instead of dealing with delivered, where should they go buy a car?
They should go in person to the local dealership and negotiate the price themselves to get a way
Oh, but
better
not
deal.
your
And
dealership
not pay
that
the
you don't want to give the name
$500
of.
that you're charging them. You know you're charging people to facilitate the deal. You're
Correct.
not doing this for
because
free.
people don't want to deal with you,
You're not
Vic.
doing
Not,
this for
not
free.
to save money.
Okay.
They don't want to
That's
talk
fine.
to you
And they can
because
pay a
you are
higher price
so
for a car as a
you
result.
don't understand
That's my
how to
whole
take
point.
care of consumers.
And they can
You're
pay a
horrible
higher
for this
price
industry,
the car
and
as
they
a result.
don't want to deal
Again,
with you.
$6,250. And you think that not going through me is not worth that?
No, they don't
You
want
think
to
that
deal with
you
you.
avoiding me
They
is
would
worth
pay
that?
thousands
I'm
of
asking you
dollars
a
more
question.
to not talk to you.
No, that's not true.
You know, you
They
sold
would not do
15
that. They would
cars.
not
I did
wait 2-3 months for a car
438
delivery.
last month.
When a dealership down the street has the exact car they want, spec'd out exactly how they want it, and they can get it that same day. See,
I did
these are the conveniences of a dealership that you're
438
not
deals
afforded
last month.
trying to go direct to consumer. You're not afforded those opportunities with direct to consumer.
I did
You're not. You're just not.
438 deals last month because they didn't want to talk to you. I just want that. I want you to sleep with that. Understand?
These are sad
438
people, man.
consumers.
These are sad people, brother. These are sad people that don't want to have the balls to go into a dealership and negotiate on the price of the car. You know they could have gotten a better deal, but you would rather charge them to make them feel like they did, right?
No, I don't advertise my service as a money-saving service.
Do you think those dealerships that you called like doing business with you?
They love
They'll
doing
do it for the
business with me.
units. They do not like the price point at which they're trying to let these cars go for.
They
I'll
love
tell you
them
that
for the
right now.
quality.
You know this for a fact. No, they do not.
Yes,
Why are
they
you
do.
lying to these people?
Because why would
Tony,
they
why are you
sell them
lying to these-
otherwise?
Dude, you need to stop lying to these people, brother. You need to. You know very well what we do to brokers, bro. We hang up the phone. We ignore you because you guys are unreasonable with your pricing. It's just that real. It's just
Or
that
maybe
honest.
you just don't actually understand the market of a car.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. That's fine, dude. You yourself say your business is not going to last 2 to 3 years. You said
No,
it
my
yourself.
business
I
isn't
don't have
going
to
to
do
last
that
because
for
I'm
you.
going to fix the industry, and it's not going to need me because you won't exist.
I will always exist. There's always a salesperson everywhere. Salesperson is one of the oldest professions in the history, and it will continue to prosper with or without you. Does not matter. And that's the real American dream. That's
No,
what allows the American dream.
The beautiful thing is plenty of salespeople can sell ethically by not selling, by trying to take advantage of people, and they said they sell value.
I'm not. How am I taking advantage of people when I'm clearly disclosing all the
You're
fees and
not
prices of the
clearly
car,
disclosing
and people
anything.
are signing? You keep
Again,
saying that, but
if
people
you
are
were
looking at
proud
buyers
of
with
your
full breakdown and
dealership,
signing it.
if you were proud of your dealership, you would be proud to announce it to the world. You know deep down that your dealership is being slimy.
Honestly, it's not that. It's not that, brother. I'm just not trying to heat up my spot. I'm not trying to, prep where I eat. In essence, I really would. Don't get me wrong. I really would.
So you don't want, again, if every consumer in here loved what you were doing, you're saying you wouldn't be like, oh my God, we have thousands of people in here right now. You're saying you don't want thousands of business. You're selling 10 cars a month. Dude, you're a 10-car salesperson, man. You're not even selling a lot of cars, man. This is not even.
I'm just here to debate you.
Nobody's looking at a 10-car sales guy and being like, you know what, this guy, this is ball. Like, dude, you sell 10 cars. You could literally, if you converted.
But you charge 500 people $500 on top of whatever you're going to charge.
No, I charge 1,000. I charge 1,000. Get my fee, right?
And feel like you're actually looking out for them.
I am.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. No, you're not. You're charging
How am I
people
not
to make them
looking
feel
out
like
for
they got a good deal.
Again, I don't advertise my service as a money-saving service. I literally hire me to not deal with Vic. That's it. That's the only pitch I need.
My customers love me, brother. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
They love you because they don't know better.
Brother, you can go on Google review right now and for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it.
Again, they don't know better. And if you were to tell that, if all of your customers were to watch this video right now, you would not have if your owner saw this, I don't even know if you'd have a job. You're not even proud enough to tell your dealership name.
Prices, getting them the better price for their car in the area, getting them a better price for the car in the area, but I'm being sneaky. I'm not being transparent. How is that not transparent? It wouldn't be transparent if I didn't send them the full breakdown, exactly how I just showed you. You've admitted that it's on there. Okay, it's on there. Okay, that's undeniable. You already admitted to that. I'm showing people that they're showing up, they're test driving, they're signing on the dotted line. But I'm wrong because I fully disclose everything on the person. What I'm referring to is like those registration and fees. They're on the buyer's order. If you and they're in
Of course they're on the
lower
buyer's
comment
order. They
section,
have
so
to be
it's
on the buyer's
there.
order. You're acting like that is an accomplishment. It has to
Exactly.
go.
But
No
it's
matter
also
what,
on the
at the
website.
end
They
of
don't
the
have to
day,
come
even
into
if
the
somebody
dealership.
they have to be on the
They don't
buyer's
have
order.
to come
You
into the
can't-
dealership to know that. They don't have to come into the dealership to know what the out-the-door price is on the car. And they know whatever the price is on the car. It's like nobody calls the dealership. It's just, that's what I'm going to pay. That's the out-the-door price. Nobody says that. People call
Plenty
and
of
say, hey, what's the
dealerships
out-the-door
do a
price? Because they
one-price
know that
model,
that's not
dude.
the price.
Plenty of
We
dealerships
fully
do.
disclose it. People sign. That's simple. We
We are
don't go
not
about the means of
disclosing it.
putting
You're
just sales
disclosing
tax.
it behind fine print.
Okay, but if I put it in the price of the car, then I'm not being then I'm being transparent. Is what you're saying?
Correct. If you
How is
put
that
all
more
of your fees
transparent?
into the price
How
of
is
the car
that-
like the FTC is regulated, you would be transparent. And you've even said your pricing is still competitive with that. Why not just do it?
No, we would not have cars on the lot if that was the case. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Because
you're trying
what?
to make it seem like because our cars are significantly priced less than the competition, even with those fees. Tommy, is what I'm trying to tell you.
So then
You act
why
like-
not advertise the fees? If they are still competitive, why not just advertise the fees?
I think it's talking yourself because I just explained to you. It's on the website. I mean, you saw it. I don't.
No,
it's,
again,
it's not
why,
something
no,
that I have to do.
answer why you won't disclose them if your pricing is still competitive with there. What advantage do you have?
It's on there,
No,
Tommy.
I don't care.
It's
I don't care
on
if it's
there.
on there or not. Why not disclose it in the Weston price?
We would
That
not
the
have cars here, Tommy. We would
The
not have cars here.
FTC has said that price needs to include your dock fee and any
Brother,
other additional fees that are not taxes.
Brother, you need to talk to like a legal rep about that. I don't know. This is like legal jargon for me. I just sell cars here. I don't get wrapped up in all
Then
that.
you
Maybe you want to talk to like an F
then
and I
you
guy
have
or
the
something. I
education
don't
level
know.
to say, why are you guys
you're-
not advertising everything?
We are advertising everything.
But you're
Tommy.
not in the
I would
Weston
argue that
price.
you're not. Okay, if the price of the car had those fees and stuff included, would you not still want to know what those fees are? How much
If
those
the
fees
Weston
are?
price had all of
that?
those fees in there, I would be okay with it.
You would not be okay with it, especially if it was $1,000 over our price, even out the door. You
No,
would not be
I'm
fine
saying
with
if the
that. You would feel
Weston
like you got
price
screwed
was
over. That's exactly how you would feel, Tommy.
$30,495 and included a $1,000 dock fee, and that was the price of the car, yes, I would be okay with it because I saw the price on the website and it was what you guys were honoring. You know what 95% of consumers aren't okay with and why nobody just says yes? Because they look at the price, they say, oh, it's $30,000. I'm going to go see Vic. Then they go and it's like, oh, it's $3,000 more. That's why they negotiate. That's why you've never not first pencil. Or that's why you never not just said somebody said yes, because you change the price to what people believe. The thing that you're asking, see payment options to do, people don't do that.
Okay.
People,
That's every
people are
dealership
digging
in
through your
America,
website
Tommy.
to get the price
the
of
difference
anything.
the difference with me is I have ethics enough to be like, if a customer calls over the phone and asks me for out-the-door pricing, I send it to them. I don't
That
withhold
doesn't. You
that
don't
from them and
deserve an
say, hey,
award.
you should come in person. Yeah, that's the price.
You
With
don't
tax and
deserve
fees,
an
and then-
award for being able to give somebody a price.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just wrap it up into the price of the car and not tell the customer about it and make them feel like they got a deal. I don't understand.
No,
like for
because
that you
right
could
now
just
the
negotiate
consumer
removing all
expects
the fees, right?
the
not gonna
consumer
help
expects
them,
the price to be $30,495. It's a much better situation to say that included all of my fees than saying, oh, the price is actually $34,000 because we have $3,000 of fees we didn't tell you about. Do you
This is
really
the
not
thing,
see
Tommy.
which one is a better
people
option?
are only like that. See, the thing is, Tommy, people are only like that. People only think like that when it comes to buying cars or buying houses or things of significant value. Nobody cares when they go to the supermarket and they see the price on the shelf and see that the price with taxes it's higher because the taxes are on
It's
there.
not taxes!
People don't think like that.
It's not
People
taxes.
don't think
Nobody
like
flipping
that.
cares
People
about your
don't think
taxes.
like that. You try to make it seem like people think like that when they're buying cars. They don't. They don't.
Nobody cares about your taxes.
You're talking about people that go to the dealership and already know that they're going to pay a higher price than what they saw online.
Nobody
They know
cares
this for a
about the
fact.
taxes.
The only
Now-
difference is I disclose it up front. I don't try to wrap it up in the price of the car. Okay? You would feel like crap if somebody wrapped it up in the price of the car and didn't disclose it to you. Whereas another dealership, they say, okay, look, this is the price of the car. these are the fees. This is what you're looking at out the door. Sign right here. And then they sign. They would feel like they got everything disclosed. They wouldn't feel like they got taken advantage of because they never saw the fees and they included it in the price of the car. That dealership would never sell cars, first and foremost. You know this. That dealership
No,
would never sell
plenty of
cars.
dealerships do not do what you're doing. Plenty of dealerships do not hide, and plenty of dealerships are following the FTC regulations. And the idea that you don't understand the FTC regulations and you sell cars is insane.
I told you, look, the price is here online. You said, I said it's on the website. You said where? You didn't find it. I showed you where to find it. You saw it, and then now you're trying to push the finish line on me. So I answered the question. I said, yes, it's on there. Disclose the full breakdown of the price of the car. Do other dealerships do that? Because if
Other
they do that, they're
dealerships
in the same
don't
boat as us
have
as
the
far as
extra fees
transparency.
to begin with.
No, because they won't show you those fees. That's my whole
No,
point.
not every
Tommy.
dealer
They will never
charges
show you
the
those
fees.
You're talking
Not
about
every
fees
dealer
that you
is
never
charging a
see.
recon fee, dude.
You're talking about fees that people never see. You're talking about fees that people don't see on the price of the car. We disclose them. We show them the fees. We tell them, hey,
You
these are the
show
fees.
them on the purchase
And you're
agreement,
claiming
which is
that we're
where
not being
everybody
transparent.
shows them. You can't charge the fee if it's not on the purchase agreement. Otherwise, it doesn't get charged. So you're not doing somebody a service by adding it to the purchase agreement.
But
You're doing what
Tommy.
you
You're
have to do
arguing
to
that it's
sell
not.
it. Does your finance
Tommy, I
manager
gotta
put
go sell cars.
a tie over the numbers too and says sign here?
I mean, I gotta go sell a car, brother. I mean, you've proven my point. I mean, I hope you fight the good fight, but honestly, brother, I don't really see the light at the end of the tunnel for you, man.
Yeah,
Keep making money, I guess, but I see you're not really gonna get anywhere. So I mean, it is what it is. I understand that.
Damn it, I can't do business with Vic that can't do an online price. Fudge, how am I ever going to survive? If only there were 17,000 other dealers that don't want to ever be associated with a guy like you. Yeah. Hey guys, if you guys don't know my name's Tommy. I negotiate car deals for a living. My goal is to save you time, energy, and anxiety. I save you money, but that's a byproduct. Really, the reason why you should hire me is so you don't want to deal with Vic. Because unfortunately, there are people like Vic in the world. Is Vic everybody? No, not at all. But unfortunately, the industry is allowing people to exist like that, and they think it's okay for them to have that business model, and you should be bowing over and just be thanking them. I cannot believe that person exists. I wish that was fake. I wish that was fake. If you guys want to learn, $1,000 fee to not deal with him. It's not a money saving service. It's not a time, energy, anxiety saving service. And guys, just to be clear, for anybody that thinks it was a skit, the dealership name was said 3 times in there. By all means, I would be sued up the wazoo if I was saying a random dealership name and acting as if they were real. Like, come on. The name has been spammed 1 million times. Now, guys, I have my in-laws coming into town. I gotta go. This is a 5-hour live. I love each and every one of you. Debate night was great. We've got an awesome video coming tomorrow. Guys, I can't. I'm exhausted. Like, I stayed on that phone just because, like, I want you to see this is what the industry is trying to, like, you guys want to know what I'm doing. My goal is to change the industry so that type of person doesn't exist. I believe it's insane. I believe it's absurd that consumers have to deal with that. I don't care if that's 1 out of 1 million. That person should not have a job. That dealership should not be allowed to exist. And yeah, the idea that we're going to change a multi-trillion-dollar industry, it's tough, right? It's not, this is not, he's right. We have an uphill battle. We have dealerships that are worth billions of dollars that are going to be fighting us every step of the way. Well, your guys' support, I think we have 4,000 people watching one stream, 2,000 watching another. We can't do this without you. Because there's going to be a day, and there's people in this chat that are going to try to shut us down because all we're trying to do is make this a fair place to buy a car. Make it easy to buy a car. The price on the website is the price you pay. And if you think I'm the problem, fine. Can't drink. I love each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart. We're going to change it. I'm gonna go spend some time with my in-laws. They just drove all the way up, so I'm gonna go spend some time with them. Thank you guys. Double tap, follow, like, subscribe, do everything you can. I love each and